Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Members' statements. I need to deal with issues that arose yesterday. So during yesterday's debate on the Assembly Commission's budget, there was a number of disorderly exchanges, which included two individual challenges to the rulings of the Chair by Mr Gaston and Dr Aiken of a nature which need to be returned to this morning. I can confirm that Mr Gaston has written to me directly about the same issue. However, I was disappointed to see that before I could respond, Mr Gaston had shared the letter with the media, something which was not in keeping with parliamentary courtesies. I want to take members back to the start of Assembly business on the 4th of November 2024, when I made the following comments. I would remind members that regardless of whether decisions are taken by me or delegated to the Principal Deputy Speaker or Deputy Speakers, they are procedural decisions that are taken impartially in consultation with the advice of officials on the requirements of standing orders. Members are aware that the Chair's decisions are final and it is out of order to challenge them. Upholding the authority and impartiality of the Chair is an issue not only for the Deputy Speakers and myself, but for all members. And if it becomes a trend that members seek to abuse our procedures and conventions by playing party politics with the Chair's decisions, the Chair can take account of that, particularly when members seek to raise an item or catch the eye of a Speaker or Deputy Speaker. So it is in that context that I want to note a couple of reflections on yesterday's exchanges. Firstly, while there may have been potential to raise issues relating to the situation around Michael McMonigal within the scope of the debate on the Assembly Commission budget, this would need to have been done in a way that was clearly relevant. However, Mr Gaston did not raise these issues in a way that was within the scope of the debate. When the Principal Deputy Speaker gave Mr Gaston the opportunity to adapt his remarks to bring them into scope, as other members would be used to, Mr Gaston instead went on a further tangent to make references to the Executive Office Committee and take issue with the Principal Deputy Speaker. Secondly, members will have heard me say in the past that even if I disagree with the members' comments, I will defend from the Speaker's chair their right to say them. So while Mr Carroll made reference to companies in a way which I think was unwise, he did that in a way which was within the scope of the debate and made it relevant to the actual budget. Having observed the proceedings and spoken to officials, I can confirm that the Principal Deputy Speaker's decisions were in order and in accordance with procedural advice. However, whether Mr Gaston agreed or not, the crucial point is that this was the ruling of the Chair which is final and is not open to debate. However, what cannot be tolerated was the nature of the exchanges with the Principal Deputy Speaker. And it was further disappointing that a member who serves as a Deputy Speaker also got involved in challenging the Chair in this way. Members who serve as Deputy Speakers should know better in undermining procedures of the House, which they benefit from, and nor can I make an exception for a Deputy Speaker. So for today, when we have a particularly significant debate, I'd remind all members that Standing Order 1.2 makes clear that the Speaker's ruling shall be final on all questions of procedure and order, and this includes the Principal Deputy Speaker or Deputy Speaker's decisions in my absence. Members should accept in good faith that the rulings from the Chair are based on the procedures of the House, and that is why the clerks are at the table with us to allow us to take procedural advice as business proceeds. If I, or a Deputy Speaker, give an instruction, such as a member's time being up, or sticking to the scope of debate, there's no discussion to be had. Members should adapt their remarks accordingly, rather than begin a dispute with the Chair. Challenges to the ruling of the Chair on a procedural decision would not be tolerated in Westminster or anywhere in these islands, and I'll not tolerate it in this Assembly, or see the authority of the Chair, the discipline of this chamber, and the smooth running of our business diminished. Members should be absolutely clear on that. So in line with similar direct challenges to the Chair in previous Assembly mandates, it is clear to me that a sanction would be appropriate in the case of Mr Gaston and Dr Aiken. In previous cases where a member has challenged the chair in such a serious fashion, the relevant members were not called for some time. However, I am conscious of our business today, and I would be prepared to waive that sanction if Mr Gaston or Dr Aiken were to apologise to the House in the chamber this morning. In the absence of apology, both members will not be called to speak in any plenary business, including debates, questions, interventions and points of orders for 2 sitting weeks beginning today. So I leave that with you, and if members wish to make an apology, I'll facilitate that. Dr Aiken.
Speaker, I thank you for your words, and obviously from yesterday there was considerable issues with being raised about, so the comments had been made. I fully accept your ruling and I apologise to this House. The only thing I wish to do with this House is to ensure that good order, good governance and, above all, proper debate is followed through. But I apologise, Mr Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr Aiken, and I understand in the heat of the moment when things can get out of control, and I appreciate your apology. I move on to member statements, and I call Ciara Ferguson.
Mr Speaker, housing is a human right, forming part of the right to an adequate standard of living guaranteed by the UN Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Under international law, to be adequately housed means having real security of tenure. On this Human Rights Day, I felt it was timely to speak to remind us all of our ongoing collective responsibility to tackle poverty and existing housing inequalities across our society, ensuring no one is left behind. Some of the key elements considered when assessing the right to adequate housing includes security of tenure, affordability, habitability, accessibility, the availability of services, location, including access to support and cultural adequacy. Delivering housing across all tenures is fundamental. However, we must also work to prevent evictions and tackle any discriminatory patterns of social exclusion, preventing people from accessing suitable housing. Whilst the UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights General Comments No. 7, 1997 is now approaching almost 3 decades in existence, it is to be commended for its clear and unequivocal commentary around evictions. These should not result in individuals being rendered homeless or left vulnerable to the violations of other human rights. At this present time, with almost 48,000 households on the social housing waiting list, we have a duty to once again to reconsider housing as all of our collective duty, particularly in the context of fulfilment of human rights. How we will ensure resources are pulled across the Executive and Assembly to progressively realise this right to the maximum of our available resources. I welcome the publication of the Housing Supply Strategy by the Minister yesterday, but I would also ask the Minister for Communities to confirm when we can expect the regulations to be brought forward, which will bring forward the work of our predecessor to deliver much longer notice to quit periods for those living in the private rented sector. Equally, I would again urge the Minister to reconsider his refusal thus far to legislate to end the use of no-fault evictions. Whilst I can appreciate some of the challenges he has raised from the Scottish case, for example, these are not insurmountable, nor arguably an exceptional justification for a lack of legislation in this area. On this, I would suggest further engaging with the likes of Renters' Voice and Housing Rights, who have already been considering potential proposals regarding the development of very limited acceptable grounds for exceptions. Thank you.
Ryan Kingston.
Mr Speaker, and I rise to commend the work of Westland Community Group in North Belfast, and in particular to celebrate the allocation of Urban Villages funding for a new Westland Community Centre, as confirmed by Junior Minister Riley in this chamber yesterday in response to oral questions from Philip Brett and myself. I met with the Westland Community Group Committee last night, and they are of course delighted with the allocation of £1.6 million for the purpose-built new community centre. Westland is in a state of just over 200 houses built by the Housing Executive over 50 years ago, and now being a mixture of social housing, owner-occupied properties and private rentals. The Westland Community Group was started 42 years ago, and 23 years ago the group received a second-hand prefabricated community centre from the Lower Old Park area as a temporary measure, with structural supports physically holding up the roof. The group got as much use as they could out of that centre until it was finally condemned 5 years ago and had to be demolished. There have been many efforts to secure funding for a new centre over the years, and now, thanks to urban villages within the Executive Office, that has been achieved. I must congratulate the Community Group Committee under Chairperson Robert Hollywood for their dedication and tenacity in reaching this breakthrough moment, and a special mention is deserved for Vice Chair Katie Shukri, who has been a member of the committee since the very start, 42 years ago, and is a former chairperson. So well done, Katie, for that long commitment. And special thanks also to officials from urban villages, in particular Joe Hines, and Belfast City Council, in particular community worker Siobhan Shannon, and to all who have supported the group in their campaign. And special mention too for councillors Fred Cabane and Jordan Doran, and previously Harry Smith of Intercom. For such a small area, I've been very impressed by the energy and activities of Westland Community Group. Even without a centre, they managed to hold summer schemes, community fun days and pensioners' dinners, so I have every confidence that they will make great use of the future centre for the Westland community and others who will benefit from it. In the patchwork quilt of North Belfast, Westland is a predominantly unionist community. The group participates in various cross-community activities, and the group is becoming more ethnically diverse, and people from neighbouring areas do attend their fun days and other activities. With a clear pathway now to delivery of the new centre, the relevant agencies must continue to support the Westland group. I trust that the letter of offer will be issued very soon, and congratulations again to all concerned. Thank you.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Wednesday, the 4th of December, a much-loved doctor and teaching assistant in our city received the news that they had been dreading, that 19 members of their family in Gaza had been killed by Israeli airstrikes. A mother, brother, uncle, cousins, children. They had been evacuated 9 times looking for safety, and each time they'd moved to new areas and been in danger, and they were killed, burnt alive by bombs in their tents. And it's so important to stress that there is nowhere safe in Gaza. There is nowhere safe. They cannot be evacuated, the borders are closed, and nothing has been done. When I spoke to Omar, whose family members were killed, he said he wants his family to be remembered, because every human being has importance, has value, has worth. And so I'd like to read the names of the family members who were killed on Wednesday, the 4th of December. Akram Wael Akram El-Masri, Julia Osama Mohammed Barhoum, Abdullah Musa Abdullah Al-Astal, Haitham Mohammed Abdullah Abu Mustafa, Mohammed Ahmed Hussein Juma, Yahya Mohammed Ahmed Juma, Bassem Abdullah Yusuf Hassanain, who was Dalal's mother, Fawkiwa Abdul Rahim Diab Lafi, Isra Mohammed Suleiman El Astra, Juri Osama Mohammed Barhoum, Sham Ali Yunus Sharab, Shaima Mohammed Fahi Al Majida, Wafa Ali Yunus Sharab, Ahmed Mohammed Ahmed Juma, Mahmoud Mohammed Ahmed Juma, Layan Bassam Abdullah Abu Hassanain, Khalil Hussein Khalil Lafi, Osama Afif Abdullah Ghanem, Latifa Bassem Abdullah Hassanain, and 4 people who remain unidentified because of the devastation. Every life has value, every person has value, and the international community has to do something. People cannot still keep dying. The number of children, there were children in this family who were killed, and it is an outrage, it is an atrocity, and my heart goes out to every member of our Palestinian community today who is feeling this devastation and is worried for their family members. Thank you.
Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to congratulate the Downpatrick Dramability Group, which is a mixed ability group who perform various performances throughout the year and have a pantomime at Christmas time, and I attended that on Saturday past. Mr. Speaker, MLAs will get the opportunity to do lots of things during their tenure, But I wonder if I can top it all, because at the weekend I got to save Christmas. Because what happened as the show progressed was it became apparent that within the audience there was one person that truly didn't believe in Christmas. In fact, the one person in that audience who was unknown at the time was referred to as a Grinch. And this was causing Santa Claus to be locked in the dungeon and wasn't able to get out and get round and do their duties. It then became apparent as the show progressed that that Grinch was indeed myself. And I had to be brought up onto the stage to take part in the performance, and in so doing I was able to unlock the present that was on the stage, and the present that was on the stage, Mr. Speaker, enabled me to be an elf, and therefore believe in Christmas, allow Santa Claus to get out of jail, and will be able to perform all of their activities whenever it comes to Christmas Eve. I do want to thank the group for their performance. As I've said before, they are a mixed ability group. Under the guidance of Betty Liddell, they have been working for years and years. They practice every week for their performances. They put their heart and their soul into their performances. It gives them an opportunity to come together, to socialise, to learn from each other, but especially to grow in confidence and be very, very welcomed, loved and cherished members of our community. I absolutely love their shows. They are enjoyed by the hundreds that attend them each year. And at the end of each show, they take great relish in telling us audience that we were absolutely average. So I was proud to be part of their average pantomime at the weekend, to assist them in saving Christmas. And I'm just absolutely delighted through the work of the Downpatrick Dramability Group that I believe and can be that elf this Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would remind members that props and displays are not to be used in the chamber, but in the spirit of Christmas, I will let the member away with it on this occasion. Emma Sharon.
Thank you, Speaker.
What
are we asking for?
Our
rights, our future.
Today
is the International Day of Human Rights.
A
day to take stock of the progress that has been made and acknowledge that there are still gaps. Today we commemorate the 76th anniversary of the signing of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In the year 1948, the world was reeling from unspeakable evil. And in the wake of the hurt and pain of the Holocaust, world leaders came together to say, never again. They declared the inalienable rights that every human being is entitled to, regardless of race, religion, or nationality. They did so in the hope that it would mean that no group of people would ever face discrimination again. Equality, dignity, and freedom for all individuals. Unfortunately, our world has not lived up to the promises that were made at that time, and we ourselves are no stranger to the harms caused by a denial of rights. We live in a rights deficit in the north. The promises of 1998 have still not been fulfilled, and the Bill of Rights for all people is denied to many by the few. Across the world, the rights of vulnerable people are under attack every day. Nowhere more so than in Gaza. We think of the Palestinian people enduring genocide for more than 14 months now. Even before the 7th of October, they were living under occupation. We have to hope for better. We must work to deliver it. We have to have our rights for our future, and we must have them now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the issue of derelict buildings in the East Antrim area. This has been a long source of frustration and concern for the local community, the local council and, of course, our local traders. there are a number of properties in a state of serious dilapidation, which not only undermines the aesthetics and the safety of our area, but also hinders efforts to revitalise the heart of our town centres. After Storm Dara at the weekend, a building in West Street, Carrickfergus, was declared unsafe by the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service. This area has been closed to traffic and pedestrians, which will result in further reduced footfall during this important Christmas period. But of course, the weather cannot be blamed. This building has been left to ruins, with no regard for the domino effect it has on the area, and council are left without any real power to take action. The Northern Ireland Assembly's proposed dilapidation bill will hopefully provide a crucial framework to tackle such properties by empowering the local councils to take decisive action against abandoned and unsafe buildings. This legislation could offer an effective tool to compel owners to either repair or redevelop these sites. West Street in Carrickfergus or the likes of Dunluce Street in Larne, of course, would be prime examples of where this legislation could be used to great effect. In its current state, this site is a stark reminder of neglect and how it adversely affects surrounding businesses, residents, and of course Carrickfergus's image as a key tourist destination. I urge the Dear Minister to update the House on the progress of the introduction of the proposed dilapidation bill and work alongside local authorities to fully embrace the powers that this dilapidation bill could provide and prioritise properties in areas like this. The residents of East Antrim deserve a clear plan and a clear timeline for action, whether through enforcement mechanisms, cost recovery mechanisms, broader powers, but of course clarity. Action must be taken before it's too late or someone gets very seriously injured. Thank you.
Stuart Dixon.
As others have made reference today we mark Human Rights Day. On the 10th of December 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was pledged to the world at the United Nations General Assembly in Paris. This historic day provided the fundamental rights for every human being that we know today. The pledge established that people deserve to have their humanity protected at a baseline level, regardless of race, gender, sexuality, colour or status. It is a promise to respect other people, to transcend our differences and strive for a better world. 2024 also marks the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe, of which the United Kingdom was a founding member and is the custodian of the European Court of Human Rights. On the 76th anniversary, the United Nations has called for an acknowledgement of the importance of human rights in our daily lives. This requires us to tackle misinformation, counter disinformation, and seek to mobilise human rights as a global movement. As Deputy Chair of the Executive Office Committee, I would like to mirror this sentiment and highlight the need for an Equality Act in Northern Ireland, similar to that in the rest of the United Kingdom. It's past time that we brought legislation that consolidates human rights and protects them as a singular entity, ending disjointed systems which we currently have. Mr. Speaker, in Northern Ireland, there is no legislation that protects us from age discrimination in accessing goods, facilities and services. Yet there are protections for those in every other equality grounds. Whilst disability discrimination is technically legislated for, there is no law against indirect discrimination, a shortfall that was addressed in the rest of the United Kingdom by the Equality Act some 14 years ago. We need to look at Northern Ireland's harrowing shortfalls in the ability to protect women and girls from violence. It's horrifying to think that we have one of the most dangerous places in Europe for a woman to live. We must continue to press this issue and support the framework for ending the violence against women and girls completely and undeniably. Mr. Speaker, I paint this picture to show that whilst we have come a long way in the last 76 years, there is still progress to be made in Northern Ireland. And as we look back on our accomplishments on the historic anniversary, I would urge us all to turn our attention to the future and to a Northern Ireland that is fair for all.
Declan McAleer.
Good, Concordia. Members, we're all very saddened last night to learn of the passing of Tyrone J football legend Jody Gormley. And I want to take this opportunity to extend sympathy and thoughts and prayers to his wife Deirdre, his children Anya, James and Neve, and indeed to the wider Gormley family circle. Jody had a very distinguished football career, of course with his beloved Trillick in Tyrone, where he had a distinguished playing career both as a footballer and a manager. But he also had huge success with Tyrone and with London, and he won a County Down Junior Championship with Breda. He showed great grit and determination on the field, and any of us who follow Gaelic games will remember when he scored the winning point in the famous victory in the 1995 Ulster semi-final against Derry. Indeed, I was one of the many people who were there cheering him on. He was a very distinguished coach with County Down and County Antrim, and they won the Tommy Murphy Cup with Antrim, which was the last silverware that was won by the Antrim County footballers. And as a teacher, he led Abbey CBS their first Macquarie Cup in 19 years, went on to win the Hogan Cup. And also want to extend thoughts and prayers to his pupils as well, who are feeling his loss. As Jody, when he announced his illness a few months ago, he faced it with incredible inspiration and bravery that inspired us all. And in a test, anyone who's heard the Thomas Niblock podcast with him, you can see the bravery and the love that he had for his family. He didn't fear death coming at all, but he just regretted the fact that he wasn't going to live to see his children blossom and share in their life experiences, such as his son James, who played football for Trillick. So just in the podcast, Jody said, "I just want to be remembered as a decent person who helped people as much as I could," and that's exactly what he did, and he was truly an inspiration and will be forever remembered.
Brings to a conclusion members' statements, and before we move to the next item of business, I wish to inform members that the Business Committee is not meeting today, so there will be no lunchtime suspension. Business will continue until 2 o'clock, and question time will commence. I also wish that I have been notified that the proposer of the adjournment motion, Ms Paula Bradshaw, will not be speaking to that topic in South Belfast today, so there will be no adjournment debate. Mr Gaston.
Mr Speaker, in light of the business that we're considering later on today, I do indeed accept your ruling on the matter that you brought to our attention at the start of business, and I apologise for my part in yesterday's proceedings.
Thank you for that, Mr Gaston. I've been on the wrong side of the Speaker on many occasions in my career, and that's part of life, so I appreciate you doing that. Point of order, Mr Brett.
Speaker, and can I thank you for your earlier rulings in relation to business in this House. Could I seek your ruling, Mr Speaker? The Principal Deputy Speaker devoted her member statement yesterday to me, which I'm happy for debate, but I was not given pre-warning by the Principal Deputy Speaker that she would be using her member statement to reflect upon me. Could I have your ruling that a member should give advance notice if they're going to name another member in this place?
I will consider that, Mr Brett. We've now moved to the next item of business, and that is notice from the Minister of Infrastructure that he wishes to make a statement. I call the Minister for Infrastructure.
And before formally introducing the statement, can I also add my sympathies to the family of Jody Gormley, to his friends and family. He's a great loss to them and to the entire community. With your permission, Concordia, Mr Speaker, in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement to the Assembly in respect of the British Irish Council Planning and Places Ministerial meeting that I chaired on the 8th of November 2024 in Derry, and at which Junior Minister Cameron was also in attendance. Members will be aware that the British Irish Council, established in 1999, is a forum for its members to discuss, consult and cooperate on matters of mutual interest with the competence of its member administrations. The British Irish Council Planning and Places Work Sector is chaired by my department on behalf of the Executive. The group provides a constructive forum for sharing best practice on issues of common interest and promotes practical collaboration. The Ministerial meeting held on the 8th of November 2024 in Derry focused on the work that the Planning and Places Work Sector has taken forward between 2021-2024 in key areas of planning, particularly around the revitalisation of towns and building better places in the context of COVID recovery. Ministers commended the work done, endorsing both the Work Sector report and a placemaking and practice report, which was compiled following a symposium held in Cardiff in September 2023. Ministers agreed the Forward Work Programme for 25-27, which focuses on two themes, namely climate change and the biodiversity emergency, and skills and capacity for public sector planning profession. Member administrations face the urgent challenge of addressing climate change and the impacts on biodiversity with limited resources and within a context of continuing planning reforms. The Planning and Places Work sector will work to identify key challenges and share and learn from best practice examples. Among the focuses, we will be managing flood risks, the loss, promotion and enhancement of biodiversity, and delivery of greater carbon efficiency in new development. Attracting and retaining planning staff in the public sector is also a growing challenge at a time when many public sector planners face ever-increasing workloads and continuously changing policy contexts, especially in relation to complex biodiversity and nature issues. The work sector will explore ways to attract people and build capacity in the planning profession, with an emphasis on sharing of knowledge from administrations who have developed successful approaches to these issues. At the meeting, Ministers also heard a presentation from Mark Hand of the Royal Town Planning Institute, who gave a presentation on tackling the climate and nature emergencies, opportunities and challenges across the administrations. As I have previously highlighted, the Executive was represented by the Ministerial meeting by myself and Junior Minister Cameron. The Government of Guernsey was represented by Deputy Victoria Oliver, President of the Development and Planning Authority. The Government of Ireland was represented by Mr Paul Hogan, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage. The Isle of Man Government was represented by Diane Kelsley, Member of the Legislative Council and political member of the Cabinet Board with delegated responsibility for planning policy. The Government of Jersey was represented by Deputy Steve Luce, Minister for the Environment. The Scottish Government was represented by Ivan McKee, Minister for Public Finance. The British Government was represented by Baroness Taylor of Stevenage, Lord's Minister for Housing and Local Government. The Welsh Government was represented by Rebecca Evans, Cabinet Secretary for Economy, Energy and Planning. I would like to place on record my thanks to those ministerial colleagues across the BIC member administrations who attended the ministerial meeting, and I look forward to seeing how the Forward Work Plan develops. I'm happy to take questions now from members. Thank you.
Mark Durgan.
Mr Speaker, agus buíochas leis an éire as a righteous.
I thank the member for his statement.
Which we must act to address climate change can't be understated, and planning is a key component of that. Has the Minister identified any approaches elsewhere that, if adopted here, would allow for swifter decisions on renewable energy applications and help us meet our climate obligations?
Sure. As noted, the Forward Work Programme and was interesting at the meeting, both in terms of the meeting and the informal settings and the bilaterals. While the challenges may be of different scales throughout the jurisdictions, there are many common themes in terms of challenges, and climate change obviously being one of those. We had, and the Forward Work Programme is going to look at climate change and how we, as planning authorities, ensure that there's more effective, efficient planning regime going forward in those regards. My officials will continue to engage with other jurisdictions around that matter to ensure that in planning, which is often a contested space, that each side of the planning debate has a fair hearing, that we are able to reach decisions in a more efficient and effective way, and we are able to meet the climate challenge that is coming at us.
Deborah Erskine.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement today. The Minister has said that attracting and retaining planning staff in the public sector is a growing challenge, and the work sector will explore ways to attract people and build capacity. Learning from administrations who have successful approaches, can the Minister provide some examples of measures implemented elsewhere that have been successful? Will they be considered here? And could the Minister also confirm any measures that will be aimed at wider public sector, including councils, given their importance in the planning system?
Minister.
It is a forward work stream for the British Irish Council, and it has been placed on the agenda because there is a recognition across the administrations that there is a challenge in recruiting and retraining planners into the public sector. There is a focus on planning, at times understandable, but I think everyone has to be encouraged to approach it in a respectful, courteous way, and ensure that those who are working in the public sector are respected, that they have roles to carry out, and it is we as politicians who set the policies, not the civil servants or the planners who set the policies. We set the policies, and they then have to administer those policies in a fair and equitable way. I look forward to learning from examples from other administrations in this regard, and yes, we will share best practice with councils.
An important part of place building is our roads for connectivity purposes. Was tackling congestion discussed during the meeting, and what best practice did you hear?
Spatial planning and how you connect people is obviously part of that. There was no specific discussion in relation to traffic congestion. Roads, we have to look at roads in a way perhaps slightly different than we did 10, 15, 20 years ago. Roads are no longer simply for cars. Roads are for pedestrians, roads are for cyclists, roads are for taxis, roads are for public transport. And that in itself brings its own challenge. And as we move forward with our spatial planning strategies, those will be integrated into all of, and have been integrated into all of those matters. For example, if we look at our transport plans moving forward, in terms of the Eastern Transport Plan, which will cover the greater Belfast area, we look at Fermanagh and Omagh, we look towards Derry in those regards as well. We are at an advanced stage of those. So yes, how we use our roads, who uses our roads, and why we use our roads are a crucial part of that.
Cal Boyle. Could I thank the Minister for his statement. Just to expand a bit, Minister, can you outline the conversations you've had with other jurisdictions and whether there's any sharing of learning or any ideas that we can incorporate ourselves?
I find the engagement both at the formal setting and at the bilaterals very, very useful. And it is interesting to note the common opportunities, the common challenges we all face, as I said earlier, on different scales. And it's also vitally important, and these gatherings are also vitally important in terms of our officials getting to know each other and making the contacts with officials from elsewhere who then can learn best practice from each other.
Alan Chambers.
Speaker, Minister, what specific initiatives were discussed to support the revitalisation of towns in Northern Ireland as part of the COVID recovery?
We looked at in terms of how we use our towns differently and support not only retail in the towns but also in terms of opening towns back up to areas where people live and are areas where not only is there a daytime economy through both in terms of the retail and the nighttime economy in terms of socialisation, etc., but also living towns where people live, where there are community facilities, where people come into the town late in the evening, not only maybe to socialise, but to use other community facilities as well. So it has been an interesting conversation and a conversation that will continue.
Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for his statement this morning. Minister, in your statement you mentioned the need for resourcing of the planning system. What plans do you have to increase funding to this?
I have, over this last number of years, this last number of inflationary increases to the planning service, allowing the planning service, particularly in councils that is, to recoup more of their costs, allowing them to invest in their planning system. I'm looking at other ways as to how I support planning moving forward, and I've mentioned a number of times in the House the Transition Fund, which the Executive has availability to. I've made a bid to recruit independent examiners for the planning system. That bid is now through to the final stage, and I'm hopeful that it will be successful. If it is successful, I think that will allow us to open up the backlog in terms of planning applications that are currently sitting in front of the PAC.
Andrew McMurray.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister. What role does the Minister see that planning can play in addressing climate change and nature emergency?
I think planning is crucial in it. Planning will set out how, where and why we live in certain locations and how we connect with each other, what type of buildings we live in, what the infrastructure is around those buildings, how we use our places around us to improve the environment and improve biodiversity. So planning is a crucial part of tackling climate change. It's a crucial part of tackling the biodiversity crisis as well.
Declan McAleer.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, would you consider planning apprenticeships to get more people into planning?
Thank the member for his question. I think it is a useful suggestion. We have introduced apprenticeships in terms of our engineers in the department, which has proved to be quite successful in terms of recruitment. And I think we have to be looking at all options now to make planning an attractive option to school leavers and others as a career moving forward. It is a very rewarding career, it has to be said. You know, you are quite literally shaping the future. You know, you will be involved in the drawing of plans or the approval of plans that will be with us for the generations to come. So it is a very, very rewarding career in that way. It brings its own challenges. It is front-facing in terms of the public. But as I said earlier, I think we all have to engage with our planning service, whether on a one-to-one or in public, in a more respectful way and in a way which acknowledges that planners have a very difficult role, but they have to and do have to adhere to the legislation which we as legislators put before them.
Blair. You can give us any examples of lessons learned or conclusions reached in relation to managing flood risks, and if these will impact the prioritisation of flood alleviation plans such as those long awaited and requested for Antrim Town by reps like myself and others.
Minister.
All jurisdictions face similar challenges to myself in terms of the financing of flood prevention matters. But I think also all the areas, and this was interesting, all areas are looking at how we work with nature in relation to flood risk, and how, yes, there will continue to be a need to be for hard infrastructure, for concrete defences, all be put behind much more pleasant facades than simply grey concrete looking at you. But all areas are looking at as to how we work with nature and how we use nature to prevent flooding in the first place.
In one of the PAC reports, they had recommended that planning authorities regularly review their past decisions to understand the real world outcomes, impact on communities and the quality of the completed development. So, Minister, what review has taken place, and if so, what actions will be taken from this?
The member may be aware we have a planning improvement process programme in place, which has been meeting on a regular basis since the actual publication and the PAC's report into planning. We are beginning to see improvements. And a number of the recommendations, for instance, better resourcing of planning, we have done that. In terms of validation checklists when a planning application is submitted through legislation, we have done that. My officials are currently out meeting with council's planners to discuss their experiences and our experiences of the planning process, and how we can learn from best practice from one council to another, and indeed in terms of even my own department. So there has been significant improvement in the planning process. A lot of work still to be done, but I think we're on the right trajectory.
Colin McGrath.
Given the conversations that there were about flooding, did the Minister pick up any tips about any speedy interventions that could be done? We're 1 year down the road from the flooding in Downpatrick with little to no evidence of any interventions that would help to prevent the flooding from reoccurring again, and local residents and businesses are exceptionally nervous. Was there anything from the meeting that could help those businesses and residents?
Well, one thing I did pick up, that speedy solutions to flooding is not a good idea. To put in defences or to rush on an issue is not a good idea, because you could be creating a more significant problem, not only for the people you wish to protect, but for other residents who live further downstream or near to the area. So speed, I'm sure that will be frustrating and understandably for business and residents around that, but we have to get the answers right in terms of putting in physical defences when it comes to flooding. I do note, however, that my officials were heavily engaged with businesses and residents in areas previously affected by flooding in the run-up to Storm Bert, and resilience groups were on standby in areas in South Down as well. They were ensuring that there was a supply of sandbags in place in case flooding occurred. And the measures taken thus far, and by my predecessors and others, prevented thousands of homes and businesses from being flooded at the weekend and during other flooding events. So yes, A lot more work to do, but a lot of work done in this area as well.
Donnelly.
Given that there are many renewable energy projects in the planning system and that our planning timelines are significantly longer than other UK nations and in the Irish Republic, how will the Minister work to accelerate renewable energy developments?
I'm currently finalising a policy which I hope to bring before the Executive before the end of this calendar year. I've worked closely with Executive colleagues, in particular the Economy Minister, in regards to that green energy policy and how planning deals with green energy policy. So I think once that policy is introduced, it will have a huge benefit to the green energy sector, but in balance with the rights and entitlements of citizens who live in the areas where structures may be constructed, because at times it is a contested issue. But I do believe that the work we have done with my Executive colleagues, and particularly the Minister of Economy, will play benefits.
That concludes questions on the statement. I have received notice from the Minister of Health that he wishes to make a statement. I call the Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to make a statement today in the publication of the Health and Social Care 3-year plan. When Professor Bengoa visited Northern Ireland in October, I was clear that I intended to publish a plan setting out my ambitions until the end of this mandate. The publication today of this strategic 3-year plan does exactly that. I want to recognise that our health and social care system continues to be under severe pressure, and with the onset of winter, the coming weeks and months will not be easy. But despite this challenging context, I believe it's important to rise above the day-to-day and embrace the opportunity for reform. We continue to face many interconnected challenges, which have been widely rehearsed, of course, not least during the Bengoa event in October. Our waiting lists are simply unacceptable, and we continue to experience high and persistent levels of health inequalities. I have been clear on many occasions that it's for everybody, including my department, the health and social care system, the executive and the wider public sector, to support people to stay well and to live healthy lives. That's because our population's health is to a large degree impacted by factors such as housing, education, employment, and the broader socio-economic environment. Of course, behaviours and health and social care interventions also play their part, but these issues need a robust cross-government approach. Before I go into the detail of the 3-year plan, I would like to acknowledge the fantastic effort and the commitment of our staff. They really are our health and social care service. Without the excellent care they provide on a daily basis, we would not have a service at all, nor could we bring about the changes we need to improve services for the benefit of all. That's why I've remained fully and absolutely committed to resolving the pay award for this year. Stabilisation is one of the key pillars of my 3-year plan, and central to that will be ensuring that staff are properly recognised and rewarded for the great work that they do. I shall retain a major focus on the recruitment and retention of our staff as well. I can also advise the Assembly that I'll be meeting with unions later today as part of the ongoing work to secure pay settlements for financial year 24-25. I go into those discussions committed to stabilisation, committed to getting a good deal over the line, and committed to fair and to equal pay, which I hope remains the policy position of the entire Executive. With progress on this important issue, I turn to the detail of the plan itself. The plan is structured around commitments in the 3 key areas of stabilisation, reform and delivery. With the incredibly challenging budget position, stabilisation is inevitably a strong immediate focus, not least in minimising the impacts of the £200 million plus of savings that have been delivered by trusts this year. As I have already mentioned, a critical plank of the stabilisation agenda will be to continue to deliver the pay awards that our health and social care staff deserve. And that extends to those staff working within the independent adult social care sector. My ambition in this regard is to make that sector a real living wage sector. I'm determined not to be found wanting in that regard, especially due to the importance it has on our impact to successfully recruit and retain sufficient levels of staff. Progress on the reform agenda continues. Despite the pandemic and the difficult budgetary environment, we've made tangible progress across multiple areas. There is, of course, much more to do, and the plan published today sets out my reform ambitions. It's important to be clear, reform is not a silver bullet that will solve everything. It is, however, what is needed to give our staff and the public hope that there's a bright future for our health and social care service. I'm determined to support people to live healthier lives and to tackle health inequalities. And that is why I intend to embed the Live Better initiative into our mainstream way of working, bring forward a new obesity strategic framework, implement the Northern Ireland provisions in the tobacco and vapes bill, and bring forward proposals for minimum unit pricing for alcohol. Subject to funding, I also intend to put in place a new lung screening programme and an expanded bowel screening programme. A lot has been said about the shift left, that is, to provide services closer to people's homes. And a number of measures in the three-year plan will support this shift. Firstly, by April of next year, I'll publish a plan for the completion of the multidisciplinary team model across all areas of Northern Ireland. Subject to additional funding being secured, we'll be much closer to that objective by April of 2027. By that point, phased implementation will be underway with anticipated investment of £19 million to expand the model to a further 5 new GP federation areas with a combined population of 670,000 patients. That will mean approximately 50% of the population will be covered, and that compares to around 30% today. And the rest will follow as a priority. Secondly, again subject to funding, I'm keen to invest a further £15 million in our community and GP pharmacy services, as well as an additional £17 million in our mental health services to support greater integration with the voluntary and community sectors. Thirdly, I am planning to implement new models for delivery of home or domiciliary care services, learning disability services, and children's social care services, as well as a regionally consistent contract for care home placements within this mandate, again as far as funding allows. Finally, I want to see reform of dental services progressing over the coming years. In terms of our hospital services, I've already launched a public consultation on a new network approach, and I look forward to seeing the outcome of that consultation next year. Good progress has been made on the implementation of the elective care framework with the rollout of elective care centres and rapid diagnostic centres. And whilst the day procedure centres and elective overnight stay centres have had a positive impact on waiting times, as a result of our wholly intolerable waiting time position, it's essential we drive through further improvements in productivity levels to maximise the numbers of patients being cared for. The Department has been driving forward targeted measures to ensure that trusts are delivering 100% of all commissioned sessions and that efficiency and productivity across the elective care centres is maximised. The most recent published statistical information as of the 30th of September 2024 for inpatient or day case treatment waiting lists across Northern, Southern and Western trusts shows there's been a 20% decrease in numbers waiting since the same month last year. That's 12,115 cases in real terms. Taking into account the data available for Belfast and the South Eastern Health Trust, this represents a decrease of 5.5% in the numbers waiting since the same month last year. But whilst there are some areas of improvement, I'm mindful that overall our waiting times position remains unacceptable. There are still far too many people waiting for far too long for outpatient assessment, for example. As I've already said, reform is necessary but not sufficient to address the many deep-seated issues impacting on our health and social care services. So in addition to significant additional funding, we need a relentless focus on performance and on productivity. And to that end, I've challenged the Health and Social Care Trusts to deliver 46,000 additional outpatient assessments and 11,000 additional treatments annually by 2027. Deputy Speaker, 1 in 2 of us will receive a cancer diagnosis within our lifetime. That's the harsh reality we face today. Cancer services currently cannot meet this level of need, and the cancer strategy clearly outlines the need to transform the way we deliver cancer services for people throughout our community. We must deliver new and innovative ways of preventing cancer, supporting early diagnosis, and delivering better care for cancer patients. Over the past 2 years, we've seen good progress on the delivery of a wide range of key cancer strategy actions. Key examples of progress to date include the development of services to provide genomic testing for cancer patients, investment in oncology and hematology implementation plan, and work to review patient pathways. We've also established minimum standards for adolescent and young adult cancer services. The Rapid Diagnostic Centre model will ensure quicker access to red flag services, and it will increase the survival chances of these patients. I've also commissioned strategic reviews on breast cancer and radiotherapy services in Northern Ireland. These reviews will inform how these services should be delivered in the future, allowing equity of access for all patients across the region. The actions identified in the next phase of cancer strategy implementation, which is for the period 2025 to 28, provide a real opportunity to deliver positive change and service outcomes that everybody expects and deserves. This, along with the actions emerging from the strategic service reviews, will provide the basis for cancer service transformation. I am confident this will provide a more sustainable approach for the future delivery of cancer services and ensure the early detection and treatment of cancer is at the core of our future response. The implementation of the Encompass programme should help to enable these improvements in productivity. I'm determined the health and social care system maximises the benefits that can be had from digital reform, and this will include making full use of the rich data that will be available to us. I also anticipate reform of both neurology and stroke services, the outcome of which will be subject to consultation and funding availability. There is also a need to reform pathology services, and I intend to have in place a single management structure for all pathology and blood transfusion services. I also intend to deliver a regional imaging academy to increase the supply of suitably trained clinicians. I will also continue with the very important implementation of the urgent and emergency care review. Similarly, I will also move ahead with strategic initiatives on quality and on safety. This will include bringing forward a consultation on replacing the current serious adverse incident process, and that will happen early in the new year. And today I'm pleased to be launching a new 14-week consultation, slightly extended to take account of the Christmas break, on a new Being Open framework and on the issue of duty of candour here in Northern Ireland. I'm determined to advance proposals for an organisational duty of candour, as well as considering proposals for an individual duty of candour in the coming months. Being open and honest is critical to safe and effective healthcare. We want to create a culture in which our health service feels safe, staff feel safe, supported and empowered to speak up when things go wrong, in the certainty their concerns will be listened to and acted upon. We want to create a culture where the public can have confidence that if mistakes are made, they will be informed quickly and accurately about what has happened. The Being Open framework seeks to put in place the necessary support and systems required to enable and nurture a truly open culture and help to prevent patient harm. Deputy Speaker, I would encourage the public to get involved and have their say. I believe the 3-year plan is both realistic and ambitious. Of course, the pace of progress will depend on future budget settlements and indeed on successful partnership working within the Executive. I believe that if we all work together, we can meaningfully improve population health, support people to live healthy lives, and provide the conditions for our health and social care system to thrive. Deputy Speaker, I commend the 3-year plan to this Assembly.
Minister, thank you for your statement. First question from Colin McGrath.
Speaker, a 3-year plan that is packed with statements such as opportunities to reform, I am committed to, there is more I can do, I will publish, I will review, I want to see, and all subject to funding that is yet to be allocated. Does the Minister agree that what we need is a concrete, tangible, fully funded, time-bound and full executive supported programme to make the changes that we need and to save our health service? And regrettably, this statement isn't it.
Well, I thank the spokesman for the opposition for his comment. He is clearly living in the ideal world. I am living in the practical world where we have a four-party mandatory coalition. I am doing what I can. In terms of definites, you'll have noticed me say that I've set a target of an additional 46,000 outpatient assessments and 11,000 treatments by 2027. So there is some concrete time-bound detail within that plan. Of course I would like more, I think everybody would like more, but this is the real world.
Minister, for this statement, and it is certainly very ambitious but very, very welcome. I think there's so much in it that we have been working on through the committee that I'm pleased that I feel the Minister is actually listening, so thank you for that. Minister, just I'm turning to the piece around cancer services, and I think we would all agree that improvements are much needed and much welcomed, and it would be remiss not to mention the formidable Jody Gormley, who sadly lost his life and his battle with cancer just last night. Minister, in terms of the cancer strategy, you have alluded to it in the statement. Can you indicate whether that is based on full funding of the strategy? And secondly, if possible, could you elaborate a wee bit more on the lung screening programme, as it's something that we have recently been speaking about at committee, and we had the event here in Stormont.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'll be joined in offering condolences to the friends of Julie Gormley, who, as you say, has tragically passed away in the last 24 hours. In terms of fully funding, this is one of the major challenges that we face. And you've heard me say before, in terms of the mental health strategy, we currently have about 1/8 of the money that we thought we would require to implement the action plan for this year. Red flag and critical is where we are. And where we are is to talk about sustainability, because the budget is not where we would like it to be. So I think, and I welcome the fact you think that this is an ambitious plan, but I think it is also a realistic plan. And in terms of working through some of that detail, I hope myself and officials can continue to work with the committee, because we are listening. And you do have that statutory ability to assist and advise me and the department in our work, and I hope we can continue to do that in delivering on this plan.
Alan Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement today in the House. Minister, you say in your statement that you have challenged the Health Trust to carry out an additional 11,000 treatments per year by 2027. Can you provide more detail to the House if this is cancer treatment that you refer to, or what area of healthcare are you referring to?
Sure.
Well, this is a broad ambition, I would say to the member, and the outworkings of that will still be developed. And what you will see in the coming weeks and months will be annual plans, detailed annual plans, and the first one should be published shortly after the budget for 2025 to 26 is agreed. If I may make a more general point, which I think I alluded to at question time yesterday, in terms of challenging the trust. We have commissioned elective or scheduled lists of surgery in our acute hospitals, and we are monitoring those, and I put the trusts on notice a few months ago that I wanted to see them make a really strenuous effort to achieve 100% delivery. And as of a couple of days ago, we have for the first time said to the trusts we are taking money back for elective lists that were not performed. And this, to my mind, is the vision of the future over the rest of this mandate. If the Department of Health is paying and commissioning services, those services either get delivered or we take the money back and we use it for some other service. Because a pound wasted in one area is a pound that could be devoted somewhere else, and not just within health. It could be devoted to tackling the social determinants of bad health in education and housing and all the rest.
Nina McAllister.
Thank the Minister for the statement and the questions so far. The Minister outlined, and we respect that there is a difficult budgetary environment, but we also recognise that per head spending with regards to health has risen faster than any other nations in the UK since 2003. So clearly something is going wrong because we are not having better outcomes. And the statement, unfortunately, many times to me reads full of contradictions. You say you want to implement greater lung screening, bowel screening, subject to funding, but then later on in the statement that you said that you wanted to move more towards preventative. So what is the priority? It costs us more to do nothing or stand still. It costs us more when we do not put the money into preventative. So if the Minister could outline what his priorities are that he can do at the minute to actually give that bit of hope of tackling health inequalities in the preventative measure.
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question and her comments, but actually I don't see a contradiction there. I think you do need to do both. You have to. My idea is that, you know, as I said, I think in my very first comment here, if you took a blank map of Northern Ireland and asked yourself, do you want to design a health and social care system? I think the answer would be yes, but then you get into judgment calls about whether it's about prevention or about it's about cure, and of course it has to be both, because no matter how good you are at prevention and early intervention, people are still going to get very sick, so you still need your acute hospitals, you still need your screening programs, the ones you referred to. My ambition, I think, is clear. It's that shift left. It's getting care away from acute hospitals and delivering health care ideally in the home, and if not in the home, as close to the home as possible. So that's investing more in GP surgeries, in community pharmacy, in community health initiatives like My Live Better initiative. That's always been my ambition. That's always been where I want to shift to. But that doesn't mean that we're going to be closing acute hospitals because we don't need them. I just hope that we would need them less and that people would stay healthier longer. And on health inequalities, I mean, you look at that difference between two women growing up maybe a mile apart in this city, one in the area of least deprivation and one in the area of most deprivation. And their healthy life expectancy varies by 14.2 years. So those are my ambitions. That's where I'm trying to get to.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I and my party welcome and support this timely plan. Our health and social care workforce will be critical towards delivery of many of the ambitions set out in today's plan, and I wish the Minister well in his discussions later with the trade unions. Does the Minister hope that moving forward it might be possible to avoid the constant uncertainty and destabilising effect that delays in honouring the annual pay awards inevitably contributes towards?
Sure.
Well, I thank the member for his question. I am meeting unions later today. We have had discussions previously about how I would hope to honour the National Pay Parity Awards. And it was made clear to me by the unions that my language, which included words like ambition, phrases like using best endeavours, wasn't acceptable. So when I meet them later today, my language, I hope, will be more pleasing, more agreeable to them, let me put it that way. In terms of the member's reference to future activity, it is my ambition, I'm going to go back to that word, it is my intent, rather, all things being equal, that when the pay bodies make their recommendations for pay for financial year 25-26, that I will accept them and begin the implementation of those awards with immediate effect.
Linda Dillon.
And thank you to the Minister for your answers so far. Minister, there is much in this statement that will be beneficial to all in our community, all genders, but I am a bit concerned that there is no specific mention around women's health care. We know that we lag way behind in terms of action in women's health care. So I would like maybe a wee bit more detail on that. And in terms of the single management then for the pathology services, is that a recommendation that came from the serious scandal that we had with 17,500 women in my area, the Southern Trust area, having to be recalled for smears? Will this give confidence to women going forward whenever they go for their smear? And I would encourage everybody to go for it. I want to be clear on that, that they will actually get the right results at the other end of that.
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the questions that she posed. I mean, is the single authority a product of that to an extent? Yes, it is. And it's very important, I think, as the member is alluding to, I think, that we restore confidence amongst women in the service and the service's ability to deliver. But you'll be aware that the screening has moved from cytology to HPA, which is, we believe, a much more robust way of assessment. But also having that kind of single authority, I think, sits with my idea that although we've got 5 geographic trusts regionally, that we're looking at them, certainly I am looking at them as one, and I'm looking for regional excellence, taking best practice wherever we find it and making it common practice, so that we have that kind of consistency and get away with a postcode lottery. In terms of women's health, the member is aware that we're bringing forward a women's action plan. So that's where the detail will be in terms of that. And I would hope that that action plan will eventually inform the creation of a women's health strategy. I know we're not doing one at the moment, but I think a strategy that doesn't have the funding to back it up, well, is it really worth anything if you can't deliver on that strategy? So we're starting with the action plan, but I would certainly support, in principle, the development of a strategy in future times.
Deborah Erskine.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statements. I have so many questions, it's hard to pick which one I'm going to ask, but I want to welcome, first of all, in relation to the lung screening, because I did sponsor an event along with colleagues here, and Cathy Brokensherber's really adequately put the need for lung screening here in Northern Ireland, so I'd be very keen to see the detail in relation to that. But in terms of dental reform, what do you actually mean in relation to that? Because we have a crisis at the minute in relation to the number of dentists that are moving from NHS to private. So is it looking at the funding models? Is it looking at their pay? Because in my area, we don't have a proper out-of-hours emergency dental service. So that all needs to be looked at. But I want to see detail in relation to what dental reform actually means.
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for bringing up the subject, because it is one that is raised with me on a daily basis, not least by members of this House on behalf of their constituents. You'll be aware that my predecessor, Robin Swan, put several £1 million into dental treatment, but we still have this problem of dentists who are deciding that they're going to just focus on private work, and therefore the issue is becoming very, very challenging and extremely difficult. So when I talk about reform, I mean, I don't want to scare the horses, but I think we might need to do something radical, because these dentists have a lot of power within their own grasp in terms of whether they do NHS work or whether they go for private work. And we can assume that the private work is very profitable and agreeable to them. So when I say reform, it's got to be something really fundamental that encourages that shift to reverse, so that there is more work and more dentists and more time being spent on NHS dental work. And so the detail of that remains to be worked out. I'm simply identifying it as a large challenge, but one that has to be tackled because so many people need it changed.
Tony Donnelly.
And thank the Minister for his statement. There's a lot to digest in this, and like the previous speaker, I had a lot of questions. The Minister will be aware that Northern Ireland recently recorded its highest ever number of people waiting for an appointment with a hospital consultant. As of the end of September, there were 506,612 people waiting to be seen. The statement mentions a decrease in waiting times, but the trajectory appears to be going in the opposite direction. How many of the people mentioned in this decrease within the statement have left the lists altogether in order to go private or for some other reason rather than being seen? And when will people in Northern Ireland who are on these waiting lists start to see a difference in terms of waiting times?
Minister.
Well, some of the waiting times have improved, and in terms of, you know, I emphasise again, overall the picture is not acceptable, and it needs a lot more work. But you know, when we talk about specific numbers, you know, the total number of people waiting for an appointment is X. That's not necessarily accurate, in that I could be on 3 different waiting lists. So disaggregating that might make a difference, but it might only be marginal. So I only mention it in passing. Some of the lists are getting better. the direction of travel we're going in with rapid diagnostic centres, with mega clinics, with the separating out elective and emergency care, these things are all going to help. But we still need to have that laser-like focus on efficiency and on productivity. And I'm very aware when I go to the trust, I'm asking them to do two things at once. Save me a lot of money, but also be a lot more efficient and productive. And what I hope in the next financial year is that the focus will be on being efficient and productive. And as I say, we're looking at the funding model and we're saying, you know, if we are doing the equivalent of ordering 10 items online and 7 arrive, we're only going to pay for 7. But currently, we're actually paying for 10. So that has to change. And that will help with the waiting lists.
Colin Crawford.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the publication of the Minister's plan today. How important does the Minister believe certainty and clarity on future funding levels will be for the delivery of today's commitments? And does he believe there is now greater recognition around the executive table compared to multi-year funding? The worst way to plan and deliver a health service is through short-term and constantly shifting in-year settlements.
Well, it's certainly been a remarkable year in terms of in-year shifts. I mean, we started the year voting against the budget because we anticipated the problems that were going to arise. And I certainly acknowledge that there have been 2 major investments in terms of June and October monitoring, but it still leaves us with a very challenging position for the rest of the financial year. And that is impacting on the speed at which we try and settle the outstanding pay parity issues. I think everybody around the executive table would very much welcome a multi-year budget, and I believe we're actually going to get there, not in the next financial year, but in financial year 2026-27. We are, of course, dependent on the UK government taking a kind of lead in that regard, but I'm feeling confident that that is what is going to happen. And with a multi-year, let's say a 3-year budget, a lot more is possible in terms of not just stabilisation, but also producing the reform that we need, bearing in mind that Professor Bengoa warned in October, if we don't reform, then by the year 2040, which isn't that far away, health will absorb the entire Northern Ireland block grant, and that, of course, is the opposite of sustainable.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement today. I just want to pick up on the point you made there around the anticipated reform of stroke services in particular, and the outcome of which will be subject to consultation. Minister, you'll be aware that there was a pre-consultation in 2017, public consultation in 2019, the action plan published in 2022 with key actions, and your predecessor said we don't need a strategy, we need an action plan, we know what needs to be delivered, and yet there is no real progress in terms of delivery. Can you please provide us with an update? Thank you.
Well, I thank the member for raising the point. It's an area of some frustration for me, and you've detailed the long and to some extent windy road that we've been on. I think we should be at the point where we are making ultimate decisions on the reform of where stroke services are delivered and which hospitals will become areas of specialism, and I'll certainly take that away. And if it can be done without consultation, I think it should be done, because I think speed is now the critical factor.
Mr McNulty.
Can I begin by paying my respects to my fellow Gael, Jody Gormley, and to his wife Deirdre and his daughters Anya and Niamh and son James. I think we are all blown away in recent weeks by his heroic bravery and strength demonstrated on the GA Social podcast with Thomas Niblock and Aisha McConville and Mash Naniv Goro-Shea. Minister, in terms of your statements, what would you say to a nurse who contacted me last night at 2:36 a.m. saying that presently she works 3 to 4 nights a week on a medical ward. A majority of those nights I can be working with 8+ agency staff. There's no continuity of care, and patients could be have 3 different nurses looking after them in a day, 21 different faces a week. Tablets can be left sitting in front of patients and they do not check to ensure that they have been taken. Patients who are mainly elderly and hard of hearing struggle to understand what is being said, leaving them unwilling to ask for assistance. Care assistants, again, mainly agency staff coming from England, but yet there are none being offered to trust staff or local agencies.
Mr. McNulty, could you resume your
jumping down nurses for having rings or nail polish on while they turn a blind eye to patients trying to...
Mr. McNulty,
patients
resume
on commode.
Minister, if you can recall some of that, go ahead with the answer.
Well, it was a very emotive start, and I would certainly join with the member again in expressing sympathy for the loss of Jodie Gormley. And I think when you think about the dignity of Sir Chris Hoy, who is now facing a terminal illness, it is remarkable how some of our sports people give an example to all of us to follow. In terms of your substantial point, don't imagine for 1 second that workforce isn't an extreme focus. We have shortage, although we've got more doctors and nurses than ever before, we have severe workforce challenges. But by and large, every day, when somebody has to go to hospital and stay as an inpatient, I would just like to assure the member they're well looked after. And I'm not sure that what was actually a rant advances anything.
Before we move on, I'm going to address Mr. McNulty. Mr. McNulty, what began with a fitting tribute and an appropriate question became something other than that, and I referred to it before, but I want to remind you, and this is an initial warning, the members should not allow their conduct to become disorderly at any time. Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, turning to your references to cancer, do you recognise that cancer patients can't wait and cancer certainly does not wait? So may I express some disappointment that this statement is full of aspirations but short on detail. In respect of cancer services, Minister, can you tell us what you mean by good progress, given the appalling waiting lists across Northern Ireland? And indeed, Minister, can you back up with clear, measured evidence in terms of the outcomes for cancer patients?
And I thank the member for his question. I think the most appropriate thing I can do is to take it away and give you the sort of detail that you're looking for, rather than try to recall it on the hoof. And I take the point that what you're quoting from the plan is a generalisation, and you want the specifics, and I accept that, and you have a right to request it.
Patrick Delargate.
Last and I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, I want to touch on the dental point which you've made. A number of dentists are in touch with us regularly, and I would stress that the fact that they're doing private work is actually about sustainability, because they're finding that the funding model actually does not sustain their dental practice. So in terms of the radical reform that you've mentioned, can you commit that to reviewing the funding model which will allow patients who are accessing NHS dentistry to actually access that in a timely and efficient manner?
Mr.
Yeah, I thank the member, and of course any review will look at the financing, and we're very aware of the pressures, not just in dentistry. You know, we used to worry about nurses or doctors maybe going off to Australia. Now we worry about them going to Athlone, because it's very difficult to compete with Sláinte Care if you're just talking about salaries. But I have to gently say to the member, you know, your party voted for the budget. The budget is a key factor in terms of how much money we're able to vote to dentistry, to GPs, to rolling out multidisciplinary teams, and all the rest.
And Dodds.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for this statement. I do believe that you're interested in improving services for our constituents, and I say that genuinely. I also do believe that you're interested in holding account the trusts, and I think that is really welcome and high time. But in those improving services, we've all been concerned about the performance of the cervical screening programme in the Southern Trust. But maybe you could inform the House, did the Belfast Screening Lab have its accreditation withdrawn last year after an unannounced inspection by UCAS, and relating to the years 2013 to 2023? And if this was an issue, why did the PHA give the centralised screening contract to the Belfast Trust?
Sir. Deputy Speaker, I can only say to the member I'm entirely unaware of what she is stating, but clearly it is something that, if true, is very serious, and I'll certainly take it away immediately after this session. I will be asking the appropriate questions.
Durkin. Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for his statement. It does contain some ambitious targets, and the Minister's told us of plans then to take money back from trusts who are unable to meet targets. But what analysis will there be, or is there, of why trusts aren't able to meet these targets? Staff shortages, for example, in border areas where retention and attraction of staff is more difficult. And how will the Minister ensure that this approach doesn't actually perpetuate these problems and widen the disparity that exists between some trusts and others that are struggling through no fault of their own?
Sure. Yep, I thank the member for his question. So there will be an analysis, because let us say there is an elective list that is scheduled for this afternoon. If, for reasons beyond the Trust's control, a key member of the workforce, the anaesthetist or the surgeon, is involved, for example, in a road traffic collision and is unable to attend, it would be unfair, I think, to penalise the Trust for that situation. But there are other situations where the Trust has some control. So, for example, they may have a week's notice that the anaesthetist, to use an example, will not be available next Tuesday. We would expect the Trust to take an action to try and make sure that that list went ahead and was completed. So I think we're going to take a very practical and reasonable approach to those things. Now, the broader workforce challenge, I have acknowledged to Mr McNulty, it's something that is a daily challenge for us. And while it's up to the trusts to manage those workforce challenges on a day-to-day basis, it is up to us as a department to be looking at a 5- and 10-year plan to anticipate what the needs are going to be and to make sure that the training places, the numbers are right, and that the universities and the other teaching areas have the facilities and the courses that we need to ensure we've got a workforce for the future and that we're future-proofing our workforce as much as we can.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome the publication of today's plan, and I'm pleased to hear about the, quote, significant progress that's being made on tackling waiting lists across more and more areas of our health service. Overall, however, the Minister is clear there's still much more to be done. Therefore, is he satisfied that trusts have a clear understanding that tackling challenges with productivity and activity levels will be monitored and tackled very robustly by his department?
Minister. I thank the member for the question. Yes, I am satisfied. Periodically, I would meet with the chairs of the geographic trusts. In fact, with the chairs of all the arm's length bodies, including the ambulance service. I don't think anybody within that group is unaware of the need for reform, and part of the measure of success of reform is increased efficiency and productivity.
I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and answers so far. And his statement commenced by referencing the pressures on our health system and the likely difficulty over the winter period, and that pressure will be particularly felt in our accident and emergency departments. Yet I only see a single sentence mention of the urgent and emergency care review. So when ambulances are parked outside A&E caring for a single patient, that is a staff ratio of 3 or maybe 4 people for one patient, as well as the ambulance vehicle.
Mr. Kingston.
And I just want to mention I've had experience of that with a family member. So what is the fundamental change that is required to increase capacity in our A&Es? Is it more physical space, more staff, more beds, to address that inefficiency and to increase capacity?
Thank you, Brian. Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Just in terms of the lack of detail in the plan with regard to winter preparedness, that's because there is a winter preparedness statement that has already been issued. In terms of the substantive issue, one of the things that we are trying to do is to provide alternative pathways to EDs. So, for example, there are ambulatory services in many of our acute hospitals. There are specific respiratory areas where people can be signposted without having to go through ED. The same for cardiac. So what we're trying to do is get to a point where a GP who currently will be making an assessment of a patient and referring them straight to ED might be able to refer them so that they don't have to go through ED and have a second assessment if that assessment isn't needed. So let's say the GP says you've got respiratory problems and there is a respiratory unit probably approximate to where the ED is in terms of its geography, and we'll refer them straight there, and that is how you take a bit of the pressure off ED, as well as, of course, trying to make people healthier and keep them healthier longer.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Minister will no doubt recognise my regular communication with his department on behalf of constituents who are languishing on waiting lists, and indeed I welcome his comments regarding waiting lists and the actions and initiatives that he's taken, but it's clear much more work needs to be done. Can the Minister advise the House how much funding the Executive has allocated his department for specific waiting list initiatives?
Minister.
None.
I call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement. I'd like to welcome the consultation on serious adverse incidents. My constituents would report to me that there are issues around the fact they don't feel heard and that it takes years for them to get any responses. Will this actually change as a result of this consultation exercise?
Minister.
I thank the member for bringing up a very important issue. Yes, the serious adverse incident process it's supposed to be a learning process. And it is far too slow and it is not fit for purpose, and that's why it is under review, and it will be reviewed within the broader context of the introduction of a duty of candour. And the House, we've had our debate about whether it should be organisational or organisational and individual, and if individual, should it also have criminal sanctions where people are not being open and candid. And what will also play into this will be the proposed Hillsborough law coming from the UK government, and they're promising that before the next anniversary of Hillsborough, so by April of next year, which is a very ambitious thing. So here are opportunities, as I see it. Here's an opportunity to be open, to have an open framework, which I'm about to publish for consultation. It's about looking at a duty of candour might be placed on all public servants, not just on the health service. And within that serious adverse incident, if something goes wrong, you and your family deserve to be told at pace what went wrong, why it went wrong, and what we're doing to try and ensure it never, ever happens again. And yesterday I met family who had lost a loved one in the Southern Trust to cancer, to cervical cancer. And it is a duty of mine, and it is, it's a privilege for those families to feel that they can share with me their experiences. But I can say to the member, I would like to get to a position where I never have to meet another family in that position.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you,
Minister, you said quite a lot about health inequalities in the last few days, which is obviously welcome. Like others, I'm very concerned about health inequalities in NHS dentistry. There's a class divide where quite often wealthier people can get access to dentistry, whereas working class people are literally left or out. You talk about reform of dental services. Will this include expansion of NHS dentistry?
I thank the member for his comments, and he will be aware the Live Better initiative, which will come on stream very soon, has two demonstration areas, one of which is in West Belfast. And I believe that the feedback, when we've gone in and spoken to people in the area about what services they want, have put dentistry on the list. So I think that's going to be important, because if we can get better results, if we can show empirically that the Live Better initiative going into West Belfast has delivered better outcomes in terms of dentistry, then that's the evidence we can use to try and roll it out further across Northern Ireland. But ultimately it comes back to, can we reform in a way that encourages dentists to do more work within the health service, within health and social care, rather than the trend at the moment, which is to use their time to offer private services.
That concludes questions to the statement. The next item of business is a debate on two motions to approve draft statutory rules, both of which relate to climate change. I'll ask the clerk to read the first motion and call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then be invited to commence the debate on both motions listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I'll put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion straight away, and if that's clear, I shall proceed. Clerk, could you please read the first motion?
That the draft Climate Change Carbon Budgets 2023 to 2037 Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Agricultural Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I just want to call the Minister to open the debate on this and the next motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to bring this motion forward today to the Assembly. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I thank you for agreeing this debate, which will cover the detail of both the Climate Change Carbon Budgets 2023 to 2037 Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 and the Climate Change 2040 Emissions Target Regulations Northern Ireland 2024. I seek the Assembly's approval for the two statutory rules. It is important, first of all, to set out that these regulations are being brought forward to deliver on the statutory requirements placed on my department by the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022. As you know, the Act sets a legal target for Northern Ireland to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, which is in keeping with similar net zero targets at UK and EU level, but which have also been legislated for in Scotland and in Wales and in Ireland. Section 23 of the Act requires my department to make regulations to set carbon budgets. A carbon budget provides a limit on the maximum amount of greenhouse gas emissions permitted within a 5-year period. Carbon budgets are a key mechanism for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions to put Northern Ireland on track towards meeting our 2030, 2040 and 2050 statutory targets in a planned and gradual way. The first three carbon budget periods are 2023 to 2027, 2028 to 2032 and 2033 to 2037. The carbon budget regulations should have been set by this Assembly in December last year. We have a legal duty to set carbon budgets and interim targets, and that has been the case since 2022. The legal deadline for making these regulations has been significantly passed. My department is in breach of the law, and we are already facing legal challenges on this. It is therefore vital that we take action now to move to have this legislation in place. Wasting our limited resources defending and missing a deadline serves no one's interests. As required by the Act, advice was sought from the UK Climate Change Committee, otherwise known as the CCC. The CCC published their advice in a report titled The Path to Net Zero Northern Ireland in March 2023. The SRs that I have laid in the Assembly, which are being debated today, are in line with the CCC recommendations. In summary, the carbon budget regulations will set the first carbon budget at an average annual reduction of 33%, set the second carbon budget at an average annual reduction of 48%, and set the third carbon budget at an average annual reduction of 62%. The 2040 emissions target regulations will set an emissions reduction target of 77% against the baseline. Turning to the 2030 target. The CCC recommended that emissions reduction target for 2030 should remain as a reduction of at least 48% against the baseline. This is the current target in the Act, and in line with the CCC advice, I am not proposing to amend this. In accordance with the requirements of the Act, I have laid a written ministerial statement yesterday setting out my reasons for retaining this target. Between June and October last year, my department ran a lengthy 16-week public consultation on the emissions reduction targets and the first three carbon budgets. This consultation received 235 written responses. There were over 700 people that attended the 21 consultation events, including 3 specifically aimed at young people. In the responses, there was consistently over 70% and up to 78% support for setting the targets and carbon budgets in line with the recommendations provided by the CCC. At the events, the consensus was similar to that of the consultation, with the majority saying that we should trust the science and follow the advice provided by the CCC. In terms of what's happening elsewhere, we need to set our targets and our carbon budgets to maintain pace with other nations. It is important to be clear that every one of our neighbouring nations on these islands has targets not only equal to, but are actually, in many cases, more ambitious than what I am proposing through this legislation. What we see from other governments now is the strengthening of the ambition and the increase of targets. Just last month, the UK Prime Minister announced an 81% emissions reduction target by 2035 for the whole of the UK. My counterparts in Wales have a 2050 net zero target similar to ours, but this year they put in place a pathway to decarbonise their public sector by 2030. We all know Scotland are changing their 2030 target, but it is important to provide context that their 2030 target matched what I am proposing today for Northern Ireland for 2040. What Scotland are doing is moving to a carbon budget approach, the same approach that I am proposing today. The Scottish Government have also been clear that they're still working towards their net zero for 2045, ahead of the rest of the UK. Members, there is no rolling back from other countries. Ireland, a country that has the same challenges that we do with regards to decarbonisation of our agriculture sector and the need for greater afforestation and peatland restoration, has a 2030 target to reduce emissions by 51%, a target higher than what we have. Over 139 countries worldwide are working towards a net zero target. That is over 90% of global GDP. We need to set carbon budgets and send a clear message that we're going to be doing our part as part of this global transformation, and Northern Ireland will not be left behind. We run the risk of not even being at the starting line for the race to reduce emissions if we miss out on taking advantage of the economic, societal and environmental opportunities available through net zero action. And that's why today is crucial. In the discussion around taking necessary climate action, much of the focus has been on costs. Members will have seen the detailed regulatory impact assessments conducted on these SRs. You will note that the CCC have advised that any estimated costs are not solely to the public purse. They would be delivered by investment from the private sector at UK level and socialised across the UK. For our first carbon budget period, our estimates are showing a net benefit. It is when we consider more expensive technologies for the third carbon budget that costs increase, but technology, as ever, is improving. These costs are coming down all the time. There is no requirement for us to implement engineered removals. Different and more affordable pathways to reduce emissions are open to us. Fundamentally, it is the cost involved in doing nothing that will put the most pressure on our public finances and the wider economy. We have recently seen across the UK and Europe the devastating consequences of climate change. As far as our economy is concerned, it is vital we work to improve infrastructure, connectivity, and allow our economy to evolve at the same pace as our neighbours. The estimates also do not include all the benefits of climate action, what we term carbon value. There are significant benefits for all the people here if we fully embrace the opportunities provided by green growth, not only through welcome investment in green energy, employment opportunities and the benefits of decarbonisation, but also through increased energy security. It is also clear that strong climate and environmental credentials are essential if we are to attract inward investment, maximise the economic opportunities and ensure that we can compete on an international scale, showcasing the best of Northern Ireland. We can address and improve our productivity problems, increase incomes and perhaps most importantly improve the health and well-being of our citizens, particularly the most vulnerable within our society. It is essential we take every opportunity to provide clarity to investors and to businesses, both here and internationally, that we have a stable and long-term commitment to decarbonisation, to ensure that as a region we do not miss out on this generational opportunity. In determining costs associated with delivering net zero, it is important to recognise that upfront costs represent investments in an improved society for future generations. We not only have a legal duty, but we have a moral duty to do so. We've seen the tragedies in other parts of the world caused by climate change. People who have lost both their livelihoods and their lives. I know in terms of this global challenge that we're just a small part, but let's not be the place that waits for others to step up. Let's not be the people who sit back when we see others suffering. I believe that we in Northern Ireland are better than that. We need to listen to the young people here and in every other country calling on political leaders to take action and lead by example. Just as important, however, we cannot allow our economy to fall behind. Across the world, governments are investing towards net zero. They're innovating, building skill sets within the workforce, expanding infrastructure. We cannot allow ourselves to stay on dial-up while other neighbours are working off fibre optic. As well as being the right thing to do, setting these targets on carbon budgets today is key to realise the many opportunities and benefits to all of society. All of the national and international research shows that decarbonisation can bring substantial economic and social co-benefits, particularly for the natural environment and public health. Reducing emissions results in improvements to people's lives as a result of improved water quality, cleaner air and better quality diets, and the benefits obtained from increased physical activity through the use of active travel, which can positively impact on the health and well-being outcomes for our citizens. Improving energy efficiency, as well as reducing carbon, reduces energy costs for hard-pressed families. Better quality housing also brings other health and well-being benefits, such as fewer respiratory problems and allergies. More active travel and the move to electric vehicles will reduce congestion, and it will benefit the whole population's health by improving air quality and reducing pollution. Fine particulate matter from burning of fossil fuels, such as coal or diesel, is among the most toxic type of air pollution, with the potential to cause asthma, cancer, heart disease and premature deaths. Look at the pressures on our health budgets. Ignore climate change, set aside our economy, and many of the investments involved to meet our carbon budgets make sense on health impacts alone. I know that many of you will be concerned about the impacts of taking climate action. Many, including myself, are concerned with the impacts of not taking climate action. Can I reassure you that for both these statutory rules that there has been a detailed regulatory impact assessment, a rural needs impact assessment, and a quality impact screening and a children's right impact assessment. The Act also requires my department to complete a financial, social and economic impact assessment. Each of these assessments undertaken show that there will be societal benefits from future policies that the departments develop and implement to reduce emissions. In addition, the Act requires all Northern Ireland departments to have regard to the Just Transition principle when deciding on their emissions reduction proposals and policies. So, before any policy or programme is implemented, just transition must be considered. The Just Transition principle in the Act seeks to ensure that the benefits of a greener economy are shared widely across all sectors. A just transition requires a whole-of-society approach to tackling climate change and its impacts, an approach that seeks to promote inclusion, to respect human rights, whilst promoting development and the creation of decent work and quality jobs. There is a level of protection and scrutiny on the implementation of these carbon budgets and targets that has never been here before. As Minister with responsibility for agriculture, the importance of just transition is key. I know that many people in the farming community have felt under siege, not least by the actions of the Westminster Government over recent weeks, and I will continue relentlessly to challenge those decisions by the Westminster Government. I hope that some will take solace from the unity that we have shown as an Assembly in standing together and showing support for them in the face of those decisions by the Chancellor. But our farming community should not fear these carbon budgets and the targets. The reality is that many farmers see at first hand the impact that climate change is having here already. They can see it in the increased severity and frequency of flooding, in the increased wildfires, and also in the increased cost of supplies. How farming has become more and more expensive. I want to reassure the agriculture community that my department understands these challenges, but I also recognise that we have to change to keep up with the transforming world and to protect our agricultural and rural communities. The Just Transition principle will be absolutely fundamentally key in ensuring fairness during the transition from a high emission to a low emission economy and to ensure that support is provided where needed. It is important that I clarify for all members that the carbon budgets and targets are set at a regional level. They do not specify what each sector has to achieve. How we choose to reach these targets is up to us. Some sectors are already overachieving, and that will allow time for other policies to be developed with stakeholders, tested, assessed for impact and delivered. In terms of clarity for business, we need to set targets and the accompanying carbon budgets now. It is important to create a clear signal to businesses and provide greater policy certainty to encourage much-needed investment. Investments that will create new opportunities for existing companies to expand and diversify into new markets, that will drive innovation, improve productivity and create new quality green jobs and economic resilience. Setting carbon budgets and an emissions reduction target for 2040 is an essential step towards mitigating climate change, protecting our well-being and fostering a thriving economy that works in harmony with our environment. I look forward to the debate and hope that members will support these proposed legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Robbie Butler to speak as Chair of the ERA Committee.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for what he has laid out this morning. And I am pleased to speak on behalf of the committee today on these very important draft regulations, which we know are to implement the main elements of the Climate Change Act 2022, which this Assembly agreed. And that they include a 2040 emissions target and the requirement to set a 5-year carbon budgets to cap emissions. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, Principal Deputy Speaker, that not every member of the committee was supportive of these draft SRs, particularly the targets within them, and I will go on to highlight some of those concerns shortly. The committee does understand that the carbon budgets will be set at a Northern Ireland level rather than a sectoral level, and wish to take this opportunity to remind the House that all departments are required under the Climate Change Act 2022 to ensure that a carbon budget is achieved, but that it will be the cumulative impact of reductions in emissions across each sector which will enable it to be met. The Climate Action Plan is to be the driver to help ensure that the first carbon budget is achieved, and it would, of course, have been more helpful for the committee to see the plan alongside the regulations. We know that the Committee on Climate Change provided advice to DAERA in March 2023 on what it considered to be appropriate emissions reduction targets for 2030 and 2040 on the basis of its path to a net zero for Northern Ireland. Those have been set out. The 48% emissions reduction is the 2030 target in the Act, already agreed, and a 77% emissions reduction by 2040 against the baseline is the proposed target in one of the draft SRs before us today. Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to assure the House that the Committee has been actively monitoring the Department's implementation of the elements of the Climate Change Act, and the Minister and the officials have indeed been diligent in keeping us informed of progress in that regard through substantial written and oral briefings. The working relationship has been positive, and we wish to continue that. However, I would like to state that the Committee on this occasion was asked to work to an extremely tight timescale. This has not been the Minister's way to date with us, and we hope that this was an outlier. And in future, if there are specific reasons why matters of this importance require such a turnaround, that we would be provided with better notice and detailed rationale. And I know that, as Chair, I've been burning the midnight oil in reading through and getting up to date to ensure that this gets the scrutiny that it deserves, and I'm sure that every member of the committee can attest to that. But as the Minister is aware, this committee takes its scrutiny role seriously, and I would not wish to make it appear that we have rushed any part of this scrutiny, when in reality what we're doing is trying to assist the Department with a tight turnaround on a very, very important matter. The committee has been particularly interested in scrutinising the progress towards the establishment of the Just Transition Commission, and we believe that getting the just transition right is the key to ensuring that during the transition to a net zero society, that no one is left behind or disproportionately affected. In fact, on a recent visit to Caffrey Loughry College, we focused our meeting on hearing from a range of rural networks and support groups, and heard time and time again of the concerns of rural communities and that their needs will not be considered sufficiently in the sectoral plans. Principal Deputy Speaker, on the 2nd of May, the committee started their consideration of these policy matters when they had notification of the publication of the outcomes of the consultation on Northern Ireland's 2030 and 2040 emission reductions targets and the first 3 carbon budgets. Then at our meeting on the 28th of November, the committee then considered the SL1s for both sets of draft regulations, agenda item 9. We had a detailed briefing from officials and heard that bringing forward these regulations was a statutory duty, that both SRs would be led before the Assembly under the draft affirmative resolution procedure, and as the SRs are cross-cutting, executive approval was secured on the 21st of November. DAERA intends to make the Climate Change Carbon Budgets 2023 to 37 regulations Northern Ireland 24 under powers conferred to it by Section 23 of the Act. The first carbon budget is to be set at a level that has a 33% average annual reduction in emissions against the baseline. The second, a 48% average annual reduction against the baseline, and the third, a 62% average annual reduction against the same baseline. We then also heard that DAERA intends to make the Climate Change 2040 Emissions Target Regulations 24 to set a 2040 emissions reduction target of 77% under powers conferred on it by Section 5.2 of the same Act. Principal Deputy Speaker, they then followed a robust question and answer session with officials as members recognised the tight timescale and had a number of concerns that they wished to see explored. And there was not a consensus. There was a range of views expressed around the committee table. I expressed as Chair my concerns that Northern Ireland was well down the league table of moving towards net zero, and that I would not wish to see that continue, and we would like to see the targets to be progressed. Some other members expressed concerns that the carbon budget emissions targets were too ambitious, and likewise the proposed 2040 target, and that there were too many moving parts needed to fall into place if the targets are to be met. For example, significant investment is needed and the budget is not there, and the input from the private sector has not been pinned down. The officials, however, reminded members that a lot of money is now being spent from the baseline, and the aim is to spend that baseline with the better focus in the blocks of time for achieving those carbon budget targets. Others were keen to see the regulations proceed at pace, as Northern Ireland is already behind in this regard. Although it was accepted that some sectors will move faster than others, and that consideration was needed for the potential that some sectors may offset other slower moving sectors. Committee members were generally concerned about the particular challenges for those in rural communities, and the committee wanted to ensure that the department take that into consideration when developing policy and mitigation. A just transition for rural areas is vital and the responsibility of all departments. Officials said that they were planning for benefits as we strive towards these targets, and highlighted that new green jobs and technologies are being created in countries that are pushing ahead with these changes. And I know the Minister has alluded to that in his speech today, and perhaps in the wine could maybe point to where some of those are likely to be and maybe have been identified for Northern Ireland. Officials said that they were planning for benefits and we strive towards these targets. And then they pointed out concerns that the officials described that the good interdepartmental working and what this looks like in practice to ensure sectoral plans are moving in the right direction. To that, they added the Strategic Oversight Group meets regularly, and there is sectoral leads working group and a climate change team now in every department. Principal Deputy Speaker, the outcome of the SL1 consideration was that the committee noted that the draft SR would be debated in the Chamber, and were content that my speech would reflect the various views and issues raised. I hope I have managed to do this, but I'm sure that individual members today will be happy to add to the issues in their own speeches. At our meeting on the 5th of December, the committee then considered the draft SRs as led in the Business Office. The committee agreed the minutes of the 28th of November, which highlighted the range of views expressed the week before. As I was on business in Scotland with another committee on the 5th of December, I was not able to be present at the meeting where the committee considered the draft SRs as led. I want to thank the Deputy Chair for chairing that meeting, and I also wish to thank my committee colleagues for undertaking the scrutiny of these draft SRs to the timescales needed, hence why I've needed to burn the midnight oil since then, Principal Deputy Speaker. The committee noted the Chair's statement, and the Deputy Chair then put the following questions to the committee. Question 1, does the committee support the draft SRs going to the Chamber for debate next week? That the House will have its say and make the decisions, and does the committee support the content of these draft SRs? The vote was 4-2, 4 ayes and 2 noes. Therefore, the majority of the committee members present supported the draft SRs being debated today and supported the content of these draft SRs. That ends my comments as Chair. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you would indulge me, I'll make some comments as the Agriculture and Environment and Rural Affairs spokesperson for the Ulster Unionist Party and on a personal behalf. And as someone who is absolutely passionate, loves and cares for the very fabric of Northern Ireland, I and the Ulster Unionist Party recognise that the decisions we make today will shape and determine the environmental legacy that we leave for future generations. The Draft Climate Change Carbon Budget Regulations 24 and the Draft Climate Change Emission Regulations 24 set out what are ambitious targets that demand not only the commitment of all sectors and all of society, but also for the Ulster Unionist Party, they require, and in particular, the leadership of our departmental and statutory bodies. It has been said that leadership is not about being in charge, it is about taking care of those in your charge. Our departments must embody this principle, leading by example to demonstrate that achieving these targets is not only possible, but it's vital. Departments must prioritise sustainable practice in their own operations. Departmental and statutory bodies can inspire confidence and collaboration across all sectors if they lead the way and do not fail. Madam Deputy Speaker, I must acknowledge the understandable nervousness within the agricultural community. Farmers are being asked to implement significant changes at a time of immense economic pressure. Many feel caught between conflicting demands. The imperative to adopt greener practices and the harsh reality of financial survival. And as has often been said, farmers want to be green, but they can't be green if they're in the red. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not enough to ask farmers and industries to bear the weight of change without offering clarity and certainty in return. The reality of a just transition must be more than a principle. It must be a plan. We must clearly articulate how this phase will provide the financial support, technical guidance and practical solutions needed to empower those on the front lines of this transformation. Farmers in particular need assurances that their sacrifices will be met with tangible support, not vague commitments. Delivering on this promise is the key to maintaining their trust and ensuring their continued participation in the collective effort to meet our climate goals. Failure to do so will risk alienating the very people whose cooperation we require most urgently. That is why it is crucial to ensure that climate policies are accompanied by robust support mechanisms. And indeed, Article 1 of the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland recognises this already by setting a reduced target for methane emissions of around 46%, not the 100% of other greenhouse gases, which acknowledges the unique challenges faced by our agri-food sector. This demonstrates within our own legislation a pragmatic understanding of the vital role that agriculture plays in our economy and food security. But it must go further. Farmers must have access to tools, funding and knowledge if they are to transition into sustainable practice without jeopardising their livelihoods. Added to this is the external pressures emanating from trade agreements such as the EU-Mercosur deal. This deal, which would open the door to lower food standards and increase deforestation in South America, threatens the viability of farms not only in Northern Ireland but across these very islands. It's a stark reminder of the broader context in which we operate. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is unacceptable that decisions made elsewhere, particularly under the auspices of the Northern Ireland Protocol, continue to deepen our democratic deficit. The message we sent must be clear. Our farmers and the high standards that they uphold must come before trade-offs and which is going to exacerbate global climate failures and diminish food quality. We cannot allow deforestation in the Amazon to undermine the commitments made under these draft regulations. But nor can we ask our farmers to compete on an unlevel playing field, where imported goods are produced at the expense of global biodiversity and carbon reductions. Let us remember that the challenges before us are significant, but so too are our responsibilities. We owe it to our farmers, our rural communities, our children, that our environment is protected, and we need to ensure that the transition to net zero, which is achievable, is also rooted in common sense. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I am going to speak relatively briefly about today's regulations. Our representative on the ERA Committee, Patsy McGlone, is unwell today, so isn't able to be in the chamber. So I sent him, we sent him our wishes. The SDLP broadly welcomes the regulations that are being laid by the ERA Minister today. It is important to say a couple of contextual things. First of all, Northern Ireland has been a frankly shameful laggard when it comes to climate action for far too long. At the very last minute, in the dying embers of the previous Assembly mandate, we did agree a Climate Change Act which, for the first time, put in place binding targets in terms of tackling the climate emergency and reducing emissions and reaching net zero. We are also the last jurisdiction on these islands to have such targets placed into law. What matters now is that those targets are backed up with meaningful action that can deliver on them. So first of all, we needed the regulations which are being laid today, but we also need, after this, meaningful climate action plans, and I acknowledge and understand that is going to have to get through the Northern Ireland Executive. These questions, these trade-offs, are not easy, but climate change isn't easy either. We are already living with the consequences of climate change. We saw it this weekend. We saw it with the devastating impacts of Storm Dara, and bear in mind that on this island, some of the impacts of climate change are in one sense less dramatic for us than they are for other parts of the world, where people face loss of life, loss of home, and the most profound shift in how they will be obliged to live. On this island, we will face significant disruption, and we do need to manage climate change. We also need, as the previous speaker said, to ensure that those who are impacted by how we shift our economy and how we deliver on those climate change obligations are protected through a just transition, particularly for agriculture, but also helped and guided to deliver on their emissions targets and obligations where they are in industry. Those aren't easy questions. They're not easy for any jurisdiction in the world. They're certainly not easy for a jurisdiction which is addicted to collapse and dysfunction. It calls to all of us to be serious about our jobs as legislators, to confront in many ways the most profound challenge that any democracy is facing this century. But it behoves all of us to be serious about our obligations and serious about the targets, which is why we welcome the fact that these regulations are being laid today. So, as I said, retaining the 2030 emissions reduction target of at least 48% below baseline and setting a 2040 target of 77% demonstrates a welcome commitment to tackling the climate emergency. These are essential steps, and they align Northern Ireland with a trajectory to net zero by 2050 as outlined in the Climate Change Act. However, as I said, these steps are necessary but not sufficient. They will be, in a sense, meaningless without urgent action to deliver on them and to make them real. As I said, the stark reality is that the impacts of climate change are already here. We cannot afford complacency. The recent storms and the devastating floods that we've seen disrupted livelihoods, damaged infrastructure, and illustrated in stark detail the vulnerability of our communities. We've seen it in towns and cities across this island and in this region. That is climate change, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. What happened last year in my hometown of Downpatrick, that's climate change. That's the climate changing and affecting how we live, how we do business, and how we go about our everyday lives. This isn't an abstract preoccupation for lefties or progressive. This is a real, meaningful challenge that is going to affect all of us and how we live our lives. So, as I said quite rightly, climate action cannot and must not be confined to one department. It is, in many ways, the ultimate cross-cutting issue, and the targets and the regulations are only going to be delivered with meaningful cross-departmental action. And where we will be robust with the ERA Minister in bringing forward proposals on climate action, and yes, in the broader questions of biodiversity and environmental protection, and calling for the most robust and urgent action, and we have been robust with him at times in this chamber. We will also support him when he shows ambition and when others are less likely to show ambition. Climate change demands decisive, cohesive action across the executive. As I said, while these regulations are crucial, the question remains what comes next, and is the executive capable of delivering on it? We need a planning system that enables the rapid and large-scale rollout of renewable energy projects. We need an economic model that places sustainability at the heart of our prosperity, acknowledging that a thriving economy is intrinsically linked to a stable climate. And, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in our debate later on this afternoon when we talk about the protocol, I will talk about the opportunities, which do include the opportunities to use our dual market access and our position in relation to both markets and both decarbonisation agendas being driven from London and Brussels to our economic advantage, and that's something I'll talk a little bit about more then. Unfortunately, like a lot of the executive work, like a lot of the work of the executive thus far, good intentions have not translated into action. We welcome the targets being set out today, but ultimately we will judge the executive on the action that follows up. It is, however, as I said, a welcome step to see these regulations laid before us today. It's also important to acknowledge that those regulations are a year late, which goes back to the structural dysfunction we have in this place, the fact that things like climate action end up being subject to the whims of our political dysfunction. And as I said, we also have to recognise that several key provisions of the Climate Change Act, passed here with great aplomb in 2022, remain undelivered. Provisions like the establishment of a climate commissioner, so it would be helpful in the Minister's summing up for him to talk a little bit about those outstanding actions. This role, the climate commissioner's role, is vital to ensuring accountability and driving progress. Let us not delay on this work. We need to get real, and we need to all be serious about making these targets a reality. And that includes reassuring and engaging with all those sectors that are going to have to feel the brunt of some of these changes, but also who can benefit from how we adjust the way we work our economy. And that does include our agri-food sector, who deliver huge economic benefits for this region and want to be part of this agenda. But we do need to be clear about the targets and how we intend to deliver on them. So, as I said, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the urgency of climate action, which is in many ways the ultimate question facing us for the remainder of this century, demands meaningful action. It demands practical action, and it demands us as legislators to be serious about our responsibilities. So to that end, we welcome the regulations being laid before the Assembly today, but we hope they are followed up with more detail in terms of a climate action plan and more practical action driven by the Executive with honesty and clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call Nicola Brogan.
As Sinn Féin spokesperson on environment and climate, I'm happy to speak here in support of both these motions this afternoon. Last month, the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change report revealed that people in every country on earth are now facing record-breaking threats to health and well-being from the rapidly changing climate. This is why the Climate Change Act is one of the most important bills that we've ever passed here. The research found that last year people were exposed to 50 more days of health-threatening temperatures than would be expected without climate change, and it found that extreme drought affected 48% of the global land area, and that 151 million more people were now experiencing food insecurity. The blame for this was laid squarely at the feet of global governments, who it states are fuelling the fire with persistent investment in fossil fuels, all-time high energy-related greenhouse gas emissions, and years of delays in adopting renewable and net zero technologies and practices. The Climate Change Act was our line in the sand and a commitment to no longer fuel that fire. The carbon budgets and interim targets that are before us today are crucial parts of that Act. They are ambitious but achievable and will keep us on track to meet our net zero goals, while also ensuring that we have the time and space to build in just transition safeguards to protect people, incomes and industries. Nobody will be left behind, and I commend and support these motions to the House.
Thank you, Nicola. I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And in rising to speak in this debate today, I want to make it clear that we will not be supporting the draft regulations going forward today. And I did hear the member of the opposition speak about the storm at the weekend, and he was tying that in with climate change. Isn't it strange today that no matter what happens, that it's all down to climate change? If we have a hot summer, that there's no rain or very little rain, it's because of climate change. If we have a summer where there's quite a bit of rain, it's down to climate change. If we have a windstorm, it's all down to climate change. I remember as a boy, and we had much worse storms than we had at the weekend. We had summer after summer where there was great weather and very little rain. We also had summers where there was quite a bit of rain, but it wasn't down to climate change. It was exactly what was taking place at that particular time, and therefore I find it strange that no matter what happens today, it's all put down to climate change. But I will set out why we are not in a position to support these regulations today. The DUP, we do support the United Kingdom's long-term net zero ambitions and will advocate for policy and initiatives that are environmentally responsible and support decarbonisation. And we do appreciate that there is a role for ambitious and flexible emission targets in driving forward progress, but we are extremely concerned that recent legislation, including that in Northern Ireland, has been rushed. It is poorly drafted and it conflicts with the independent scientific advice by the Climate Change Committee. There is no question that more sustainable policies in areas like energy, housing and transport can bring benefits for the standards of living enjoyed by people in Northern Ireland and help to tackle deprivation and isolation. However, many of our citizens today, they perceive that the climate action is a means to higher taxes, increased costs for basic goods and services, and a residual threat to jobs and livelihoods, particularly within the farming communities. And I think for those of us that are close to the farming communities and we speak to them, we hear the concerns that they have about these targets that are being brought forward and about the implications that's going to have for their businesses. This comes at a time when our families are facing the highest tax burden since the Second World War. And Minister, there must be a fair transition, which is inclusive of all communities, households and industries, and addresses the looming threat of further costs threatened by changes to emissions trading schemes and the impact of EU carbon border adjustment carbon mechanisms on trade between GB and Northern Ireland. There is a risk that unfair and unworkable environmental targets levied on local farm businesses may lead to conditions and reduction in livestock numbers that usher in a reliance on foreign, cheaper produce, farmed under conditions and to a standard that we would never accept in the UK. And if we're not careful, folk, that's the road that we're going down if we press on with the stringent targets that is before the House today. Section 1 of the Climate Change Act requires Northern Ireland departments to ensure that the net Northern Ireland emissions accounts for the year 2050 is at least 100% lower than the baseline. And Minister, you will have heard the concerns raised by many respondents with regards to this issue. Some of them proposed target budgets is unrealistic and not sustainable. The impact that this is going to have on our citizens and our economy. And what about the impact on Northern Ireland's significant agri-food sector and rural communities, the potential for a detrimental impact on UK food security, including through the reduction of livestock numbers, the potential for social inequalities, the absence of a budgetary breakdown by the sector, the operational constraints of the planning system, which is a real hindrance to the farming community. And I'm sure that most Assembly members, if not all around this chamber, has placed that issue on your desk. Yet there's very little seems to be done or very little movement on it on this particular issue. In the recent race paper, December 24, brought forward by this House, it says that the general assessment across all devolved administrations is that the transition to net zero will be several billion pounds. In its 6th carbon budget, the Climate Change Committee estimated extra investment rising to around 1.3 billion annually from 2030 will be needed in Northern Ireland to meet our 2050 emissions targets in their balanced pathway scenario. The total net cost to Northern Ireland of the Climate Change Act net zero by 2050 target is estimated at £13.5 billion. Minister and members of this House today, are you prepared to cripple our people with such a financial burden simply to meet such stringent targets within the climate change?
I'll respond to many of the points the members made, but will the member acknowledge that the Minister who moved this legislation at first reading, second reading and also at final reading in this House was a DUP Minister? And would you have a bit more respect to your own colleague who moved this legislation in the first place?
Yeah, but the Minister that is bringing forward the stringent targets and has refused to step back from that is you. And we did bring this before this House before, and we asked you to step back from the stringent targets that were being brought forward, and you refused to do so. So therefore, the targets are being brought forward by you as Minister of the Department. And Minister, in light of what we've already said, it is time to press the pause button on this particular issue. We in the Democratic Unionist Party believe there is an urgent need to inject a sense of realism into Northern Ireland's climate ambitions. There would be no shame in you, the Minister, and parties in this Assembly reflecting honestly about the implications of the current targets enshrined in the Climate Change Act. Indeed, it would be a sign of maturity at this time when public services are being pressed from pillar to post by insufficient resources and a lack of reform, for all in this House to consider changing course. We are deeply concerned that the SRs have been rushed and did not afford the committee proper time to scrutinise what was being proposed. And there are concerns, given the manner in which the department approached the tabling of these regulations, that the process could be subject to future judicial review. Therefore, we do urge the Minister to reflect on this and to consider opting not to move these regulations in the House today. The headline commitments in both these carbon budgets and the 2040 emissions target are highly aspirational and entirely devoid of a concrete assessment of the policies and proposals which would need to be advanced by departments and what the cost to the departments would be. Therefore, there is a real risk that you, Minister, are putting the cart before the horse by pressing ahead with these regulations in absence of agreement on what represents a fair and sustainable transition for businesses, for consumers and for departments, especially at a time when we need to transform and reform frontline services for the benefits of all. Section 23 of the Climate Change Act also requires DERA to consult with the Just Transition Committee and the Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner in respect of proposed carbon budgets, both of which are required to be established under the Act. Yet the Department has indicated that once established, there will be an engagement with these bodies on relevant issues, including future carbon budgets. Surely this will be too late. The damage will be done in terms of these aspirational comments and the impact that they will have on public spending. And this engagement should be taking place prior to these regulations being brought before the House today. Is this House then content to bury their head in the sand with regards to these exorbitant costs, or face the stark facts and pause these regulations to allow sufficient time for proper scrutiny and engagement with the relevant bodies? We don't believe that these targets can be met within the time frame that is set before us. It will be detrimental to businesses, to the farming community. It will have huge financial crippling consequences. And therefore we are asking this House to give serious consideration to what is before it today and to vote against these regulations. Thank you.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. At the outset, I want to make clear on behalf of Alliance that I support these two crucial regulations being discussed in the Chamber. The first regulation will establish the initial 3 carbon budgets for Northern Ireland, guiding our carbon emissions strategy through to 2037. The second regulation being discussed will set a definitive emissions target of 77% by 2040 as laid out under the Climate Change Act 2022. Both of these regulations, Principal Deputy Speaker, provide us with frameworks that are essential for setting the groundwork for our long-term climate initiatives and ensuring also that we meet our environmental obligations in a structured and in a measurable way. All works thus far, it should be pointed out, and the Minister and other speakers have referred to this before, has been done in cooperation with the UK Climate Change Committee. The passing of these two regulations would represent a critical advancement in our overall climate strategy. It would serve as a testament to our commitment to confronting the pressing challenges that climate change brings all of us here. It is important to recognise today, Principal Deputy Speaker, that today marks the final session of the Assembly until 2025. By then it will have been 3 years since we unanimously, as an Assembly, passed the Climate Change Act brought by the previous DUP Minister. If it wasn't for that party's subsequent boycott of the Assembly, I believe we would have made significant strides in implementing these vital regulations previously. I am thankful, however, that we now have a Minister in place who is thoroughly dedicated to promoting our environmental agenda. And that is important because we simply cannot afford to continue to fall further behind. Nevertheless, Principal Deputy Speaker, I must voice my disappointment that certain members of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, of which I am a member, seem to have expressed their intention not to support these regulations. It's utterly baffling. The measures before us are a direct consequence of the Act brought by their own Minister just 3 years ago and passed unanimously by this House, including the members who now seem to be distancing themselves from it. This is like living in a parallel universe, not just in perception, but also in reality. It is most disheartening to witness the lack of backing for initiatives that are fundamentally important for achieving our climate objectives and safeguarding the future of our communities and international communities. While these regulations may well be ambitious in scope and their implementation may incur cost, we must also recognise that we are lagging seriously behind numerous other countries and regions that are taking decisive action to combat climate change. Moreover, the financial implications of not implementing these regulations would be substantially more burdensome in the long run for all of the people that we represent. Meeting the goals established by the Climate Change Act is not just an aspiration, it is a necessary commitment we have made in this chamber. Today, Principal Deputy Speaker, we are presented with an opportunity to fulfil some of those promises that we made. We have a moral obligation to do so. We also have a legal obligation to do so, as the Minister made clear earlier. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to reiterate what I conveyed in the Assembly just last week. We need actions, not words. I urge all members to take a moment to reflect on their position as our shared responsibility, both locally and globally, to address the catastrophic impacts of climate change is becoming more urgent by the day. It is simply insufficient to continue postponing these critical issues for future consideration. We must join forces and work collaboratively to reach these ambitious targets and ensure Northern Ireland actively contributes to the global fight against climate change. The time for small actions is past. We need to take significant steps forward towards a sustainable future. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. John, I call Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I hadn't intended to speak on the debate, but I just wanted to highlight, particularly from someone who is of a younger generation growing up, attuned to the issue of climate change, knowing that yes, whilst we did have some of the issues that were more man-made in terms of the effect on our local communities and the effect that they had more on those from more working class areas, that actually the issue of climate change is one that affects us all right across the region, whether we live in Northern Ireland, the UK or anywhere on the globe, and it's an issue that we cannot escape from. And some of the risks, if we do not deal with it, will continue for all of generations, both my children and their children, if we don't grasp the reality of it today. I think we need to get out of this issue of burying our head in the sand with dealing with the mitigations around the carbon budgets, because that's something that my colleague and the Minister has already agreed to ensure that where mitigations can be made, they should be made. But it is incumbent upon every sector across Northern Ireland to get on board to actually maximise the potential to ensure that we deal with the issue of climate change. If we don't, we just add to the risks across our community. We add to risks to our habitats, risks to the changing of our soil diversity and climatic conditions, the risks to our natural carbon stores, the risks to agriculture and forestry productivity, risks to agriculture from pests, to forestry from pests, to freshwater species and habitats from changing, to marine species, to our infrastructure networks, and the list goes on. These aren't just lists that are unique here to us in Northern Ireland, rather across the global scale, but it's incumbent upon us in the society that we live in, where we do have the methods in a democratic society to deal with climate change, that we do so in order to play our part in this global fight against climate
change and take action that we need. When the Stormont Assembly was down, I stood with many young people across Northern Ireland who were protesting then, before and after about climate change, and made a promise and commitment to them in my role, if elected to the Assembly, that I would do everything that I can to ensure that we tackle this issue. And it is incumbent upon every single one of us today that by actually supporting and voting for these regulations, that we're making that commitment full here today. So I am proud to support my colleague in bringing forward these regulations and ensuring that we can actually make a step progress in implementing the changes that we need here in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the previous member for West Tyrone referred to his recollection of weather as a child. Whilst somewhat interesting, I think it shouldn't be taken as serious policy direction. It's not just about having bad weather here or there, but repeatedly and on record, most of the hottest summers have occurred in the last 15 or so years. So there's a pattern here, and that should form policy in what ministers and executive do. And the pattern is hotter planet, hotter, more dangerous weather as well. The North's per capita emissions are also higher than other places, such as the UK, and emissions here are falling at a slower rate than the UK average. There's been a 23.2% reduction in the North compared to a UK average of 48%, and I would emphasise that the Minister and the Executive need to get on with the job and not actually speed up the job, because the danger is not just the recent storm on this shore, but Valencia in the summer. We saw people die, homes destroyed, communities ravaged and wrecked by the climate and the planet heating up. That's what our future will look like, and worse.
What happened in terms of those lives lost is a real concern for me, and it's why I'm here moving these regulations. But does anyone also have agreed with me? There's lives being lost beyond the places we know, the places we go on holiday to. And we have the duty to our citizens across this globe to tackle climate change, because people are losing their homes, they're losing their islands, and not only just their livelihoods, but it's going way beyond that. And we have a responsibility to stand up here in Northern Ireland, show leadership.
The Minister for his intervention, and I agree. I mean, obviously we've seen also tens of millions of climate refugees across the world. Whilst we will be impacted in Ireland, in England and elsewhere, it's mostly the global south. I think places like Bangladesh will be like submerged underwater. So we've got an interest in not being selfish, look at other people across the world and make policies that will help them and benefit them, as well as people who live in this part of the world. But I think the North is not to kind of maybe challenge the Minister somewhat here. The North is not pulling its weight to tackle climate breakdown in the UK, and in an Irish context, we're consuming far too much and far more than our fair share of resources in the global context as well. And you have to say, in the context of all the discussion in the last few days about traffic and real traffic problems, I mean, most of the backdrop is people should spend, buy, and repeat that cycle of consumerism on a day and daily basis. The North is a climate laggard, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to reducing emissions, and as a society we need to stay well below the 1.5 degrees target in the Paris Agreement as a bare minimum. But it's highly likely that the North is close to exceeding that carbon budget if we haven't surpassed it already. We urgently need to transition to a zero carbon society as quickly as possible. There is no space in that society for fossil fuel infrastructure or exploitation, and this is where we challenge the Minister. An obvious point which shouldn't need to be said but has to be said: his department is apparently heading the Supreme Court to assert its right to plough ahead with a destructive gas caverns project at Larne Lough. It's a waste of time, it's a waste of resources, and an utter doublespeak, Minister, from you on this point. The Northern Ireland Climate Change Act expresses the target is at least a 77% reduction by 2040, as others have stated. More can and must be done. Minimum targets shouldn't be interpreted as maximums. The 2040 target should be treated as a goal, but as a but as a minimum reduction with clear intent and concrete plans to go beyond 77%. In reality, we probably need to be looking at net zero by 2030. Business as usual won't cut it when life itself on this planet is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on the Minister to wind on the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'll respond to a number of the points made in the debate, and hopefully I'll cover them all. Some of you have raised the queries as why I have moved and made the allegation too quickly to set the targets in the 2040 target, but I have followed each step of the process. The carbon budgets and the interim 2030 and 2040 targets have been publicly consulted upon. They have been to the committee, and they've been to the executive, and also they've been to the examiner statutory rules. I think everyone here today can rightly say that they have expressed their opinion and have had their say. The carbon budget regulations should have been set by this Assembly in December of last year, and yet another example of the consequences of stop-go government. We have a legal duty to set the carbon budgets, and that's been the case since 2022. By not setting these SRs, my department is in breach of the law, and any further delay only adds to the staff resourcing and the legal costs of defending a missed deadline. It is hard to stand over that continued diversion of public sector budget and resource when our public sector and departmental budgets are under so much pressure, and we have the solution in front of us here today. I've also heard the concerns around scrutiny. I can remind members that the CCC published their advice to Northern Ireland in March 2023. That was 21 months ago. It was when we didn't have an assembly. In the absence of this assembly, my department undertook a public consultation for over 4 months on the CCC's recommended figures. They provided illustrations of what these targets might mean so that people understood what decarbonisation means for each sector. They also, and for those who responded, they supported each of the pathways by consistently over 70%. With some of the pathways, such as waste and recycling and improving energy efficiency of housing and buildings, that support was over 80%. In May, the department published 2 detailed reports analysing and presenting the findings from the consultation. Since I came into office, I have, in response to repeated questions from members, provided updates on my progress with delivering the statutory requirements of the Act. I have been clear, and it's no surprise to anyone, that I will be taking advice from the CCC, just as my counterparts in the UK and Scotland and Wales have done. So no one should be surprised about today. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
The CCTV gave clear guidance to our committee on a number of occasions and said that it was seriously damaging to reach net zero by 2050. CCTV gave advice to the Climate Change Committee on a number of occasions to the committee and they weren't listened to. Would the Minister accept that in relation to Northern Ireland, our contribution to global warming is 0.04%, a 25th of 1%? Do we damage all our agricultural industries to import from regions that are creating global warming?
So I'm aware of what the advice of the CCC have given, and they're very clear in terms of there will be a further statement coming out with them tomorrow about the urgency and the need to transition towards decarbonisation. And if we go down this road of, sure, Northern Ireland are quite small, sure, we'll pass out from this. It's a complete abdication of leadership. This Assembly voted unanimously at third reading for this legislation. And I am doing this for a moral responsibility, not just to future generations in Northern Ireland, but for people who, across the world, who are facing the consequences of climate change, but also out of a desire to grasp the opportunities. And it was very clear when I was at the British Irish Council last week that everywhere else is getting with this. And we face a real possibility that we lose that race. And what does that mean? We lose the opportunity for jobs for our people in Northern Ireland, good green jobs. And I think some of the contributions here today are a real disservice to agriculture. I know farmers across Northern Ireland who know about the impacts of climate change because they're dealing with it there and daily. And they're getting with the interventions to give them resilience to go to the future so they can have confidence in terms of their business. So I come to this in a very positive aspect in terms of where we can go. And I'm very grateful for the fact that I got agreement at the Executive to bring us to the Assembly. And hopefully today we'll be able to pass this and be able to move on, because I do get people's concerns around the impact of carbon budgets they may have on public finances. And I get that. And I know that the ERA Committee sought advice from RAISE around this. So people have asked questions around that. But people need to also understand it in terms of the benefits of us making these investments. For example, investing in public transport may also have benefits for us in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. But guess what? It means that people will be able to travel quicker and easier around Northern Ireland, and the congestion won't be as much. It also improve air quality. And be aware, in terms of just transition, the issue of air quality affects often the most socially deprived people in Northern Ireland. And I don't think it's right that we should ask people to be able to endure that. So there is difficult decisions. Maybe it's something that's different for me, that I'm prepared to actually come to this Assembly and take difficult decisions and face up to it, but I'm also prepared to look at this in a positive fashion, because the targets are there. There's a legal obligation for us to be able to take them forward, and the next step around this is in terms of bringing forward the first climate action plan. And Matthew O'Toole mentioned that, and Robbie also mentioned that as well, the preference to have the climate action plan alongside the carbon budgets. The issue is that you need to do the budgets before you do the climate action plan, and hopefully soon after I get agreement around this, we can go to consultation on that, and I can share with you all the detailed facts within that action plan and where we're going. I can also reassure you all that any financial impacts will be dependent on normal budgetary decision making. We have a process in place to ensure value for money is key, and a consideration of any policy, programme or project is considered as part of that. Some of the costs of the CAP will already be part of our existing programmes and budgets, as I've outlined, for example in relation to public transport and work that we're already doing. Some of the costs going forward are on things that are already planned in. We would have developed policies, for example, to reduce fuel poverty, to improve infrastructure, to strengthen our economy, also to deal with issues around our health budget. This all comes together as one joint collective action in terms of climate change, and I think it's absolutely key that we recognise this as investment. Investment in our public services, investment in our communities, investment in better air quality and reduced pollution, improved water quality and better public transport. With less cars on the road, that will also tackle congestion. Investment in warmer and more comfortable homes, buildings that cost less to run, investment in greater energy security, in shopping local and improving our biodiversity. We have all in this place expressed our concerns around Lough Neagh and reducing our emissions, and this is another strand to the action we take around climate change. It's about investing in improving the health outcomes for people that are currently living in cold and damp houses, who travel to work through congested and polluted traffic, who do not have the resilience many of us have here to deal with fluctuating fuel and energy costs. Setting these carbon budgets and the 2040 target is about investing in our economic future, sending the message to local and international businesses that investors that we have stable and long-term commitment to decarbonisation, that we are forward-facing and ready to embrace new technologies and new employment opportunities. In all of the discussion around cost, let's remember that the UK impact assessment on reaching net zero shows a £2.66 billion net present value benefit for reaching net zero. This is about putting this in context. Fundamentally, and this is a key point, doing nothing will cost us more. Carbon budgets and interim targets simply provide the trajectory to ensuring the action we take is gradual and fair. They mitigate against having to take more radical action over shorter periods, which will result in significantly higher costs of mitigation and adaptation and risk of us losing out on economic and employment opportunities. In the absence of carbon budgets, all departments here still are going to have to meet the legislative targets in the Act. We're already bound also by the requirements of the UK's 2008 Act. These two SRs I'm asking you to affirm today are to give us the pathway. This is not about push and pause. This is about moving towards this pathway and allowing us to start this journey so we can do it gradually and bring people, communities and sectors with us in a fair and just manner. Now is not time to reduce the pace. Folks, we haven't even started the marathon yet. We're at the start line and some people are saying, I want to go back to the hotel. We need to get onto this road, we need to be able to do it, and we need to give people hope in Northern Ireland that we're confident in terms of our future. I've also heard concerns around the level of our targets. I'll remind members that the figures for carbon budgets that I've brought before the Assembly are reflected in terms of advice received from the CCC. Some of you have raised concerns about the net zero trajectory on. The target was set over 2 years ago by this Assembly, but can I remind you the CCC in their advice have never said, they've never said that Northern Ireland could not meet net zero. Indeed, their most recent updated advice from 2023 confirms that we can meet our targets and provided us with a range of pathways to do so. And that's where we bring through the climate action plans. In this role as Minister, I have had some of you tell me that the legislation is flawed, that the targets in the Act are too hard. Yet when I attended New York Climate Week, our legislation was the envy of others. The strength of social justice that runs right through it, the safety net of impact assessments required, the focus on just transition, and the systems approach of focusing on nature-based solutions, on embedding biodiversity, soil and air quality targets alongside climate action. Let me be clear, I will not be changing the Act to remove our net zero target. I am convinced on the swathes of science and evidence and case studies that show the benefits and opportunities that will be created as we reduce our emissions and achieve net zero, and I do not want Northern Ireland to miss out. The impacts of climate change are clearly no longer confined to academic reports and research papers. As members have said, we can see its impacts, the instability it causes, and the huge financial and economic pressures it brings. I am not saying it will be easy. I know a marathon's hard. I've done 11 of them, but it's far from impossible. I have faith in this place, I have faith in the people of Northern Ireland, and I believe we can do this. We have a strong history of innovation and problem solving. In my own department, there is globally cutting-edge work on decarbonisation within the agriculture sector. Do give farmers credit for the work that is being done. That sector is leading by example, and I'm very, very proud of it. I know that my executive colleagues across lead sector departments have policies and programmes in place that are working and also working to develop future policies. Policies will not only reduce carbon, but will insulate homes, bring down people's bills, will give us greater energy security, and with EVs will reduce air pollution. We have globally leading science and technology, and we have the chance to embrace future industries that will attract green investment and have real economic benefits. Yes.
Given way, and I've waited quite a while in terms of... Are you going to, well, the point that I'd like to get to, because you've referenced this a number of times, that the CCC had set the targets a number of months ago, and I'm sure the committee will agree with me, that's absolutely a given point. But our job is to scrutinise the department's work and the department's decisions, and then what you bring forward, Minister. So I don't want to preempt it too much, but are you going to give the committee clarity today and confidence that when you do bring these changes and the ambition and the plan forward, that we will have time, reasonable time, rather than the way the SL1s and SR was brought forward in this instance?
No problem, Robbie, and I'm happy for that intervention, and I will address your points. I think the key fundamental here is that there's a judicial review against my department for not setting the carbon budgets. And that weighs on me, and that's why it's very important we do this. And I'm very grateful for the fact that the Business Committee were able to table this today for debate. And going forward, hopefully that we will not be subject to these judicial reviews as a result of our statutory obligations arising, and we'll be able to have that time for engagement. So I think that's an important... Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Minister, for that. Did the Minister just, was there any dissension within the Executive in regard to tabling this? It's been through with the Executive approval.
So this matter was brought to Executive and I received Executive approval around that. The member will be aware that there is confidentiality in terms of Executive business, and I hope the members today will be able to support the SRs in front of us. Moving towards dealing with some of the queries, and in conclusion, every day I meet business people, people from rural communities, those in the energy sector, in farming, in food production, in transport, also in recycling. Many of these people are leading the way. They are already taking action, empowering and educating their communities. They look at our changing world, and they want to play their part. Many of them have committed and are already taking part in that journey towards net zero. But they are looking for clarity. They're looking for this Assembly to set the ambition and for the framework to deliver on climate and environmental action. And we owe it to the future of people here and to all our young people to step up and play our part and start delivering for Northern Ireland. And I will address, hopefully I've addressed your points there around that, and think it's I've addressed your issues around the climate action plan, and we'll bring that along once hopefully we get the budgets set. In terms of the green jobs, PwC recently released some research around that. I'll send it through to you, but that gives you an understanding where that growth is coming about and the sectors that are around that. So, yeah.
For giving way on this, because I think this is a really important point. When we met with the rural support groups in particular, if there is any financial impact in and around the farming and agri sector, the just transition is going to need to kick in. The just transition can only be created if we travel this route. But in terms of those green jobs in particular, will they be fairly fed out in terms of an equitable distribution to ensure that those that live in rural areas avail of those opportunities?
So the member's moving ahead of themselves, so we'll get hopefully the carbon budgets agreed today, but one of the next steps is about bringing forward and getting executive agreement and then announcing the green growth strategy, and that's something that is a cross-executive strategy, and that is about those good green jobs, and we'll be able to give a bit more detail about that in time ahead. I would say that I was at the British Irish Council last Friday, and I was updating the UK Prime Minister, the Taoiseach and other leaders of the different nations involved administrations as part of the British Isles and Ireland around our plan for this green growth strategy, and I made a very strong case that beyond that, once we get that agreed, we should be looking towards a Green New Deal. This is about something that myself as Minister, I'm very keen to work with my executive colleagues and being able to continue on this trajectory towards green growth and about delivering those good green jobs. So a lot of good work underway of making the pitch for us in Northern Ireland, and I will continue to do that. And I think the Just Transition is absolutely key, and when that Just Transition Commission is established, that will be absolutely fundamental in terms of being able to give that guidance and that scrutiny role that is there. That is one of the other aspects that we've fallen because of the lack of an assembly in terms of being able to progress. Some of the other contributions have referenced about the impact of trade deals. The next debate in terms of the democratic consent motion may perhaps elucidate that. I thought it's quite one of the perceived benefits of Brexit has been trade deals that the UK has done with other parts of the world, and they're not to the benefit of Northern Ireland as far as I'm concerned, and particularly for farmers. And to see an announcement during the Balmoral show this year when the UK government were announcing some of their trade deals was bizarre. In terms of the contributions from Matthew, he echoed my concerns around stop-go government and the impacts that this is having upon so many aspects, including in terms of what we're doing here in relation to setting the budgets. You did mention the issue of the Climate Commissioner. That is something that's been taken forward by the Executive Office, and I know they're progressing in relation to that. Tom Buchanan did raise a number of things. I'll not engage in the climate change denial that he did. It's a reality. We see it. And I think we do well to follow science and evidence around this. A mention was made in terms of the threat to jobs and livelihoods. The threats to jobs and livelihoods is if we don't take action to address climate change, and today we're given an opportunity to the Assembly to be able to move forward in this. People in Northern Ireland, especially farmers, need leadership, and I'm given that in spades. They do not need to be people who are in denial about issues, and I'm very much not in denial. I'm very realistic around this. And most importantly, and as I outlined in terms of the British Irish Council, the Prime Minister of the UK outlined very clearly to the British Irish Council that net zero and climate change is for real, and it has devastating consequences if we don't act. It's the single biggest opportunity in our time. It's a global race. Many are getting in the race. We have advantages, particularly in relation to our skills within the UK, but we should not just be in the race, we should be looking to win it. And the just transition does require an active government, and that's what I'm doing here today. The Taoiseach, Simon Harris, also outlined at the British Irish Council that climate change is a scientific reality. And this is not just about growing our economy, but also about raising living standards in a just way. And the First Minister of Scotland also outlined the need to give policy certainty and the importance we don't leave anyone behind. I don't seek to leave anyone behind. I seek to give leadership on this issue, and I seek to follow in terms of the leadership that many other people are given. Many businesses in Northern Ireland are getting with the road towards net zero and decarbonisation. Many have signed up to the Business and Communities Climate Action Pledge. Companies like ABP, Almac, Belfast Harbour, Danske Bank, NSERC, Galgorm, Graham, Henry Group, Hughes Insurance, NI Water, TransLink, Wrightbus. Let's join this path, let's show leadership, and let's move towards net zero.
Here, here.
Thank you for that. The question is that the draft Climate Change Carbon Budgets 2023 to 2037 Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. I think the ayes have it. Okay. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order. So the question is that the draft Climate Change Carbon Budgets 2023 to 2037 Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. No. Stop. 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 Right, fair enough. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Order. The tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Kate Nicholl and Andrew McMurray. Tellers for the noes are Tom Buchanan and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Order. Will members please resume their seats? Okay. Clerk, could you please read the results?
77 members voted, 56 members voted aye, 21 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Move on fasten the doors. Okay, we will now move on to the second motion, which has already been debated. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the draft Climate Change 2040 Emissions Target Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is that the draft Climate Change 2040 Emissions Target Regulations NI 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes? No. Okay. Okay. So I've been advised that all party whips are content that in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(a) brackets (b), there's agreement that we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight into division. So do we have tellers? Please. Thank you. Order, members. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed are as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Danny Donnelly and Andrew McMurray. Tellers for the noes are Tom Buchanan and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. secure the doors. Order, members. Will members please resume their seats? Thank you. Clerk, please read the results.
75 members voted, 54 members voted aye, 21 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Could members just take their ease? Oh, sorry, unfasten the doors. Keep forgetting that bit. Could members take their ease before questions at 2 o'clock? Thank you. Keep forgetting that.
Okay, members, order. The sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call Timothy Gaston.
One.
Sir.
In advance of the planning application in 2017, Translink undertook extensive community engagements in both Sandy Row and Grosvenor Road areas. Much of the feedback received was incorporated into the design for the new station, such as ensuring easy access to Sandy Row from the station once the project is complete, retaining pedestrian access from Sandy Row to the city centre via the existing Europa bus station, and significantly extending public rail works up Sandy Row. I am also aware that Translink has been continually engaging with local community, including businesses in the area, throughout the design and construction of the new station. This has included regular engagement with the local retailers forum, face-to-face engagement with the businesses in Sandy Row in July 2023, and a presentation of the works was given to elected and community representatives in the area in February 2024. An update covering the Durham Street road closure was provided at a local community meeting in April 2024, and a letter drop was sent to residents, community groups and businesses on the 8th of October 2024, providing full details of the road closures and associated activity. Feedback from this more recent community engagement highlighted that one of the benefits identified from the temporary closure of Durham Street would be the reduction in through traffic on Sandy Row, which had become an increasing issue for residents in the area. I appreciate that there may be some impact on retailers in the area, and as a result of this, Translink has reached out to the Linen Quarter Business Improvement District and other agencies to see if there is an opportunity to work with local retailers to assist them during this transition phase while the works are completed. Once completed, Saltwater Square will be a new public space in the city and one of the major points of the new station. It's envisaged to be used in a similar way to Customs House Square, where it can be used for public art, entertainment and leisure activities. It will also be a lively, busy place, providing opportunities for visitors, local residents and commuters.
Minister, yesterday I asked you how many planning condition breaches your department has been guilty of in relation to the closure and later the demolition of the Boyne Bridge, and you said none. In response to 3 written questions last month, you told me that you were in the process of discharging a number of planned conditions related to the Belfast Transport Hub that were originally put in place to protect the unionist businesses in Sandy Row. Minister, what sort of messaging does it give to others where rules and regulations come as an afterthought in your department?
The member needs to understand the distinct legal entity that is Translink. My department, as I stated yesterday, is not in breach of any planning conditions in relation to this planning application. My department is working its way through a number of planning matters in relation to Translink's programme of work in and around the Great Central Station and other matters, but the member would do well to understand the legal entity that is Translink.
Deborah Erskine.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, yesterday we talked about the traffic chaos in Belfast. The Minister answered my question in relation to the Strategic Oversight Group. It's not meeting daily, it's meeting weekly now. It doesn't include the Chamber or the business community. And yesterday there was a work from home messaging from his department, and then you've been publicly embarrassed in relation to bringing forward your meetings with the businesses. So why has engagement not taken place urgently in relation to the traffic chaos that is going on in Belfast before now? We all knew the traffic chaos was going to come. Why is it taking until now?
Those who claim to have the interests of Belfast at heart would do well not to be broadcasting constantly. There's traffic chaos in Belfast. There is traffic congestion in Belfast. Last Thursday night was particularly difficult as a result of a traffic accidents on the M1 and M2, the weather conditions and failure of traffic lights at the Armour Road. So if people in this room have genuinely the interests of Belfast at heart, then let's have a sensible, informed conversation about what's going on in Belfast and ensuring that those people who want to travel to Belfast to enjoy the sights and sounds of the festive season feel confident in doing so. I never said yesterday the strategic group was meeting daily. I said it had been meeting daily. And why is the business groups not represented on it? It's not the right forum for the business groups, but I've already given instructions to the group to improve their communications with the business groups, because the business groups are key stakeholders in this regard. And in regards to me being embarrassed in overturning a decision, I wasn't aware until I heard on the radio this morning that I wouldn't be meeting the Chamber of Commerce until January. I am not involved in putting meetings into my diary. I agree to meet groups, and quite rightly my private office organises those meetings. The meeting date was agreed between my private office and the business group. Agreed. So when I became aware they had concerns, I brought the meeting forward, and I'm happy to do so. I have a very, very good working relationship with the Belfast Chamber of Commerce and other commercial groups across the north.
Matthew Toole.
Minister, first of all, you may want to speak to your private office if you have no say in what goes into your diary. Secondly, I just want to gently push back. Mr Gaston talked about unionist businesses in Sandy Row. People from all over the community have used the shops in Sandy Row, and I hope that's the case in the future. We need to be careful about that kind of language. But Minister, can I just ask you briefly? You said yesterday you wanted people out of their cars into public transport. We can all agree with that. In order to do that, particularly in the south of this city, we need rider phase 2. When are we going to get an update on that? You promised it would be in the coming weeks. We haven't heard anything yet.
Sure.
I've often heard the Leader of Opposition talk about being constructive opposition. So what is constructive about misrepresenting what I've just said? I said I agreed to meet with the group. What date that goes into the diary is organised between my private office and the organisation in which I am meeting. And as I emphasise the term, the date was agreed. When I became aware that the business group had concerns, I quite rightly asked my private office to contact them again and see if we could bring the meeting forward. We have done that. When will Belfast Transport or BRT2 be in place? When I'm in a position to make an announcement. I hope it is before the end of this calendar year. If it's not before the end of this calendar year, it'll be immediately after the end of this calendar year, and we will progress that as well, and that will provide more public transport infrastructure for the city and for those who wish to travel into the city and across the city.
John Stewart.
Mr. Given the impact that these roadworks, etc., are having on local businesses in the area, have you engaged with your colleagues in both the Finance Office and the Economy Ministry just to see what support could be opened up for the businesses who are impacted during this period?
Minister.
I understand that the Department for Communities is bringing forward a specific programme of work for Sandy Row, and fair play for them for doing so. I am aware that the business organisations in the city regularly meet with my executive colleagues to discuss issues. And again, I emphasise the point. One of the reasons why Belfast is so busy with traffic is because Belfast is doing particularly well commercially as well. Like all businesses, they're still recovering from the COVID-19 impact. This season is particularly important to them. I will work businesses in that manner. But again, I say to members in this chamber, if you're sending out a message that there's chaos in Belfast, what message does that send to people who are wanting to come into the city to enjoy the sights and sounds of the city? I and my department have set out alternatives to commuters coming into the city, and I would encourage others to encourage commuters to see and plan how they travel into the city.
Question 2. We don't have the member in his place today, so I move to call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question 3.
The proposed pedestrian and cycle bridge forms part of the Newton Orange to Bangor Greenway. Planning approval for the project, including the bridge, was granted in September 2022. Orange and North Down Council are leading on the delivery of this project, and I am pleased that my department has been able to provide 50% of capital funding required to bring it forward. We know that greenways contribute positively to local communities and can bring many health and economic benefits, and I look forward to seeing that happening here. More generally, with respect to active travel, members may be aware that I recently launched a public consultation on a draft active travel delivery plan for the North. This plan sets out how my department will prioritise and deliver high-quality active travel infrastructure, particularly for shorter everyday journeys. I would encourage everyone to engage with the consultation to help shape our priorities for the delivery of pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, improvements within our villages, towns and cities now and into the future.
Nick Matheson.
Thank the Minister for the response and the update on the wider Greenways investment, and welcome the investment in Greenways in the Ards and North Down Council area. The Minister may be aware that the residents who live directly on the site where this footbridge is due to be constructed have expressed serious concerns about that aspect of the project. They have also raised a range of wider concerns around road safety in the laneway they reside on, speed limits and proposed alternative crossing options for access to the Greenway. But they have been disappointed by the lack of engagement with DFI officials on their request to meet. Given the range of concerns that they have highlighted and raised and the constructive proposals they would like to bring to your officials, would you be able to facilitate a meeting between your officials and this group of concerned residents?
Minister.
The member will be aware that this project received planning permission in September 2022. It has gone through the local council. All the issues in relation to concerns by residents in that regard would have been raised and dealt with through the planning process. So my understanding is that Ards and North Down Council are now moving ahead with this project. It is regrettable that there are, I don't know all the circumstances, often there's quite understandable concerns about changes in neighbourhoods and changes to the environment around citizens. But the planning process has to take all into account, then come to a decision. The decision has been made by Ards and North Down Council to proceed with this project.
Michael Brogan.
Can the Minister outline what his department is doing to improve active travel?
As mentioned earlier, I recently launched the active travel consultation document, and I would encourage members and others to make themselves familiar with that document and respond in due course. It is a document which sets out the department's vision for what active travel will look like in the future. We've given a number of examples and locations as to where we would like to see active travel projects go ahead, but I think it's important that local communities, local elected representatives feed into that consultation and make this as an inclusive document as possible.
Justin McNulty.
Can the Minister give us an update on the new Newry to Carlingford Greenway, which is under construction? I know that right now there's a new boardwalk being constructed adjacent to the Victoria Lock, and that project is going to be transformative for Omeath, for Warren Point, for the Mourns, for Cooley, and together with Narrow Water Bridge project, of course paid by the Irish Government, it's going to be transformative for the whole region.
Minister.
The question doesn't relate to the original question, but the member has given us a very comprehensive update of the project.
Andy Allen. Andy Allen indicating for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his update on active travel. Minister, can you advise what you're doing to ensure the voices of the disabled community is at the forefront of active travel, and in particular schemes such as bus stop borders, etc., where they cause an impact upon the disabled community, are being addressed, like the example on the Dublin Road?
Sure. The member raises a very relevant and important point about the inclusivity of active travel moving forward. We are working very closely with IMTAC in that, and I believe Dermot Davlin was also present and gave an address at the launch of the document recently. So yes, we're engaging closely with the disabled community around this. They're important stakeholders in this discussion on how we plan forward, and I would encourage anyone with the views on this to respond to the consultation.
Call Mark Durkin.
My department's policy for the provision of street lighting in rural areas is detailed in Policy and Procedures Guide E072. The policy has been in place since 1993, uses two main criteria when considering the provision of street lighting in rural areas. These relate to the density of the development along a road or where lighting is likely to help at sites that have a significant history of nighttime collisions. There needs to be at least 10 dwellings located within a continuous 200-metre road length to qualify for the installation of street lighting. In applying this rule, dwellings must front the road which is considered for lighting. At present, the section of the Bruncana Road near Carsh Quinn does not meet the criteria under this department policy.
As the Minister is aware, Carsh Quinn is on or off the Buncrana Road. Can the Minister provide us with an update on the long-awaited and long-overdue dualling of the A2 Buncrana Road which the delays now aren't just causing problems with traffic in the area, but more and more potential road safety interventions along the route have been put off and put off because the dualling has been imminent for nearly 50 years.
Sure.
The future on the delivery of that project rests with the local transport plan, and we hope to be in a position to launch a consultation on the Derry-Strabane District Council transport plan early next summer. I believe the date is set for that, and that will then fit into how we move strategic traffic in and around that area, how we deal with the traffic in terms of the increasing numbers of students, etc., in relation to the McGee campus, etc. So it's an important document, and I have no doubt the member will be responding to it in due course.
Michelle.
Minister, can I ask how your department considers the impact of street lighting on safety for women and girls?
Sure. It is safety in general is one of the factors taken into account when the provision of street lighting. But I do, and I am aware of the launch of the policy in relation to ending violence against women and girls. And there's a number of areas in my department where I think we do have to have a rethink as to what services we provide and how we provide those services. And I believe the street lighting policy will fall under that as well.
Well, Claire Sutton.
Speaker, question number 5.
Sorry, question 5? I met with Minister Nesbitt and Minister Muir on the 9th of September to discuss the cross-departmental working group on community transport, which I established in my previous time as Minister. We collectively agreed that the group will look to consider whether transport in the community can provide a more cost-effective, value-for-money service delivery model to meet the needs of users, and to investigate the potential for community transport providers to be part of a collaborative group of transport options and pathways that can be accessed by the population. My officials are currently preparing a new transport strategy and a new suite of transport plans that will set the framework for transport policy and investment decisions up until 2035. The suite of transport plans will not consider changes to community transport operations, so these matters are being considered separately by the department at a regional level and will be integrated into the plans as appropriate. While health and social care transport is the responsibility for the Department of Health, the transport plans will consider access, including by public transport, to the main health and social care facilities.
Sugden for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your response. And I'm pleased to hear that you are working with other departments in relation to trying to coordinate an approach around transport. And can I encourage you to particularly look at this and how it impacts in rural areas? You know, to get from Corrigan to Castle Rock on a public transport bus could take up to an hour, whereas if you were using a car, it would take 10 minutes. However, if community transport would take them to the bus stop, then there's ways that we can do this better. Any more conversations that we could have in relation to medical transport, because I know a lot of people are paying privately for that, and it's quite significant in cost.
Sure.
Well, I'm happy for my department to engage in any conversations as to how we assist the public, whether it's accessing healthcare or other matters, particularly in rural communities. Many rural communities have been left behind for far too long when it comes to the provision of public transport. And I think as part of even the review I'm carrying out in terms of community transport, we'll have to look at how we deliver that transport in a different way to ensure that there's equal access to service for rural communities.
Shamma Holland.
Yeah, thank you. Question 5, please.
Sure. 6.
Yes, question 6. Sorry, it was question 5 yesterday. Apologies.
In order to address the safety issues on the Glenchest Road, I have allocated $275,000 to manage the damage associated with the slippage of the 27th of March 2024. This funding will facilitate surveys enabling works and allow for the completion of the detailed design throughout this financial year. Further funding will then be sought from next year's structural maintenance allocation once the detailed design is complete and a final estimate of construction costs can be developed. I can advise that funding was also provided to manage the impact of the most recent slippage further along the Glenchest Road associated with Storm Bert, and I am pleased to confirm remedial works are now complete at this location.
Holland for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I know I've spoken about this a couple of times before, and it is just because of the impact that it is having on that farming community. Do you know if there be any further or additional measures being put in place to prevent further damage from any other storm-related activity along that road? We know that it is because of the increased waterfall or rainfall, but also the increase of water going onto the concourse of the road. Will there be any additional measures put in place before the final upgrade and
Minister.
the final works?
We will examine as to how we can secure the road moving forward. The member will have seen, and other members may have seen, the video footage taking of the most recent damage to the road, and it is on a significant scale. The topography of the area makes it very, very difficult, and with the intensity of some of the rainstorms we've had recently, the road simply has washed out from underneath, or the material has washed out from underneath the road, but we will examine to see how we can secure the road into the long term.
Call Chair Brownlee.
Question 7.
My department has published flood maps for all across the region. These maps identify areas which may be vulnerable to flooding. A regional flood risk management plan for 21-27 has also been developed by my department. This FRMP, which is readily available on my department's website, includes a range of interventions to manage flood risk from a range of sources. As part of this work, my department is currently planning to commission detailed flood studies for both Newton Abbey and Carrickfergus to assess any river and coastal flood risks within these locations and identify if there are any economically viable schemes to reduce the impact of flooding in the area.
Minister, and I appreciate that response. But in terms of the progression of the flood forecasting and the early warning alert, which could obviously allow more efficient, targeted emergency responses and flood warnings directly to residents, could he provide an update of where this is currently sitting with his department?
Sure. It is the ambition of my department to introduce such a measure. However, these include significant costs, but I do keep the matter under review through budgetary periods to see if I can set aside the funding to even initially start off and then reach the point where we do have an up-to-date flood identification programme.
And thank you to the Minister for your answer so far. Minister, can you outline in terms of flood risk management and what approach your department has taken specifically around Kings Row and Coal Island, which has flooded on numerous occasions, most recently during the heavy rain on the 23rd of November, causing devastation to those homes?
Minister.
In the lead up to the most recent storm, Storm Bert, there was a period of time of notification of that storm approaching. So my officials did manage to visit a number of sites that they had concerns about, particularly checking drainage and covers on drains if they were blocked by any materials. This was the case in the Kings Road area, where my officials visited, I believe, was on the Friday and again on the Saturday, as well, to ensure that there wasn't a reoccurrence of previous flooding, or as best as they could, because there was a number of factors involved in the flooding in Kings Road. I've also asked my officials to carry out a review of the flooding there and in Dundonald and a few other places which were impacted by the flooding in the previous storm, to see if there's any lessons we can learn from that. I would also, just at this point, like to put on record my appreciation to all the staff who were working over the weekend and who put in long hours, whether it's from all the agencies who responded to the most recent flood. A lot of the work they carried out pre to the storm hitting saved a lot of communities from damage and flooding, though this wasn't a particularly heavy rain event. It was more of a wind event. But the work that goes on behind the scenes is often unseen and unappreciated, but I can assure members there was significant work carried out by a multitude of agencies in the run-up to the most recent storm.
McMurray.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And just very briefly, I would like to associate myself with the comments about thanking the staff over the past weekend. Just to ask the Minister for his assessment of whether tidal defences in towns around Northern Ireland are adequate, or whether further improvements will be required in light of climate change to prevent further flooding incidents.
Sure. My department's role in terms of coastal defences is defences which protect my department's property. That may include roads and other areas. So that's my department's role in coastal flood defences. There has been some engagement with Minister Muir, and without going forward, there will continue engagement with Minister Muir and others. It has to be in terms of the executive as to how we ensure we have proper coastal defences in place as tides increase and storms increase moving forward.
Briggs.
And I associate myself with the Minister's thanks to the staff for their work so far. My colleague Joanne Bunting has been engaging with his department to try and get a meeting around future plans for to try and protect those houses in Dundonald. Could I ask the Minister to encourage officials to come back so that we can get a meeting to discuss what we can do to support them?
Minister.
I'm happy to raise that issue with my officials.
Paul Colin McGrath.
Number 9, please.
Sure.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 9 and 10 together and ask for some extra time if that's appropriate. In terms of review of funding for NI Water, I have noted the Controller and Auditor General's report on the funding of water infrastructure that was published earlier this year. My department has previously carried out considerable work on the funding and governance options for NI Water. In 2019-20, the department formed a working group with experts from NI Water, Utility Regulator, Department of Finance, SIB and Department for Infrastructure Finance to undertake research analysis of the situation. The work reviewed opportunities for raising additional revenue, operating more efficiently using financial transaction capital, additional borrowing and seeking an increase in public expenditure funding. My department also reviewed alternative water utility company structures across Britain and Ireland for the best practice. However, the privatisation and mutualisation models favoured in England and Wales require changes or charges to be paid by domestic water customers. Further recent evidence has demonstrated that these governance models do not necessarily provide the better levels of service people expect and can lead to higher levels of debt and increasing costs. In relation to question 10, the existing funding model and if it is sustainable and fit for purpose, there is a need for an additional funding for all public services, and ANA Water is not immune to this. Water and sewage infrastructure has suffered from years of historic underinvestment as a result of austerity policies by successive British governments, and we are dealing with the legacy of this. I continue to work with my executive colleagues in making the case for additional funding for NI Water. Indeed, I've been able to provide NI Water with an additional £32 million of public money in the October monitoring round, with £19.5 million of this specifically to address wastewater capacity issues to enable housing connections. If the suggestion is introducing another funding model, then the Assembly should be aware that other models proposed to date will involve domestic water charges and additional borrowing debt finance. This includes mutualisation, on which I have made my position clear in the private member's motion on the matter in April. To be clear, I will not be introducing domestic water charges, and I will not oversee additional borrowing, leading to an unmanageable scale of debt, similar to what has been experienced in some water companies in England. What I am doing is progressing a three-pronged approach in partnership with the executive, seeking further investment from my executive colleagues, reviewing the policy and legislation around developer contributions, and in securing executive agreement for the Water, Flooding and Sustainable Drainage Bill to be introduced to the Assembly.
For supplementary.
Thank you very much, Principal Speaker. Whilst I hear in the answer there that the Minister agrees that there is something that needs to be done, can we get any sense of a timescale as to when it's going to happen? Because the problems are mounting up, people are suffering as a result of it, and all that we seem to hear is that we need extra funding, but we're not going to generate any extra money. How will we actually get something done?
Sure.
Let's see what we've done in recent months. I have provided NI Water with over £500 million of funding, 40% of the non-ring-fence budget of my department. In recent weeks, I have secured an extra £32 million for NI Water during the October monitoring round. I have introduced and got agreement from the Executive in relation to the Sustainable Drainage Bill, which will be brought forward to the Assembly in due course. And I'm currently working my way through what legislative changes or new legislation I will require to introduce developer charges in relation to NI Water. So there's three practical steps I have taken over this last period of time. I don't know if members had the opportunity last night to watch Panorama, a very interesting programme in relation to private water infrastructure and businesses in England. I would advise members to watch it, and those who advocate for the privatisation or the mutualisation of NI Water will be very worth their while watching it to see what the consequences of that are for the environment and also for shareholders. And, well, it's very good for the shareholders, it has to be said, but for bill payers.
Minister, time's up. That, members, ends the period for listed questions. We now move to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister, like all of us, I'm sure, will have welcomed yesterday's publication of the long-awaited housing supply strategy, which outlines the Executive's ambition to deliver 100,000 homes over the next 15 years. How confident is the Minister that, given the current limitations of Northern Ireland Water, this target will be achievable?
Minister. I'm confident that with the Executive working together and seeking solutions to the problems rather than simply highlighting the problems, that we can be successful in our ambition and our plan to deliver those number of homes over the next number of years. NI Water, like all public services, faces significant challenges. It's no different from any other public service out there. And I'm confident that the Executive colleagues understand the need that if we are to progress with our ambitious plans across a range of areas, that the Department of Infrastructure needs properly funded, and that if we don't have the drains underground, we can't put the cranes overground. And I'm bringing forward proposals in that regard.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, in response to an earlier question, you'd outlined your opposition to water charges and your concerns around mutualisation, which I share. In that context, however, why is the Minister loath to or appears reluctant to proceed with the independent, expert-led review of Northern Ireland Water's funding and governance as recommended by the Northern Ireland Audit Office?
Minister. The actual term used in the Audit Office report is encourages. There's no formal recommendation in the Audit Office report. It encourages me to. It encourages NI Water to. And if members come forward, or anyone comes forward to me with fresh information which would lead to an expert-led panel dealing with new information in terms of how you structure a water company, then I'm more than willing to do that. But to date, no one has come forward to me, or am I aware of, information that would lead to the benefit of an expert-led group being brought in. I could stand here and say, yes, I'm bringing in an expert-led group to carry out a review which will last 6 months and cost X amount of money, and be sort of pretty confident at the end of it they're going to come back to me with the conclusions that every other review of NI Water has conducted. So members need to get off the fence in this sense. You either support NI Water remaining a publicly owned company funded through direct taxation, or you fund it being privatised. That's the fence some people are currently sitting on, and people are perfectly entitled to get off that fence on either side to which they want to get off. But get off the fence and defend your position, because I am defending my position. I am not privatising NI Water, and I am not introducing domestic water charges.
Ms. Kimmins.
Can I ask the Minister for Infrastructure if his department will consider the implementation of a crash barrier at the Ferryhill Road in Killian, which is just outside Newry?
Sure. My officials are more than happy to engage with the member in this regard and discuss the road safety implications in the area and how we best deal with those road safety implications.
Ms. Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for his answer. And given that the road is treacherous, particularly in winter conditions, and numerous cars have had, there's been incidents over the years on this, would the Minister then consider that the road is added to the gritting schedule for the time being?
There is a long-standing policy in terms of the roads that the Department does grit, and can grip within the time frame they have and also the finances available to them. I'm more than happy to share that criteria with the member, and if she believes that the road in question meets the criteria, she should raise it with officials when she is in discussion with them around the crash barrier issue.
Minister, has there been any further developments on the prospect of introducing legislation to prohibit overtaking of a stationary school bus?
There's been no further developments in that regard in development of the policy, but it's something as we work our way through road safety improvements, and drivers should be aware, I believe under the Highway Code, that they shouldn't pass a stationary school bus, but if we do need to strengthen the legislation about it, then I think it's something we should look at.
Minister, this is vitally important, particularly for rural areas like my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, especially as a young girl did lose her life as a result. So in the meantime, when there is no legislation, can you commit to working with other agencies and stakeholders to ensure maximum safety for our children and young people at bus stops on rural roads?
Yes, and I've said in the Chamber many times that 95% of all road traffic collisions are as a result of human error, whether it's the driver of the vehicle, a pedestrian, the cyclist, whoever it may be, the road user. It's human error that leads to 95% of all road traffic collisions. And I would appeal, particularly in these dark nights, anyone who comes across a school bus, whether it's on a rural road or on an urban road and it's stationary, to give space to the bus and also those passengers who are coming off the bus. I occasionally get the opportunity to lift my sons off the school bus, and I see why the young people come off that bus. You know, you have to have your wits about you there. So let's always, when we're approaching stationary school buses, be aware that there's young people about, and their lives are more busy and more exciting than ours, and they have a lot of things going on in their heads. So just give them the space, give them the time, and ensure they arrive home safely.
Alan Robinson.
Speaker, Minister, a number of your executive colleagues have been on the floor of the House in recent days and weeks detailing plans within their department's remit. When can we expect you on this floor with the detailed plans for the new and refreshed regional transport strategy?
Sure. I hope to be in a position to come before the House in the next calendar year, the early part of the next calendar year, in that regard. As you heard me mention earlier, there's a number of plans afoot or going through development in a number of areas across the north, but I do hope to be in a position to come forward with it in the early part of next year.
Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Does he recognise that those that I represent, and indeed those that his own party represent, are keen to see the roadmap for infrastructure projects, such as the dualling of the A26 to the north coast and the Ballykilly bypass?
Yes, it's going to be an important document and an important consultation and process that we're going to enter into. It will map out our road and transport network for the next 20-odd years, or maybe more. So it is vitally important, and I can understand the anticipation of members waiting on it, but I will do my best to bring it forward as soon as possible.
Keith Buchanan.
People are still experiencing delays receiving MOT dates and getting them in a timely manner. Can you please provide an update on what you're doing to try and address this delay?
I expect that by early spring of next year, the measures I have taken in relation to the exemptions will have had full impact, and we will see a significant reduction in time delays for people receiving their MOTs. There is some delays in areas. I have to say my mailbox in relation to this issue has significantly reduced over this last number of months, which may indicate an improvement in service. But I would encourage anyone who's seeking a date to continue to check the DVA website, and cancellations will become available. If you are at a point where your tax and other matters are coming into a collision with your MOT date, there is information on the NI Direct website, and DVA officials will work with you as best they can to get you a date and time.
So far for your answer. Minister, my understanding, Hydebank and Mollusk is going to put an additional 20% approximately capacity into the system, obviously to reduce delays even further. Can you provide an update on those two sites and when do you see those opening up to the public?
The member will be aware that we're now in legal proceedings with the company that was providing the equipment to both Mollusk and to Hydebank. I would hope that those legal proceedings are resolved as soon as possible, and then that will give us a greater indication of the capacity in the system moving forward. But he's quite right. It would be much better if Hydebank and Mollusk were up and running. It will take some of the pressure off other parts of the system. But thus far, I believe the measures that have been taken are being able to absorb the pressure.
Mr. Bradley.
Can I ask the Minister to give me an idea when his department expect to announce a decision to be made on application LA 0120161382, the Merrow Hotel and Spa Complex in the North Coast?
This matter has been raised with me on several occasions, and quite understandably, but my officials are working their way through that application, and when they're in a position to make a recommendation to me, they will do so.
Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for that answer, and I do acknowledge that he is working hard on it. But Minister, this is an approval issued by Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council, and it's waiting on a call-in from your department. Hopefully this will be resolved soon so that the hotel can be complete for the 153rd British Open at Royal Portrush in 2025, given the understanding that just under 238,000 people attended the last event in Royal Portrush.
I can assure the member I'm acutely aware of the importance of the application and the upcoming major event that's being planned, but all planning applications have to be given fair and equal hearing, and this is exactly what's happening to this application.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, in light of the legal challenge to the A5, can you clarify whether all ongoing enabling works and works around vesting and so forth will now cease until after the court ruling, which I believe to be in March of next year?
Planned works will proceed. There is no legal injunction against us to prevent us moving ahead with planned works, and given the cost of delay to that project, I think it's only right and prudent that we move ahead as planned.
So there will be no implications then following the court case should the department continue on with the works of the A5?
I am not in, there is no legal impediment to the department continuing the works on the A5, and that's the process which we will now be commencing. Delays to the A5 going beyond the spring of next year run into tens of millions of pounds, not to mention the road safety implications of continuing delay. So my department will proceed within its legal framework.
Question 8 was withdrawn after the deadline and called down Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, I was going to talk to you about a young constituent and her long, chaotic car journey from Banbridge to Belfast, and her even longer, chaotic bus journey from Banbridge to Belfast. But this morning you announced the beginning of the procurement process for the A1. This is very good news for the A1 and all of the hundreds of thousands of cars that use it during the year. Can you tell us how long the process will be and when you expect to be in a position to appoint a contractor?
Sure.
If the member wishes to write to me about the experience of our constituents, I'd be more than happy to receive that correspondence and take a look at it. I think that would be important. And as you say, the second stage invitation to tenders will take. So I've made an announcement this morning. The second stage for invitation to tender will take place in spring 2025, following the pre-qualification assessment, which will determine a restrictive list of contractors. Construction for the scheme is due to commence in March 2026 and will take 3 years to complete.
Alan Dodds for a quick supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. That is good news, Minister. Can you just explain the length of the scheme from Hillsborough to which part of the junction between Loughbrickland and Newry?
Minister, and if you note with 1 minute, thank you.
I don't have the exact junctions in front of me, but the A1 Junctions Phase 2 scheme aims to provide further safety improvements along the A1 dual carriageway between Hillsborough and Lochbricklin, but I'm more than happy to provide the member with the details she required.
Okay, members, time is up. Can I ask you to take your ease before we move to the next item of business?
Order, members, order. The next item of business is a democratic consent resolution. The Assembly is aware that a legal challenge to the vote taking place today was abandoned at the High Court yesterday. The Court was clear that the Executive, Legislature and Judiciary must observe the separation of powers and would not consider any step to prevent the vote taking place. Any further proceedings will not be directed at the Assembly. There is therefore no legal impediment to members participating in the debate today. Clerk, please read the resolution.
That Articles 5 to 10 of the Protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland to the EU Withdrawal Agreement should continue to apply during the new continuation period within the meaning of Schedule 6A to the Northern Ireland Act 1998.
I call Philip McGuigan to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there will be no limit on this debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
The Office for Budget Responsibility, the OBR, in a report analysing the impact of Brexit, concluded that the post-Brexit relationship between Britain and the EU will reduce long-run productivity by 4% relative to that remaining in the EU. In terms of both exports and imports, it stated that these will be around 15% lower in the long run than had Britain remained in the EU. It also concluded that new trade deals with non-EU countries will not have a material impact, and any effect will be gradual, if it concluded. Official British government statistics produced by HMRC concluded in the 12 months ending June 2024, compared to the previous 12 months, England, Scotland and Wales each experienced a decrease in their value of exports. Here in the north, that value increased, with HMRC stating that trade from the north is growing, suggesting that the Windsor Framework is working for our domestic exporters. Now, I don't intend to rehash the debate about Brexit, but it is important to set today's vitally important debate and vote into context. In 2016, the vast majority of citizens in the North voted to remain in the EU. They did so in the knowledge that politically and economically it is in our best interests. Those today who say they don't consent to the protocol seem to forget the fact that the North never consented to Brexit in the first place. And as I have said in a previous debate, there are those, both prior to the Brexit referendum and after, who appear intent on pursuing a strategy of political self-sabotage on a grand scale, regardless of the implications for peace on this island or the prosperity of businesses, communities and citizens in the North. It was clear that Brexit, whether in Britain or Ireland, was never going to be positive. That is a fact that hopefully even its initial proponents across the chamber can, at least in private, now recognise. But thankfully for those of us who live in the north of Ireland, our voice was heard and listened to during the negotiations between the EU and the British Government. Sinn Féin continues to give people in the north a voice in the EU through our two MEPs, Lynn Boylan and Kathleen Function. And in previous negotiations, the terms and conditions of the Good Friday Agreement were front and centre. Thankfully, the EU was not going to allow peace in Ireland to be collateral damage to English or British nationalism. The protocol and further agreements offer us, and in particular our businesses, protections from Brexit's worst excesses, as they allow for dual market access to both the EU and to the British market. The objectives of the protocol or the objectives of the agreement are listed in Articles 1.3 of the Protocol Winter Framework, which forms an integral part of the UK's EU withdrawal agreement, and it states that its purpose is to address the unique circumstances on the island of Ireland, to maintain the necessary conditions for continued North-South cooperation, to avoid a hard border, and to protect the 1998 Good Friday Agreement in all its dimensions. These are the hard-fought and hard-won protections that absolutely need to continue and that we are voting for today. Protections that are necessary and that do offer certainty and stability for our businesses. The certainty and stability that our businesses want to be clear will continue after today's vote. Protections that have contributed to trade increasing across this island by 125% between 2018 and 2023, growing from €4.5 billion in 2018 to €10.2 billion in 2023, according to the Central Statistics Office in Ireland, who also state that trade from the south to the north increased by 104% to €5 billion in 2023. And trade from north to south increased by 150% to €5.2 billion in 2023, up from €2.1 billion in 2018. This trade between north and south in 2024 continues to be dominated by exports and imports of food and live animals and chemicals and related products, and it continues to grow in value and importance. Are there issues? Of course there are. This isn't perfect. However, the protocol at least mitigates against the worst excesses of Brexit. As I said earlier, Brexit could not be anything other than negative and was always going to cause problems. We have managed to protect ourselves from the worst impact, but there have been impacts. Community and voluntary groups, businesses, sporting organisations and rural communities have lost access to millions of EU funding. Our young people are losing out on the full benefits of the Erasmus scheme. The electronic travel authorisation that has been imposed by the British Government will undoubtedly disrupt and damage the number of visitors travelling northwards and impact on our tourism and hospitality sectors. And there are still outstanding areas of concern for some sectors and small businesses here. The Labour Government at Westminster have stated they are determined to reset their relationship with the EU. If that transpires, it would be a welcome development for us in the North too. I want to see progress made on the issue of veterinary medicines and the need for a sanitary and phytosanitary agreement between Britain and the EU. These are issues that can and should be resolved through agreement, and I hope that happens sooner rather than later. Conclusion, in the short term, the certainty and stability in our relationship with the EU that the Protocol and Winter Framework offers are vital and must be endorsed by the majority in this chamber today. As I've said, I would also welcome relationships between the EU and the new British Government becoming closer, and should that transpire, it could and should bring with it positive outcomes for the North in the medium term. Today's vote and the continuation of the Protocol protections are vitally important. Ultimately, though, I believe that the majority of people in the North want, as they indicated in 2016, to be part of the European Union. So through necessary constitutional change on this island and the building of a new Ireland, a noble and worthy positive outcome on its own, we, the citizens in the North, can rejoin and access benefits from full EU membership, something that I want to see and something that will be better for all of the people of this island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is today's debate all about? Is it a genuine attempt to give members of the Northern Ireland Assembly a democratic say in the laws that govern them? Or is it merely parliamentary parlour games, giving lip service to the basic tenets of democratic concepts? Members, be under no illusion. Today's debate, today's vote, is an illusion of democracy. A rigged vote in which the European Union already know the outcome of. And if any member in this House believes otherwise, please stand up and I will intervene. The outcome of this vote is known. I listened just yesterday how some experts on the Brexit process and indeed European relations say that this vote is something special. The European Union don't simply allow devolved governments to have say on trade policy, never mind the UK government. They simply would not let it happen if they thought that the outcome would not be guaranteed. They have their quislings in this very chamber, Mr. Speaker. Those that know exactly what the EU's priorities are, and they will advance them at every opportunity. The protocol has destabilised Northern Ireland's political landscape, fuelled division and shattered trust. The rigged nature of today's vote is evidence of that. My colleague Paul Frew often talks in this place about a zombie assembly. Well, never has there been a more clear example of a zombie assembly than today. Members will vote on sending or given the authority for the EU Parliament to take control over 300 areas of law, allow them to decide the regulations by which our businesses and consumers will operate by, with no attempt, no ability, no desire to scrutinise them and vote on them in this very place. Because what was the protocol designed in part for? Protect peace, we were told. Protect the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, we were told. Prevent a hard border on the island of Ireland. And I think it's important in today's debate that we examine and scrutinise these basic concepts by which we were told it was so necessary to have the arrangements which are in place today. Let's look at the first two objectives, that being, firstly, to protect the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Now, members probably will agree, it seems odd that the DUP would be in the chamber today to stand up for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And we do so because one of its core concepts that went to the very heart of settling Northern Ireland politically by means of mutual consent and respect, by means of a cross-community vote. I will indeed, yes.
The member for giving way. Would he, I'm presuming he has read his own party's manifestos in 2016, in 2017 and in 2022, all of which called for reform of the institutions. In fact, the earlier ones actually called for voluntary coalition. Does he now demur from those positions?
I thank the member for the intervention, because not only have I studied my own manifestos, I've also studied the alliances. And I will come on to the very point, because at the time of 1998, in the time, well, if the member can allay my fears on this very point, in 1998, whenever there was political negotiations and merged the Belfast Agreement, what was the Alliance Party's response to the Belfast Agreement? Yes. And I will read. A genuine settlement to the political problem was only possible if all sections of the community had a perception that they shared in government. We had recognised that this was not possible under a majoritarian system. So, the leader of the Alliance Party is keen to quote back party policy. I will in a moment. But perhaps she should take a long look in her own mirror as to how the Alliance Party have moved from the core principles of the Belfast Agreement, which enshrined cross-community voting, to ensure that this place could operate on a fair and equitable basis. I will come to her in a moment, because there's other parties that were on record at that time. John Hume. So long as the legitimate rights of both nationalists and unionists are not accommodated together in new political structures acceptable to both, the situation will continue to give rise to conflict and instability. Absolutely, I will, Mr. O'Toole.
I'm delighted that Mr. Buckley has given way and given me the opportunity to challenge some of his assertions around cross-community voting and the context in which it's applied in this Assembly, and what he and his party appear to be saying, which is that cross-community consent applies to all constitutional issues. Will he acknowledge that the first line, the first paragraph of the in relation to the Constitution of the Good Friday Agreement says the legitimacy of whatever choice, this is in relation to Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom, relates to the legitimacy of whatever choice is freely exercised by a majority of the people of Northern Ireland. This place is in the United Kingdom by dint of his friend, the education Minister, chuntering from a sedentary position. Northern Ireland remains in the UK by dint of a simple majority, not a cross-community majority. Would he acknowledge that?
The member probably doesn't understand. I think I will say it, because the member simply does not understand the procedures by which this Assembly operate upon.
He does, that's the problem.
Systems that were in part crafted by your late leader, John Hume. Let's continue on his quotations. It has always been our view that the bedrock of peace and order, the bedrock of justice in every society, is consensus among the population on how it is governed. Only the most extreme and self-deluded believe that it is possible to govern without inclusiveness. Now, I don't know if that refers to deluded to the member for South Belfast. I will allow him to perhaps comment on that at another stage. But he went on to say, only by incorporating everybody into the decision-making process, I will not give way at this stage, but I will happily give way later on in the debate to the Leader of the Alliance Party. Only by oh yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. I'm not the Leader of the Alliance Party. She's sitting in front of us. But I am delighted that the member has talked about inclusiveness, and could I just say today, Mr. Speaker, that I'm delighted that for once my vote will count the same as nationalists and unionists in this place, because at long last we actually have a system that is inclusive.
I mean, this is great viewing for anybody today. The Alliance Party calling for majoritarian rule. I always knew that Mrs. Armstrong harboured ambitions for leadership, but to say it in the chamber today really is quite something, because the comments of the members' parties at the time were quite clear. They accepted that at the heart of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement was the need for cross-community voting on serious and substantial issues. Well, what I will not give further away at this stage to the member, but I promise I will bring her in later, because I know she has plenty to say on these matters. Now, Mr. Speaker, getting back to the substance of what I was discussing, protecting the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. I'm pretty sure that there is no member in this chamber that will deny the impact and indeed the participation of the late Lord Trimble in the designing of the Belfast Agreement. My party may not have shared some positions with the late Lord Trimble. In fact, there was many that we did not. But the emphasis that he placed on cross-community voting was something in which we just don't have to look to legacy statements at the time of 1998. In fact, we can look at statements in which he said during the process of the crafting of the protocol. Lord Trimble, and I quote, "The protocol fundamentally changes the constitutional relationship between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. And this amounts to a seismic and undemocratic change in the constitutional position of Northern Ireland and runs contrary to the most fundamental premise of the Belfast Agreement and Section 1 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. Now, do members of the Alliance Party, who were keen to intervene in me, members of the SDLP, keen to intervene, do you agree with the comments of the late Lord Trimble in relation to cross-community voting? I'll give way.
No, I fundamentally don't, and that is because I don't believe that parallel consent is the only way to achieve cross-community consent. It can be done by weighted majority voting, and indeed that is allowed for under the agreement. And furthermore, Alliance was always clear that we saw the agreement as a foundation on which to build, not as a ceiling for our ambitions for this place. One cannot also retrofit institutional arrangements made in this House to Parliament, and I would imagine that the member wouldn't wish to do so.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that the Alliance Party are keen to cherry-pick when it suits their own agenda. And I've seen that quite clearly over my time in this Assembly. I mean, to put it into context, if Brussels was to self-identify as a plug, the Alliance spokesperson, Mr. Tennyson at the Windsor Framework Committee, would self-identify as an EU adopter. I have seen this time and time again, Mr. Speaker. But let's look again at some of the commentary of even more recent time. Lord Dodds, for example. 19th of October 2019, House of Commons, commenting on Boris Johnson's deal with the European Union. It drives a coach and horses through the Belfast Agreement by altering the cross-community consent mechanism. The DUP went on to say that day, the government has departed from the principle that those arrangements must be subject to the consent of both Unionists and Nationalists in Northern Ireland. The principles of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement should be respected in all its forms. Well, I have just demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, how those parties that, well, the members want to chunter again about not demonstrating anything, but yet the principle of cross-community consent, and I think this goes to the heart of how the Alliance Party continual abuse of democratic processes in this place.
Point of order, Ms. Armstrong.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The start of our standing orders clearly outlines that every member in this House is entitled to have a vote, and today every member in this House is having a vote. Mr. Buckley has suggested that both Unionists and Nationalists are not having a vote today. I believe that's incorrect. If you could confirm the voting mechanism, please.
It's not a point of order. Mr. Buckley, resume.
In the committee room and the Committee for Procedures, but I would remind her we're on the floor of the Northern Ireland Assembly. And the member cannot get away from the point that this will be the first occasion on which this Assembly since 1998 will vote not on a cross-community basis as was stipulated in the Belfast Agreement on a major issue such as this. That is a step backward. And I would say to the Alliance Party that it is quite clear that their agenda to again denigrate the concerns of unionism when they look at cross-community voting as an issue which was of genuine need at the time of the agreement, which many nationalists used on many occasions to safeguard and protect the position in which they held there. But the time in which unionists looked upon the cross-community consent to demonstrate their opposition, collective opposition towards something quite substantial, the Alliance Party are silent. Let us not forget that Article 18.2 of the Protocol, yes, I will quote from your Protocol, actually decrees that any vote on the continuation of the arrangements should be held in a manner that is consistent with the Belfast Agreement, members. How ironic that Boris Johnson and subsequent UK governments, as supposed custodians of that agreement, would be content to ride roughshod over the fundamental consent principle. How is it that the constitutional affront, where GB is decreed as a third country, with the Irish Sea seen as the entry point to the EU customs area, in keeping with the spirit of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement? How? And for members that want to smirk and chunter and laugh at a sedentary position, this goes to the very heart of how unionists feel about the Northern Ireland Protocol. And I've spoke very much from a constitutional perspective at this stage, Mr. Speaker. And I will come on to the economic heartache that it has been causing many of our businesses, many of our consumers in recent times. Multiple court rulings against the government, who give hollow words of constitutional guarantees, show us how deceitful and shameful this entire episode has been. And whether members agree with individual policy proposals, that is actually not the point. It is no legitimate way of dealing with these issues when we are surrendering the ability to make these very laws in parliaments in which we elect members to. We are disenfranchising our citizens in over 300 areas of law. Now, 300 areas of law, members, is not 300 laws. It's thousands of regulations controlling vast swathes of the Northern Ireland economy, included in Article 5 to 10 of the Protocol. It is colonial-like control from the EU. Now, I know members take exception to the word colonial. But I have seen at times in history and in the current context how members, particularly of a nationalist persuasion, have rallied against laws made in the UK sovereign parliament 500 miles away. Yet today, they will happily acquiesce in sending our lawmaking ability 700 miles away, in which they elect nobody to. And if Mr O'Toole wants to come in this point to expound his rationale behind observer status MEPs, by all means, Mr O'Toole, please take the floor.
Okay, I have plenty of time later on to expound on those points in this wonderful paper. You mentioned railing against laws made in our sovereign parliament. This is a law made in our, as you want to call it, that sovereign parliament. The protocol only exists and only applies in law in Northern Ireland because the UK Parliament voted for it too.
I think the member knows very well how unionism voted against at every stage. And again, the EU's little helpers in the Alliance Party are keen to grapple with these EU regulations. But it's clear to me, I will in a moment, it's clear to me that nationalism has succeeded to the EU planters by delivering regulation without representation. That is the objective by which this vote will end today. I will, and then I'll come to you again.
Not only have they given way to colonialism with the EU, but at least Westminster is democratically accountable.
He's absolutely right. And again, I wasn't aware in Sinn Féin's political history. In fact, I was listening to some of the recent coverage of the Irish election, in which some of the commentators were trying to pitch Sinn Féin as the Eurosceptics of the Irish Parliament. My goodness. I know Sinn Féin's keen on Irish reunification, but they don't seem very... Their listeners in the South must not be taking much note of their actions in this place. When we listen to the previous comments from the member of North Antrim talking about the protocol protecting the Belfast Agreement and all its dimensions, well, cross-community voting, as I've iterated, ripped out. The member talked about Northern Ireland voted to remain, and we should respect Northern Ireland's wish. I don't recall the ballot paper reading in 2016 that does Northern Ireland wish to remain as part of the European Union. It was a UK-wide referendum, and if we want to boil it even into its even closer context, if we follow the narrative of the member for North Antrim itself voted for Brexit. Does the member represent the views of those constituents? The deputy leader of the Alliance Party, Upper Ban, voted to leave. So I think there's many members in this House. I don't think the member picked me up. The Upper Ban constituency voted as a majority to leave. That's exactly what I said. Now, when we look at this from the context of following the argument that therefore Northern Ireland should follow a different set of laws, should North Antrim follow a different set of laws? Should Upper Ban to that of Newry and Armagh? No, of course not, members. It makes no sense. It's a mockery of what was a democratic vote by the nation of the United Kingdom. But yet members... Yes, absolutely.
Points to the position of Sinn Féin, and he should recall that Sinn Féin's position on the EU for all of their past and all of their history was to be anti-EU, right up until the point of the referendum campaign.
Yes, well, we will see. Times have changed, Mr. Frew, it would seem, in this Assembly, because the very nature of today's vote constitutes an assault upon democracy. This is the culmination of a long democratic dispersion from the Northern Ireland Protocol right through to the Windsor Framework to this present day. The people of Northern Ireland have been democratically disenfranchised and discriminated against in a way that the rest of the people of the United Kingdom simply have not. We have been humiliated and disrespected by having our rights to impact the laws to which we are subject demeaned. But this has wider implications for the country. Today's vote is asking each and every one of us to agree to uniquely discriminate against our constituents by denying them the right to have a say in all of our laws to which we are subject, not merely some. At the heart of this, however, is the future of democracy. And that lies with our young people, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to refer to a letter I received from a young unionist just yesterday, expressing his deep grievance with today's vote. Democracy is non-negotiable. Yet somehow, for some reason, in Northern Ireland, democracy is contestable. It is substandard, and it is happily watered down as each day passes. The application of laws to Northern Ireland in which its citizens have no ability to impact by standing for election themselves or indeed voting for someone to make those laws on their behalf is indicative of the type of democracy that Northern Ireland currently has. A half-hearted attempt. The vote on the democratic consent mechanism is undemocratic because it contravenes the rights, equalities and safeguards which were promised to my generation in the Good Friday Agreement. For the past 26 years, people have held the right to vote for someone to make laws on their behalf, to have a voice and say in the legislation which impacts them. But not my generation. We have never experienced full democracy, only a half-hearted alternative. Since 2021, we have been made subject to arrangements which have resulted in an erosion of my generation's promised rights. And voting for the democratic consent mechanism will only serve to see the radical diminishment of those rights even further. No MLA who believes in democracy in Northern Ireland could deliberately and knowingly vote for these arrangements. The very nature of this vote being conducted on the basis of majoritarianism is yet another strike at my generation. Since 1972, majority voting at Stormont has been prohibited because the British government then recognised that there was a section of the Northern Ireland community not being fairly represented. The vote lays the foundation for returning to a time where both communities weren't fairly represented. Unionism's voice must be heard. I know the member wants to chunter, but I'm expressing the sentiments of a young unionist in my constituency who feels that he is being disenfranchised by this vote. The MLAs of this Northern Irish Assembly do not have the right to lay siege to my generation's rights by voting for the democratic consent mechanism on Tuesday. They have no mandate to determine whether I should only be able to have a say in some of the laws which I am subject to. Nor can they determine the democracy in Northern Ireland is only quantifiable every 4 years. And if members would have their way, perhaps every 8. Sorry, yes, Mr. Carroll.
He made a powerful point about the voice of young people being heard. Does he think that should apply to people being able to vote at 16 as well?
It's a legitimate vote for another day. But you know one thing I will say to Mr Carroll, and I guarantee him this. If such a decision is made, we will make it in this House as democratically elected members of Northern Ireland, not subsetting it and selling it off to the Europeans to make that decision on our behalf. To finish, I do not want to see a return to the disorder and violence that once engulfed our country. I want to see a preservation of peace, the maintenance of stability, and the protection of democracy that has been fostered over the past 26 years. For my generation's sake, please do not support these humiliating and fundamentally undemocratic arrangements. Quite the testimony from a young unionist. We were told that the protocol was put in place to protect peace and stability in Northern Ireland. I think my constituent has outlined how it has had directly the opposite impact. Tensions are high. It has fundamentally failed to ensure that there is no tension, that there is no violence on our street. It has caused, in times past, violence, threats of violence, collapsing of political institutions. I mean, at the time, we had Leo Varadkar, the then Taoiseach, going to the European Parliament, wavering in his hand a bombed customs post to try to extol the virtues of subjugating unionists to arrangements in which severed their unfettered access within the United Kingdom. I mean, we don't have to look even to Leo Varadkar in the Irish Parliament. We had Mary Lou and Michelle herself smashing fake border bricks. We had Claire Hanna, the leader of the SDLP, talking about the concept of civil disobedience at a very minimum. I mean, these were not language of unionists who had concerns. This was the language of those that were trying to force upon the people of Northern Ireland these undemocratic means. And what was it made of? To protect against a hard border on the island of Ireland. That was one of the central tenets that we were told by Leo Varadkar, that in order to have an agreement that would last, that would protect and enshrine the institutions of the Belfast Agreement, therefore there must not be even a camera at the border. That this would be such a dilution of the agreement and such an impingement of those that did not share the constitutional position as I. But the voices went silent, Mr. Speaker. When just recently we received news that there was border checks happening by the guards on buses and cars moving from Northern Ireland to the Republic of Ireland to ensure that their immigrants were not passing into their territory. Not an eye batted by the Alliance, by the SDLP or Sinn Féin. And this is not the movement of bacon rashers, members. This is the movement of people. It showed clear that the objective was to ensure that Northern Ireland was captured by the EU's regulatory orbit, thus putting barriers between Northern Ireland citizens and their counterparts across England, Scotland and Wales. The UK government betrayed unionists in Northern Ireland. That was shameful. Successive Conservative Prime Ministers spoke much of constitutional guarantees, promised much in terms of frictionless trade, but delivered none of it. Because we all know what the EU's real political objective. Michel Barnier used to talk about the clock was ticking. Well, his clock just run out with the French people last week. But in relation to this agreement, his objective was clear. Northern Ireland will retain its place within the EU single market and customs area, thus keeping it in the EU regulatory orbit. And by means of doing so, the rest of the UK must make a decision on whether they want to keep together their country or subject themselves to EU laws. Members may not universally agree with me on my constitutional outlook, but they should seriously consider the economic implications contained within Article 5 to 10 of the framework of the protocol in which we're debating today, and the impact by which it has had on businesses and consumers. Firstly, the chilling effect on GB businesses and consumers. Each week, members of the Windsor Framework Committee gather to listen to a proposed potential new EU law or an amendment, and constantly asking officials what would be the impact on GB trade with Northern Ireland. Continually, and it's no fault of the officials in this case, they can't tell us. They have no ability to ascertain what the chilling impact will be. Well, members, many times people have asked me, spell it out, tell us, let us know what the issues are. And I think for the purposes of today's debate, it is important that I do just that. Examples. At least 97 GB retailers not delivering to Northern Ireland as of September 24. This excludes online marketplaces, which perhaps I will capture later on in my contribution. Threat of discontinuation to the supply of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland from Great Britain. A ban on the direct-to-consumer sales of seeds marketed in GB to Northern Ireland. Discontinuation of the supply of powered wheelchairs to Northern Ireland. I hope members understand the thread in which I'm trying to get across. These are not unionist issues. These are not nationalist issues. These are everybody's issues. New requirements for poultry fanciers travelling to GB. Additional requirements on pet travelling to GB. The outright ban on certain plants and tree species. Difficulties for florists seeking to secure flowers, ribbon, bamboo, resulting in diversion. Continued barriers to livestock movements for shows and sales in GB. Segregation and separation of Northern Ireland animals. Divergence in type approvals for vehicles, jeopardising supply for Northern Ireland dealers who traditionally source new cars from the GB stock. Extra controls on animal fodder and hay moving between GB and NI. Yes, I can understand how hay is such a detriment to the EU single market. I mean, it has bedded many animals over many years, but such a threat was it in the 2010 to 2017 that it's still a threat today. I understand. Extra controls on animal fodder, cost and disruption of the requirement for supplementary declarations on GB to NI trade, treated wood for fencing for agricultural purposes not permitted in Northern Ireland, cost and delay associated with the Trader Support Service and duty reimbursement scheme, new barriers to the shipment of waste between GB and NI, significant rises in haulage, logistic and courier costs. I mean, am I mad, members? Am I the only person that sees these issues as genuine issues for the consumer of Northern Ireland? Mr. Dixon.
For fear of you becoming a little Englander, have you looked to see supermarket shelves in England, Scotland and Wales and the damage that Brexit has done to them?
His intervention. I would remind him that every single issue that I have raised, and I'm in number 16 and I have quite a few to go yet, contain to the people of Northern Ireland. It is how they have been disenfranchised by arrangements which were propped up and supported and called for the rigorous implementation by the Alliance Party. And remember this, members, before I come back to point 16, somebody remind me. But let me remind them that the protocol in which they asked for the rigorous implementation of was far worse than the variation that exists today. So I take no lectures about being a little Englander. I'm a proud Northern Irishman, and I will never shy away from speaking up for them in this place. Whether the member wants to send his lawmaking off to Brussels at the behest of the EU, I certainly do not. And I will speak up and speak out for them, as will the Democratic Unionist Party, at every chance I get. Number 17. The movement of horses is now administratively complex and time-consuming, especially for local amateur competitors. The UK VAT margin scheme has not been available for second-hand goods purchased in GB and moved to Northern Ireland. Introduction of EU GPSR requirements on the 13th of December will create further chill factors on trade between GB and NI. The Irish sea border that you see today, members, is going to change by the end of the week. It's going to get worse, and not on the first occasion. I'll finish my list first and then I will come back. 21. EU retains a veto over state aid granted in Northern Ireland where it deems to affect trade with the EU or exceed limits for farmers. The government paused on UK-wide not for EU labelling, creating uncertainty in relation to appetite of GB firms to supply the Northern Ireland market. There is a chilling effect on GB businesses in doing business with Northern Ireland. Absolutely.
Said he was a proud Northern Irishman, but his concerns seem to be businesses in GB. How would he react to the businesses here in the north when we look at HMRC published export statistics that show Scotland down 13%, England down 4.5%, Wales down 9%, and this is the quarter from June 23 to June 24, and here in the north, businesses export is up 7%.
For his intervention, it's a very timely point. I will in a moment. Do I look as a proud Northern Irishman that I'm protecting the interests of GB businesses? The member fails to understand my point entirely. Northern Ireland consumers are impacted by the inability of GB suppliers supplying them in Northern Ireland. I mean, who has not seen examples where at Christmas time, members? It's pantomime season for many of the members opposite. Yes. But let me tell you this. How many times has those, our family members, our constituents, went online to look for products that they would normally buy around Christmas from GB suppliers, only to be told, not for sale in Northern Ireland. Delivered to you by the Alliance Party, the SDLP and Sinn Féin. Mr. Gasson.
The member for North Antrim beating his chest and saying about the south, the trade is up. But does the member not recognise that's because of displacement, because of his protocol, the SDLP's protocol and the Alliance Party's protocol? It's a displacement of trade because of the protocol.
Divergence is happening. It's happening all around, and it's impacting upon our consumers, who primarily we must shield and protect by voting for laws in which are the best interests of the people of Northern Ireland. That must be at its core. Companies and consumers are having problems sourcing tropical fish. Specific requirements for retagging livestock sold to Northern Ireland keepers. Northern Ireland businesses facing double the tariff cost as a business established elsewhere in the UK because of differences in UK-EU trade defence measures. Concerns over the supply of medical devices and products, including podiatry products. Number 27, potential for Northern Ireland to be carved out from the single UK immigration policy because of Article 2. The Rwanda case is a case in point. I will not get onto it today because it's not part of Article 5 to 10, but be under no illusion. The vote which we have today between Article 5 and Article 10, yes, contains vast swathes of EU laws in which the members opposite wanted to surrender over to the European Union, but there are more, and they're fundamental. And while we may not agree on the policy intent from Westminster in some of those regard, whether that be Rwanda policy or others, it is being interpreted in such that will have profound impact on the ability of the UK government to bring forward legislation and policy in the best interests of the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland organic egg producers may be forced to use different feed composition for hens, the same as producers in GB, when the temporary derogation ends. Agri-intermediate goods will still be subject to full EU requirements and procedures. Seed potatoes still cannot be sold by professional operators in GB directly to consumers in Northern Ireland. I mean, just this week, I had constituents. I see the First Minister is now leaving, not content to debate and listen in to these issues which affect all of our constituents. Can't get fabric. My goodness, such a threat to the EU market. I had an elderly lady contact me by email just this week. Because of the new proposed GPSR rules, fabric and craft companies are no longer supplying Northern Ireland. It may seem trivial to some of the members that want to just throw it under the carpet with these EU laws surrendered to Brussels. But in reality, this is having an impact on everyday consumers. My constituency colleague, Cheryl Brownlee, has just brought forward some particular concerns that some of her constituents have brought to her, particularly in the field of craft. Again told, not in Northern Ireland. Just this morning, I spoke to a local angler. That angler has informed me that it can no longer receive dead bait from GP suppliers. Now, members might ask what that is. I see Mr. Honeyford maybe making a keen laugh at what it actually means. Well, let me explain, because it is a very easy explanation, and in fact goes to the very heart of the absurdities of some of the rules contained. Roach that is caught in Loch Ness goes to GB, is processed and vacuum packed to be sold as dead bait to local anglers. What has happened? The GB companies are saying, not for Northern Ireland. Wow. They can take the fish from Loch Ness, bring it to GB, but on the journey over the Irish Sea, it somehow becomes a threat to the single market. It's ridiculous in the extreme, and it will only grow over time. These are a list of issues that I have experienced, that members on these benches have experienced. I will.
The list that the member has given with all these issues with the framework, is the member now sorry that he and his party were such staunch cheerleaders for Brexit?
Thank the member for that point, because it is such a point of contention for me. Because Northern Ireland didn't get Brexit. Let's face it. Why did we not get Brexit? Because it was the intent of the Alliance Party, the SDLP and Sinn Féin to ensure that the people of Northern Ireland were bound to the EU single market, were bound to the EU customs codes. And I would remind the member that in doing so, at the behest of his EU paymasters, he has disenfranchised the people of Northern Ireland. He has ensured that our consumers have less choice and that businesses continue to struggle with the very barriers that his party called for the rigorous implementation of. But don't just take my view on this. Don't just take the members on these benches' view on how it's impacting local consumers. Just recently, at a meeting of the Economy Committee, I posed the question to the Chief Executive of InvestNI, asking him, can he point to an example whereby business has been won to Northern Ireland as a result of our unique dual market access? Members, the Chief Executive could point to none. How many times in this chamber have we heard members extol the virtues of dual market access, yet to be revealed by the very chief executive charged with trying to secure foreign indirect investment, to be told there is no such benefit that he can recount to date? We just recently, Tina McKenzie, Federation of Small Business, talking about how GPSR rules were seriously disrupting GB businesses' ability to trade into Northern Ireland. Dual market access is a myth, because in order to achieve dual market access, you have to have an equal playing field. There is no such equal playing field. So dual market access is the myth. Trade divergence is the reality. Because it comes down to the question, who has supremacy? And it is the EU that has supremacy in trading terms. It is the EU whose rules ensure that GB is classed as a foreign entity, third-party country in trading terms with the rest of Northern Ireland. The economist, the economist Dr. Esmond Birney has been repeatedly on record to debunk the myth of dual market access, because it is exactly that. You can't have dual market access. One rule will supersede the other, and essentially that is what's happening as means of the protocol. I mean, members always talk about the access to the European market and how essential it is for businesses in Northern Ireland. And you make it out as if to not have the protocol, to not have the arrangements that Northern Ireland has in place, that we wouldn't be able to trade with the EU. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt his very dramatic performance so far. I just wanted to point out, it's wonderful to hear the member talking about dual market access. Would he acknowledge that one of the greatest barriers to that has been the fact that these institutions have been down so much, and because we don't have everyone in the executive speaking from the same voice, ensuring that dual market access is a priority within the programme for government?
Member for her intervention. And she will know I perhaps addressed some of the issues by which the institutions collapsed at the beginning of my contribution. I don't think she wants me to go over them again. But let me reassure her that the reason for collapse was because of the political instability by which the protocol created. And as for dual market access, you would think with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, President Joe Biden, bowled over by so many members in this chamber, what was the attitude? Northern Ireland, the most interesting, exciting economic space in the Western world, the Singapore of the Western Isles. Wow. Not one example of where dual market access has secured foreign direct investment. Members, pull the curtain back from your eyes. Stand back from your EU loving and just realise that your quest in order to ensure alignment and regulatory alignment with the EU is causing self-pain on the very people you claim to represent. I would remember you all this, and I was taken a bit to the wayside there, but let me come back to the point following Ms Nichols' point. Let's look at this. We're told EU access is so important. Britain has access to the EU market. The United States has access to the EU market, but they don't. The US don't sacrifice or surrender their own internal market access for their own citizens at the behest of a foreign entity to enter a foreign market at the expense of our largest market, that of the internal market of the United Kingdom. Article 5 to 10 is again causing a continued chilling impact on GB trade. I have mentioned this time and time again. members should be very aware to the fact that this will get worse as time goes on. What has no hard border on the island of Ireland achieved? But only hardship and disruption rather than practical measures. Technological solutions were decried by members opposite throughout most of the Brexit process. But those technical solutions can offer real hope to the people of Northern Ireland, respecting their constitutional outlook whilst ensuring that trade maintains free and unfettered within the United Kingdom. Article 5 applies to the EU Customs Code in Northern Ireland, decreeing GB as a third country given supremacy to EU single market rules. It also sustains the at-risk test, which is punishing many businesses and pushing them into the red lane of full customs checks and bureaucracy, which is disrupting internal domestic UK trade. It's having a devastating impact on the haulage sector. And anybody that takes time to speak to them will understand, and I spoke to one just yesterday because I wanted to ensure that I would bring forward the views of those people that are suffering at the behest of the imposition of the protocol. The haulier that I spoke to that has served the Northern Ireland economy second generation noted the huge impact that the disruption is causing in his ability to secure GB businesses over the Irish Sea and into the Northern Ireland consumer shelves. He says, I feel less of a citizen. Businesses in Scotland can freely trade into England. Businesses in Wales can freely trade into England, and vice versa. But yet I, as a UK registered company, as a British citizen, face the prospect by which my business is being destroyed because people in Northern Ireland, at the behest of the EU, are intent in ensuring that we can't make our own laws, or laws that demand the careful curation of conditions that suit the Northern Ireland consumer. This is a huge issue that continues to face many of them. I mean, many examples for those that understand some aspect of haulage across the Irish Sea. It can be complex in the extreme in many regards. And quite often what you have is that a load that is brought from GB into Northern Ireland is a mixed load. But because that business cannot guarantee that its entire container will stay in Northern Ireland, they're essentially pushed down the road of full customs checks. And I spoke to hauliers on this, because they can't say wholeheartedly that it won't end up in the Republic of Ireland. They're being pushed down this way, when the likelihood is that it all stays in Northern Ireland. Article 6 is the protection of the UK internal market. We'd expect this to right the wrongs outlined in Article 5, disrupting internal UK trade. Isn't it ironic? Remember the headline, bear this in mind, protection of the UK internal market. Goes on to say in the paragraph, restrictions to GB to NI should only apply where strictly necessary and to provide assurances to the EU. My goodness, in this clause that's there to protect internal UK trade has the condition only if the EU says we can. That is a despicable display of negotiating by the UK government. I mean, the threat of trees, the threat of British soil, how dare it enter the Northern Ireland marketplace? Article 7 gives effect to huge swathes of EU law that govern the regulation of goods produced in Northern Ireland. We see this impact very acutely in many of the laws that we scrutinise in the Windsor Framework Committee, and how competitive disadvantage continues to prevail for local firms. The risk of divergence is always present. Article 8 sees Northern Ireland shackled to the EU's VAT regime, which means the UK VAT margin scheme has not been available for second-hand goods purchased in GB and moved to Northern Ireland since January 2021. This is strangling many businesses and sectors who source the bulk of their stock from GB for onward sale. It is absolutely critical and imperative, Mr. Speaker, that the government at Westminster regains the power to make regulations specifying VAT, excise and taxation, including to lessen, eliminate or avoid difference between Northern Ireland and GB. Article 9 deals with the functioning of the single electricity market, with Northern Ireland being subject to a number of EU laws dealing with generation, transmission and supply of electricity. We are governed by the EU state aid rules on energy in this respect. The danger in that is this: it's what's coming down the tracks. The EU's plans for carbon border adjustment mechanism runs the risk of creating a carbon border within the United Kingdom, with checks and tariffs on goods like electricity, iron, steel, aluminium, some fertilisers moving between GB and Northern Ireland. This is because these carbon taxes would be levied on goods originating in countries not applying EU emissions trading rules. It may seem very technical to a lot of members, but in reality, when you follow some of this through, there is a huge risk in divergence. Mr. O'Toole.
Possibly filibustering, just reading out stuff that's in front of him in order to eat up time, but he may not be aware that some of the regulations he just mentioned are critical to the functioning of the single electricity market. That's how electricity flows. That's why this building and this room is alight. Can he explain how, without the provisions of the protocol, we could keep the lights on because it requires the single electricity market to function?
I very well know how the lights in the building work. Thank you, Mr. O'Toole, for that education. But I will say this: for Mr. O'Toole to extol that I am filibustering on an issue which is of such magnitude, such importance to the constituents of Northern Ireland, is so dismissive, but not untypical of the SDLP's approach throughout. I don't care what time I stand on my feet to in this chamber to ensure that the legitimate concerns of the people of Northern Ireland are represented. If the member wants to go home, by all means do it. But I'll not leave this chamber in standing up and shouting out for those constituents. Taking aside whether this Assembly continues to see merit in cross-border cooperation on wholesale electricity, which was the point that Mr. O'Toole had raised, it is a perverse feature of the vote today that MLAs are expected to vote on the discontinuation of Articles 5 to 10 as a block. It doesn't give you the option to say, I like 9 but I don't like 5. It's en bloc. So there is not individual scrutiny of each provision of the protocol. Because of Article 10, Northern Ireland is also currently carved out a number of provisions in the UK's Subsidy Control Act in relation to subsidies that are deemed to affect trade between Northern Ireland and the EU. Yes, the circumstances under which the EU can bring action against the UK for subsidies in Northern Ireland under the EU state aid rules were tightened under the Windsor Framework. But the underlying legal position remains. The EU must approve the allocation of UK financial support to companies within the United Kingdom. How absurd! Businesses that are looking for intervention and financial support, we've seen issues like, for example, COVID. There was the need for fast supply of money to businesses to ensure that they were operational. Only if the EU says it is possible to do so. We have always held a concern, as members on these benches, that these provisions could endanger support and investment, particularly even perhaps rates relief policy in Northern Ireland compared to other regions within the United Kingdom. There is a cap on the amount of funding that can be given to farming, for example. How will that impact upon future investment on farms and any schemes that the executive might wish to bring forward to offset the harm of inheritance tax rules or national insurance contributions? Northern Ireland agriculture is already hampered in terms of funding streams for capital investment compared to other regions of the United Kingdom. And by their vote today, if members send these laws, approve them, send them back to the EU, they are essentially ensuring that in the future, support systems for agriculture may not just be there. Members, today's debate focuses on Article 5 to 10 of the framework. And yes, if voted against, I hope I've convinced a few, and disapplied in 2 years' time, in theory, that would remove vast swathes of EU laws that have been imposed upon us without any say and at great detriment to many of our constituents. And it may also ensure that our internal position within the UK single market is improved. But it would not remove them all. The root cause of the problems in which we face today is the implementation of EU law and the imposition of EU law that no member in this place, no member in the UK government can change. That is the reality. That will not change as a result of the Northern Ireland Protocol. Members may wish to shout Brexit from a sedentary position. But the reality is the Northern Ireland Protocol is your version of Brexit. You own it, you sell it, and whenever it comes the case that businesses go out of business because they can't access their supply chains, when consumers are faced with the challenges, the Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin, you own it. It is yours. Do not say you were not warned. Do not say that the concerns were not heard. Do not plead innocence in terms of oversight. Today's vote is on you. It is the imposition, as I've said, of EU law that goes to the root cause, members. The EU overstretch and court interpretations, as we have seen in many policy areas, will have grave consequences going forward for UK decision-making. It has been alluded to that that may even come into sharp conflict when it comes to a potential US trade deal with the UK. Because whilst Northern Ireland continues to be bound by the EU's single market and customs union, we will forever be in their regulatory orbit. But members, practical problems, as I've outlined, are only the symptom. The application of the EU law is at the root cause. The UK Brexit negotiators were the laughingstock of Europe as they hastily sold out their citizens, prioritising the access to a foreign market over that of their own. We must put that right. It's imperative that this Assembly asserts its democratic rights in line with the provisions by which these institutions operate, which at its bedstone, I've been told many times, is the Belfast Agreement. To blindly continue the EU love-in by some members in this chamber will only serve and lead to more self-harm. So in conclusion, members, I want to speak directly to the people of Northern Ireland. Do not lose hope that this will be the last opportunity to have your say on these matters. These 300 areas of law and growing that have been surrendered to the EU by the Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin will come back for vote in 4 years' time. Skullduggery may have succeeded today, but the power lies in your hands. You have the ability to elect representatives that can legislate in your interest in this place, not at the behest of the European Union. People who will vote in the future will have the right to expect that elected representatives in the Northern Ireland Assembly and those which are elected to the UK Parliament will have their ability to exercise their democratic right through their elected members to make laws, to vote on laws made in the United Kingdom. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
I think, thank you, Mr. Buckley. Or maybe thank God, Mr. Buckley, if I'm reading. But anyway, our next speaker is Naomi Long.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. After listening to the previous speaker, you'd almost think that the DUP had lost the Brexit referendum. You won, guys. Cheer up. I must be the only person, I have to say, who was ever bothered before by not available for sale in Northern Ireland when I was ordering things online. It used to happen regularly before Brexit. It was often linked to the cost of postage and to the size of the items and lots of other barriers. So I'm really not sure that it's as simple as saying that because these things exist today, they're all as a result of the Windsor Framework. However, I do get a sense that this entire debate feels a bit like, hello actions, let me introduce you to consequences. Yeah. Today's democratic consent motion, where we decide whether or not to continue with Articles 5 to 10 of the Windsor Framework, marks another important moment in our long journey towards some kind of stability post-Brexit. In the 8 years since the UK voted to depart the European Union, a lot of time and energy and resources have been spent seeking to navigate the choppy and uncharted waters into which that decision launched us all. A lot of time, energy and resource that may have been better spent actually investing in our communities and making life better for the people we represent. I don't intend to stand here today and rehearse all of the harm that has been caused due to Brexit over the last 8 years, you'll be relieved to know. To our finances, our economy, our politics, our international relationships, trust between political partners and government, and even the functioning of these institutions in which we stand. There simply would not be time to do so, although some people have really challenged that notion. But more importantly, it would not be a productive use of the time we have this afternoon. So instead, I want to focus on the future and on the opportunities and challenges which lie ahead, and the need to focus on solutions and stability. Alliance has always been clear that it is simply not possible to entirely square the circle of the challenges and contradictions posed by Brexit. Leaving the EU made a level of friction, barriers and bureaucracy inevitable. The only question remaining was where that would occur, not whether it would occur. And to be clear, I said at the time in studios after studio with members of the DUP that the most pragmatic option and the most likely option, not my option of choice, but the one that was most likely to be pursued because of its simplicity, was that those frictions would happen at the 7 ports and airports rather than along 300 miles of border. That's just logic, but that was never applied during Brexit. However, if we rebuild trust and apply creativity, I believe we can and must lessen the impact of Brexit. We know that challenges remain, and indeed that further challenges will emerge. And it is with that at the forefront of our minds that we should now be considering our options moving forward. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a choice today, a choice about how we present Northern Ireland to the rest of the world. Are we a place committed to tackling the most difficult challenges head-on, finding creative solutions and building stability and prosperity for the people we represent? Or are we to be forever defined by uncertainty, chaos and instability, allowing Brexit to be a constantly open wound, suppurating and poisoning our economy and our body politic? This attritional war around Brexit has done enough damage. We need to look now at how we move forward. As a divided society, we know all too well that Northern Ireland only works when we recognise our interdependence in our communities across these islands and beyond with our European and global partners. People in this jurisdiction interact and businesses have supply chains and sales both north-south and east-west. Brexit, particularly a hard form of Brexit, was always going to cause friction and create barriers, particularly with the UK's decision to leave the customs union and single market as part of the Brexit process. That created an interface with the EU that has to be managed somewhere. And as I said, while it was not my choice where it was to be handled, it was very logical and apparent to anyone who was considering the options available where it would end up being out of convenience and pragmatism alone. That's why Alliance opposed leaving the EU and advocated for the softest possible Brexit to minimise the friction and those tensions when the UK decided to leave. By contrast, the hard Brexit pursued by the DUP, in collaboration with the Conservatives that they propped up, no point denouncing the British government for their treachery. I agree, they treated unionists appallingly, but you let them, you propped them up and you helped them. There was always going to necessitate special arrangements for Northern Ireland to manage those tensions and frictions. And while the Windsor framework is far from perfect, it clearly provides for that softer landing that we need. It's also, quite frankly, the only game in town, as the new Labour government has made clear. Of course, my hope would be that over time that can change and evolve, become less bureaucratic and more flexible, but it will nevertheless be the starting point for that evolution. Madam Deputy Speaker, acting collectively with the best interests of Northern Ireland as our compass, I believe that it is not beyond our capacity to navigate all of the post-Brexit complexities together. That is our collective responsibility to those who elected us. And while this juncture will expose a clear difference in opinion today, it is important that we quickly move beyond that, working together. I remain not only optimistic that our best days are ahead of us, but I am wholly committed to us getting there, and that is a project that is for us collectively to deliver. Alliance is proud to be strongly pro-European. We maintain close links and positive relationships with parties across the EU and always will seek to use whatever influence we hold to the benefit of our community here in Northern Ireland. During my short time as an MEP, I witnessed firsthand the level of knowledge, interest and commitment to ensuring that Northern Ireland was protected from the worst excesses of Brexit that existed within the Parliament, the Council and the Commission. And that interest in our affairs and the success of our institutions remains strong among my former colleagues. We should make every effort to continue to foster that interest and understanding, to build deeper and stronger relationships, as there is both a huge opportunity for us in doing so, but also it assists us in identifying those issues which are coming down the tracks and help us to prepare for the changes which may impact on us directly or indirectly. Of course, it's not just politicians who have a role in resolving outstanding issues. They can only be tackled in collaboration with others, including civic society and businesses. The consensus there is clear. We need to improve implementation through practical measures, including a comprehensive UK-EU veterinary and SPS agreement, such as we advocated for during the negotiations. We know that an ambitious SPS agreement and UK-EU veterinary agreement would significantly reduce checks and bureaucracy on Irish sea trade and enhance our collective food security, both of which we would all welcome, not least because it means the next time Mr Buckley gets up to make a list of problems, it will be considerably shorter. We also need improved information and assistance for businesses based in GB regarding trade with Northern Ireland. This is an issue that I have raised again with the current Secretary of State, having done so repeatedly with previous Secretaries of State. Many businesses in England opt not to trade with Northern Ireland, even when there is no regulatory barrier to doing so, due to uncertainty about the bureaucracy and paperwork. Early and enhanced engagement between Northern Ireland's elected representatives, executive departments and other stakeholders in the development of EU law is also essential if we're to avert any crises and respond dynamically to new developments. Further, in Alliance, we're also mindful of the challenges coming down the line on the GSPR regulations and parcels, and we are continuing to work to find solutions to these and other challenges. That is our job. We are not professional critics. We are meant to be professional problem solvers. There are a range of other aspects that would help improve our relationship with the EU and provide us with additional opportunities, including a progressive return to freedom of movement, deepening of the policing and justice cooperation agreements, which I have to say have been incredibly successful, mutual recognition of professional qualifications, merging of UK and EU emissions trading regimes and carbon border adjustment mechanisms, and a joint approach on chemicals, amongst others. All of those will take time and trust to advance, but all of them offer us new opportunities. Ultimately, closer and stronger relationships with the EU and better alignment between the UK and the EU would reduce the need for many aspects of the Windsor Framework and would limit friction for business and trade. This is something that the UK Government has indicated they want to achieve, and as a party we are open to further negotiated, bilaterally agreed changes that deliver those improvements. However, unilateral actions or reneging on agreements or breaking international law in limited and specific ways are not only destabilising but fly in the face of government commitment to rebuild those strong relationships with the EU. I trust that that phase in our relationship is now past. Although it is not part of the articles being debated today, it has been raised, and so it is important for me to state, both as leader of the Alliance Party and as Minister of Justice, the importance of Article 2 in protecting rights under the Good Friday Agreement and the European Convention on Human Rights. We will continue to defend this from any attack or diminution in line with the Windsor Framework. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I should say, whilst I've spoken about overcoming the challenges that Brexit presents, if we're focused on the future and growing our economy, then we also need to be willing to exploit any opportunities as they arise. Mr. Buckley made much of the fact that so far we have not been able to do so, but he should talk to his colleague who was previously the Economy Minister and who didn't want to mention those opportunities in our 10-time strategy in terms of being able to exploit the benefits of having an opportunity for free flow of trade into both markets. I genuinely think the member has spoken long enough, but I think I would be more than happy to give way to other members. I'd be more than happy to give way to other members, but I want to make some progress. If we are going to do this, if we are going to be serious about doing this, then we have got to look for and exploit the opportunities as they arise. The commitment of the new UK Government to a reset on relations with the EU, I think, offers Northern Ireland a real opportunity to assert ourselves more robustly and positively and constructively, and to place ourselves at the centre of that process and ensure that not just our needs but our ambitions are at the heart of those discussions. With a common commitment to delivery from the executive and local parties and leveraging the power of dual market access, I think we can unleash opportunities that lie within the Windsor Framework arrangements to grow our economy. In the spirit of maximising our potential and solving common problems, the UK Government and the EU must urgently step up their efforts to reset relations. I hope that will also mark a reset in relationships between the British and Irish governments, which have been placed under significant strain during Brexit, and unhealthily so. As neighbours and allies, all of our futures are bound together, and if we are serious about economic growth, political stability, peace and security, then the engagement must become more constructive and positive than has been the case over recent years. We remain, as a party, committed to doing all we can to reduce the level and impact of checks in the Irish Sea through closer alignment and reduced divergence, and to simplify any remaining processes and checks. We're dedicated to exploiting every opportunity presented by dual market access to help local businesses grow and thrive. The majority of people and businesses in Northern Ireland do not want further chaos and instability. They want to see progress and pragmatic solutions. That is what Alliance has always and will always offer, and it is why we will be supporting this motion today. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the run-up to the debate, there has been a lot of media focus on unionist concerns regarding the Windsor Framework. Indeed, it has been raised again today by Mr Buckley in the debate, falsely claiming that Alliance and others had no interest in those concerns. I want to put it on record, firstly, that we have always acknowledged that there are genuine concerns, and we wish to see them addressed insofar as they can be. And I have set out in my speech some of the mechanisms which I believe will assist us in doing so. However, it is worth remembering at this early stage in this debate that there are many who are not unionists who also have significant residual concerns regarding the ongoing impact of Brexit. A Brexit which we did not champion or choose, and yet we will vote for this motion today. If we are to move forward constructively, then we need to acknowledge that the Windsor Framework is an imperfect attempt to manage a hugely divisive and widely impactful situation. Alliance has also done significant heavy lifting in terms of championing change to the protocol, and agreed that change and will continue to do so. We were the first political party to call for grace periods to defer the application of aspects of the protocol, to give time for businesses to continue to prepare, supply chains to readjust, and most crucially, mitigations and derogations to be agreed. We pushed for Northern Ireland political representation on UK-EU decision-making bodies and tabled amendments to that effect in Parliament. We championed flexibilities on the regulation and supply of medicines into Northern Ireland and welcomed creative solutions that have now been provided by the Commission. Alliance led a campaign on the creation of a comprehensive UK-EU veterinary agreement as the most comprehensive means to minimise the nature and level of sanitary and phytosanitary checks across the Irish Sea and secure the supply of veterinary medicines. We welcome the extension of that veterinary medicines grace period, but we have warned that a long-term solution now needs to be urgently found as part of those UK-EU talks. We also called for derogation on regulations relating to dental amalgam, which was subsequently granted by the EU. If you engage constructively, progress can be made, but you've got to go with practical solutions. Softer and more flexible alternative versions of Brexit existed, and indeed Alliance pressed for them to be properly considered. However, they were roundly dismissed by largely the same people who railed against the protocol and who will vote against this motion on the Windsor Framework today. Ironically, the DUP themselves claimed earlier this year the sea border had been removed and hailed the current arrangements under the Windsor Framework a success following the publication of the Safeguarding the Union paper. What has changed since then? To be clear, Alliance support for the framework and for this motion is not because it is perfect or seamless. It is not because it is what we have always wanted. It is because it is the better option when faced with a choice between hard and soft borders, between friction and facilitation, between stability and chaos. I also question whether some of the members choosing to vote against this motion today have properly considered the potential consequences if their will was to be carried out. It will be interesting to hear whether any credible, workable alternatives that could be delivered in the next 2 years will be advanced today by members opposing the motion. There have certainly been none in the last 8 years, nor was a single one offered in all the verbosity of Mr Buckley's speech. The abject lack of seriousness in his contribution and his recourse at times to personal insults underpins a lack of seriousness that has defined the DUP's approach to Brexit start to finish. I also wonder whether some who are opposing genuinely believe it would be...
Naomi, order just a minute, please. Mr Buckley, I think you've asked her to give way a few times now. It's clear it's just not going to. I would ask you not to persist. Please, thank you.
I also wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether some who are opposing this genuinely believe it would be a good idea for this House to reject the motion, or will they be quietly relieved if this motion passes despite their opposition? Mr Speaker, it would be remiss of me in that context not to note that if and when this House divides today, for once on an issue of this seriousness and magnitude, my vote and those of my colleagues will count for just as much as every other member of this House and will be able to genuinely influence the outcome. To be clear on this matter that was raised, and I did ask Mr Buckley if he would give way to me to allow me to clarify it, and he did not wish to do so. So to be clear, there was no cross-community consent for Brexit in the first place. The DUP cannot now demand there must be cross-community support for how we leave the EU, but not whether we leave the EU. The Windsor Framework and the Protocol was agreed by the UK and EU as part of an international agreement. Just like votes at 16, those are reserved matters, not ones that will be decided on the floor of this chamber, but will be decided in Westminster. And it was approved by Parliament, which is sovereign. So it is not an issue for us. Trade is not a devolved issue. Handing any single party in any devolved institution in these islands a de facto veto over national government policy is not a credible proposition, and the DUP at their core know that is the case. If I give them credit for anything, it is that they are skilled parliamentarians and understand the primacy of Parliament in these matters. Cross-community votes in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, are the least cross-community of any vote in this Assembly, excluding, as they do, the votes of those who are in a cross-community party and almost 20% of the members of this House. As a genuinely cross-community party committed to genuinely cross-community voting, not majoritarianism, but actually using weighted majority voting, which is a much better system. As the third largest party in this chamber and a party of government, being excluded from so-called cross-community votes, in my view, is an affront to democracy. Now, there will, I am sure, be those in this debate today who will talk of the democratic deficit. Again, Mr Buckley has spoken of it, which was created by Brexit. Yet they refuse to address the democratic deficit right here, in this chamber, week in, week out, every time we vote by parallel consent. I would encourage them, when this debate concludes, and as we look to the future work to try and address our future together, that they will address that deficit which is in their gift with the same vigour they address this one. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Steve Aiken.
Principal Speaker. And may I thank those who have already contributed to the debate so far. It has been in some ways educational and in some ways it hasn't. I rise to speak on the democratic consent mechanism and our party's opposition to the retention of Articles 5 to 10 inclusive of the Windsor Framework. I will be talking about the politics, the generalities, but also the articles themselves. To preface our detailed remarks on these articles, I wish to put on record our party's oft and clearly stated opposition to the protocol and the imposition of the Irish Sea border. If you don't mind, I'll move around a bit. My knee's a bit sore, so I'm not. Don't be worried about that. Unlike some parties on both sides of this House, we always took the line of looking out for the best interests of Northern Ireland. We never joined with the SDLP, Sinn Féin or the Alliance Party, who sought full implementation of the protocol, regardless of the impact that would have on all of us. And for clarity, we advocated for Remain in 2016. But as Democrats who believe in the United Kingdom, we accept that our nation as a whole voted to leave. And therefore, since that date, as well as accepting the results, we have striven to see that a pragmatic deal was delivered. We engaged extensively, much like the leader of the Alliance Party, in London, Brussels, Dublin and wider afield. Being in the room and talking, though I doubt listened to, with Michel Barnier, Mara Sefcovic, Rishi Sunak, Theresa May, Johnson, Frost, Davies, Enda Kenny, Leo Varadkar, Simon Coveney, Liz Truss and Micheál Martin, amongst others. On every one of these occasions, Lord MP and I made the case for as a minimal touch agreement as possible, asking those supposedly negotiating for us to recognise there was very little, if any, risk to the European single market from Northern Ireland. And, as the Ulster Unionist Party is leaders in creating the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, we knew how much an overzealous deal would be in destabilising Northern Ireland and the wider all-island and all-islands relationships. Our advice fell on deaf ears, and one can only ask why. While some, despicably in the case of Leo Varadkar and Simon Coveney, who sought to mislead and raise the spectre of a return to violence, if there was even any form of minimal checks on the actual EU border, or others who just sought to punish the United Kingdom for having the temerity to leave the EU, taking a maximalist approach, making the economic sovereignty of Northern Ireland the price of any agreement. We still took every opportunity to make the case for a pragmatic, minimalist and mutually beneficial agreement. On that, Deputy Principal Speaker, I regret to say we failed. We sought to create a deal that didn't create a growing divergence or one that doubled the bureaucracy, that allowed continuous access to human and veterinary medicines and allowed for the flexible use of state aid and a proper all-islands energy market. We definitely didn't advocate for costly border control and customs checking infrastructure like that actually being built now in Larne, Belfast, Warrenpoint and Holyhead. Money that could be spent better elsewhere across our nation. We gave a copy of our ideas to every stakeholder we talked to, and Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker, there are many. And nothing when our views then have changed now. You cannot argue that we have offered no alternative when we have continuously. Our proposed deal at no stage ever envisaged the imposition of an internal border within our nation, and those that advocated this trade protection measure was a sensible option at the behest of a mendacious Prime Minister thought it was in some way a sound idea should continue, regrettably, to hold your heads in shame. That Boris Johnson, in his recent memoirs, admits that he put too much faith in Leo Varadkar and the EU to play fair also adds naivety to the charge of his mendacity. Regrettably, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker, we are where we are. But no one should fall for the siren calls by some, most notably the same full implementers, protagonists, of Northern Ireland being somehow in the best of both worlds. Any recent growth we have, welcome as it is, as Ulster University said last week, has come largely from professional services, the public sector, and in a very limited way manufacturing. The majority of that, as we all know, is not covered by the Windsor Framework. We delude ourselves by pretending that we somehow are in a uniquely positive position. We only have to look at the recent Mercosur agreement with the European Union, with the South American countries, one that the Irish Farmers Association had said that would grant market access for hundreds of thousands of tonnes of poultry and beef at a zero-rate tariff. That would decimate both the Irish and EU beef and poultry sectors, saying Ireland would be the most impacted by this displacement, given we are the largest exporters of beef within the EU. So just what will our full implementers say about how we'll stop this impacting on the Northern Ireland agriculture sector? Certainly.
He is right to say that lots of, including the IFA and lots of other heavy agricultural producers, green beef producers, are very concerned about the Mercosur deal. I would not be a fan of it myself, but isn't it also the case that the UK government, certainly the previous UK government, was hell for leather when it came to agreeing trade deals that had very low standards in terms of agricultural goods and were not in the interests of farmers on this island?
I thank the Honourable very, and I do call you an Honourable Member, because we have debated these things at many issues as we've gone past. But the key issue here is the fact that the Mercosur agreement is going to have a huge impact on farming on this island. And this is not fear-mongering, it is the reality of the open borders insisted upon by Article 5. As has already been alluded to, the Chief Executive Officer of InvestNI recently explained he has no evidence of any companies coming to invest specifically in Northern Ireland because of any perceived benefit from the Windsor Framework. There's a reason for that. For instead of the best of both worlds, we are now in a morass of dealing with additional arcane rules, regulations and non-tariff measures on everything from labelling, digital passport, classification, general product safety regulations and much, much more, all of which are adding cost and uncertainty to consumers and businesses alike. Please.
I tried to come in on this point earlier on when the one-man pantomime was going on, but the CEO of InvestNI has actually never said those words. What he said in our committee was, to this point, there was no businesses that had invested on that, but he expected it. No, they said that there was never, and moving forward, the next part of the sentence was that they were expecting it moving forward and there would be business. To define him to saying something misquoted has happened twice, and I just want to put that on record as not what he said.
I thank the member for his intervention, because I did check, and I asked, and I've asked in many trade bodies, and the member will be aware that I used to be a chief executive of a major trade body, indeed one that was responsible for $1 billion worth of trade back and forth the IRC every week, and there has still been no examples of it. You've already had your intervention. No, sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I will continue. Sorry. An accumulation of changes are making us increasingly diverge from our largest market, our own nation. The message to both our companies and those looking at investing here is that the costs of doing business here are higher. And rather being a streamlined and pro-business environment, we're being increasingly sucked into a morass of excessive legislation and rules. The cumulative effect is impacting on all of us, which, if we actually looked at it objectively, is why all MLAs should be voting to reject Articles 5 to 10. And the main reason for this is simple. We need to send a strong message to both Brussels and London that we all want to see the interests of Northern Ireland put first. If we don't do that and start the reform process now, we will be tied into another 8 years of stultifying and restrictive legislation that does little or nothing for Northern Ireland. But we know this is not about what's doing right for us. It's about ideology. As some believe that the continued application of Articles 5 to 10 lead will inexorably to an ever-expanding internal border within our own country, the United Kingdom. Some have not. Most of those who vote for the retention of these articles believe that after 8 years, our economies will have diverged so far that constitutional change will become inevitable. It is no surprise that the SNP want a similar arrangement to the Windsor Framework, not for the good of Scotland, but to help render us under the Union. But by myopically supporting the retention of Articles 5 to 10, we will only serve to undermine our economy, for our own farmers, our business people, our consumers, our entrepreneurs, indeed for all of us, nationalists, unionists and others. So let us move specifically to Articles 5 to 10 themselves. As the consent mechanism requires us to vote on Article 5 to 10 in their entirety, we have to examine the combined and cumulative effect of these rules and draw judgment on them at this stage. So far, as well as the existing EU legacy legislation that has been carried over under these articles, we have since January this year adopted around 23 regulations and responded to several applicability motions. Members will note that during this time the EU Commission, Parliament and Council of the EU were largely moribund with the EU elections in the summer of this year. In a normal year, we can expect on average 80 directives, 1,200 regulations and around 700 decisions per year coming from Brussels. While some of these may not apply to the Windsor Framework, many of them will, either fully or in part. With the likely volume of future legislation, directives, applicability motions, decisions and regulations, it is inconceivable that we can adequately scrutinise this volume of change coming in our direction. We haven't even properly scrutinised the 23 regulations we have had before us, having only held inquiries on less than 20% of these EU requirements. There is absolutely no way this Assembly can currently act as the scrutiny safeguard that the people of Northern Ireland need. As has been stated to us recently in Brussels, even countries like Norway or EU countries like Estonia struggle to comprehend this legislative tsunami. We therefore need a way of limiting the scope of these EU regulations in Northern Ireland. Just because some of us can't understand what's being imposed on us, there is no reason why we should blindly accept it. Why should we accept differing standards to laws from Brussels than we would do from London, or even those we enact ourselves? Surely that is what democracy is about. We should be starting this process of scrutiny and accountability by rejecting Articles 5 to 10, sending a message that we should seek to cease the application of these articles while we seek an arrangement with the European Union and the British Government that is pragmatic, pro-Northern Ireland and doesn't impose internal borders. And we also need to bear in mind that the worst impacts of those provisions let out in Articles 5 to 10 are yet to be implemented. Rejecting them would give us time for a fundamental review of the process before permanent harm is done. By sending out that message today, we can categorically say that we want to be heard and have a say in the laws that affect us. Currently, there is little or no direct effective dialogue between Northern Ireland Executive and Northern Ireland Assembly and the key UK Government and EU stakeholders. We can attend like low-grade civil servants on the alphabet soup of EU-UK joint committees, but by rejecting Articles 5 to 10, we could and should be making the strong case that we should not be bystanders, but that we should be sitting as equal partners on the withdrawal agreement joint committees. If it impacts on Northern Ireland, we should have a say. The storm at break, as those who have studied it, is anything but. At best, it is an loud alarm that real harm is being done to Northern Ireland. But without any direct mechanism to influence on a right call for a halt or delay of implementation of areas covered by Articles 5 to 10. Remember, the break doesn't mean stop. It means the EU and the UK Government will think about it for a year or so, or maybe, or possibly. You may hear arguments that the negotiations between the UK and EU will not or cannot be reopened, even though we know in less than 13 months the Trade and Cooperation Agreement is being tabled for review. And even a cursory glance of any of the EU official press releases will show the flexibility, negotiation and pragmatism shown daily on trade deals, treaties and international arrangements. Though, to be clear, this is only when it's in Brussels' interests. So why can't they and we put Northern Ireland's interests first? Northern Ireland should be in Brussels' interest, as after all, every EU official I've ever met has told our party how central the European Union was to the peace process, which, to be honest, came as a bit of a surprise to some of our party members who were actually involved in the talks at that time, but I digress. It was also stated in the Secretary of State's explanatory notes to this motion that opinions should be sought from institutions created by the Belfast Good Friday Agreement on these articles. This Assembly is one of those institutions, as is the Northern Ireland Executive. And our opinion isn't being currently sought, it's being ignored. As custodians of both the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and as the political representatives of the people of Northern Ireland, our voice needs to have equal weight, where rules and regulations pertain to Northern Ireland. Others, and they already have, will comment on the fact that this motion will not be subject to cross-community support for it to pass. As a party that supported and was fundamental to the creation of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, we believe that the failure to adhere to this convention is a grave mistake. Again, if it wasn't for the ideological position of some members of this chamber, we should be all agreeing on this issue as well. Being partial with community consent on major constitutional issues like this will have profound and long-lasting implications. Please allow that thought to sink in on all sides of the chamber. Yes, please.
Member for giving way. Can I just ask the member if he's read in the Good Friday Agreement section 5D 1 and 2, where it says that cross-community can be either what it is that we have now or weighted majority? Because, to be honest, it's not against any laws or any rules that we have the opportunity to move to weighted majority voting.
And I thank the member for bringing up her party's position yet again, but very ably made. Moving on, curiously, the reasoning behind us having to follow Articles 5 to 10 was because the integrity of the EU single market had to be protected at all cost. Article 5 places the integrity of the EU single market to the fore, but we have seen the risk of EU single market contamination is minimal, even with the many derogations that we have continued to have in place up to now. But primacy over the UK internal market undermines our economy. The increasingly zealous application of these rules over our own needs will only exacerbate concerns about democratic accountability. While divergence from the rest of the United Kingdom is occurring in agriculture, in manufacturing, in regulations in medicines. And I'm glad you mentioned dental amalgams, because remember, this is only deferring the adoption of the rules. It's not actually changing the rules. In pet foods and animal welfare and much more, there is still not one example of the single market being put at risk by UK goods. But as the adoption by the EU of the Mercosur Agreement shows, there is a very real threat to contamination of our, and by extension the UK market, by other imports coming from outside even the European Union. It is not the integrity of the EU internal market that's being compromised, it is our own UK market that is being damaged. Article 6, while dealing with Northern Ireland to GB, does not consider the chilling effect of the article on Article 5 of moving goods into Northern Ireland, with GB companies of all sizes impacting on their own lean logistics, supply chains and circular economy. That reciprocity, thank you very much, Naomi. That reciprocity across industry and our UK-wide supply chain is being damaged by the Windsor Framework now. It has already started within the SME sectors, and unless halted, diversion and that chilling effect will spread further across all sectors of our economy. As we have heard from the likes of the Federation of Small Businesses, that a review of these processes would be very welcome. So why don't we give it to them by rejecting these Articles 5 to 10 today? In Article 7, we have already referred to the avalanche of regulations, directives and other non-tariff barriers that are having significant impacts on us, showing that a review of Article 7 is also urgently required. The discriminatory VAT rates on this island, especially the impacts on our hospitality sector, are enshrined by Article 8. Even if we hope to negotiate a variation of VAT to enable our businesses to compete on a level playing field, under Article 8 and 10 we won't be able to do so. We can't even take full advantage of the lower industrial and manufacturing energy costs in GB due to Article 9 and the little understood but far-reaching EU electricity market design and reform mechanisms. Provisions within that require our energy system, even though it isn't physically connected to the rest of the island, and I defer to my friend Mr. Frew in this because actually we do not have an all-island energy system. It's not there. It is only a virtual energy market, makes us meet targets that are impossible to achieve without GB interconnections, which paradoxically is the only market that we're physically connected to and the only one that we can't gain advantage from. In fact, we will be financially penalised for doing so while adopting a protectionist system that adds cost to the consumer. It doesn't add to security of supply. In fact, will make it worse, and then will make it more difficult for us to meet our net zero carbon targets. By voting for retention of Article 9, we're working against our carbon targets, rather than accelerating towards a more secure energy system. The benefits of a large GB system connected as it is to Norway and the Northern European Union, with a significantly higher penetration of renewable wind, backed up by secure nuclear and close-cycle gas, are being denied to us by remaining in the anti-competitive and monopolistic ISEP. As anybody who's talked to our energy industry will tell you, England, Scotland and Wales coming under Ofgem gives them certainty. All we have is endless delays, shambolic non-strategies, and Article 9 that is not fit for purpose. Certainly.
He's sort of straying into Article 9 obviously relates to energy and the operation of the single electricity market. Is Ulster Unionist Party policy that they want us to leave the single electricity market? Because that seems to be what you're indicating.
Thank you very much indeed. I think the question is we need to have is an energy system on these islands that's fit for purpose. The one thing we can definitely say is the ISEM isn't fit for purpose. It's not working. Thank you, but thank you very much indeed for raising the point. This surely is not in our best interests. As has been pointed out, or should be by other commentators, that the so-called best of both worlds can only be achieved if other factors are considered, such as an all-island corporation tax. Though, surreally, that would be deemed contrary to Article 10. It also seems bizarre that this article has been quoted by certain UK government officials, and I hope they're listening in, as a reason why aid cannot be given to Harland and Wolff, when clearly all across the European Union, shipyards are either state-owned or very heavily state-subsidised. It seems oxymoronic this very article is being quoted as a reason for not revitalising one of our vital historic and increasingly strategic industries. Another reason why all MLAs should be calling out this article, as well as the others, for rejection. MLAs should be taking an objective rather than ideological view on whether Articles 5 to 10 are benefiting Northern Ireland. They categorically are not. Members will be whipped by their parties. Those driven by ideology will be voting, not on the merits of Article 5 to 10, but refighting the Brexit referendum or some nebulous belief that will bring forward a constitutional referendum by undermining the foundation of the United Kingdom. Contrary arguments will be made about the constitutional integrity of the United Kingdom and how the protocol in all its parts undermines our union. I have a lot of sympathy for that argument, but the real reason we should be rejecting Articles 5 to 10 is that they fundamentally undermine the competitiveness of our economy. They work against our customers, our farmers, our hospitality sector, our green targets, and even our livestock and domestic animals. These articles remove this place's role of democratic accountability. Retaining these articles also takes away any bargaining power we have when it comes to the review of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement in 2026. We hear many times in the Assembly complaints about Westminster imposing rules and regulations. It also seems well beyond comprehension that the same MLAs would vote for the unbridled imposition of rules from the European Union. Supporting the retention of Article 5 to 10 shows that narrow ideology supplants the needs of our people. Maybe not now, but soon the electorate will realise the severe long-term implications of this vote and note who voted for the needs of the people rather than those of the EU and, may I even dare say, the British government. I urge you all to vote against retention of Articles 5 to 10. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the protocol first came into existence, in a sense, in October 2019. October 2019 feels like a lifetime ago, although in fairness, everything that happened before Johnny Buckley's speech feels like a lifetime ago. And let me say, should Mr Buckley ever decide, for whatever reason, to leave politics, he's very young, I hope he doesn't, let me reassure him that the Grand Opera House beckons, because May McFetridge would be, I think, jealous of that performance. It was one of the great ham acts of the pantomime season. But this is a serious issue that we are debating today, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Unlike many of the motions that we've debated since we've returned to the Chamber, this is about something fundamental. It's about the relationships that we have following the UK's decision to leave the EU. It's about a decision we didn't make, hard Brexit, but one that had profound consequences for our people, our peace, and the society and economy that we live in. 5 years ago, that protocol was first signed by Boris Johnson and his government. Since then, we've seen 2 UK general elections, 2 Irish general elections, an Assembly election, and institutional collapse. Institutional collapse brought about by the party opposite, the DUP, because they didn't like the post-Brexit arrangements, that the hard Brexit that they and their allies in the Conservative Party had championed brought about. That's why the protocol exists, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm afraid it was surreal to hear Mr Buckley and then, to an extent, Mr Aiken talk about the protocol, now renamed the Windsor Framework, as if it fell from the sky, as if it had nothing to do with Brexit. It wouldn't have happened without Brexit. The UK leaving the European Union is ipso facto why there is a protocol. It's also why I'm here, and I'll talk a little bit about my experience. I will give way, yes.
That actually the protocol and the framework are actually the result of the member and others' attempts to thwart democracy and not to honour a referendum, not as a result of Brexit. Brexit has been achieved in other parts of the United Kingdom. It has not been delivered here, largely because of the lobbying of those on the opposite benches.
The member has made his point. I return to the basic logical point that I made, first of all, which is that had the UK not decided to leave the European Union, had there not been a hard Brexit, there would not have needed to be any lobbying by the SDLP, the Alliance Party, Sinn Féin, the Irish Government, EU member states in order to protect us from a hard border on the island of Ireland. That was necessary because of Brexit, because of a hard Brexit that was chosen by people who did not have the interests of this place at heart. And tragically, the DUP and others in this chamber got on board with that and cheerleaded it. And I'm afraid they have no one to blame but themselves in many ways. Perhaps they can also blame Boris Johnson, their erstwhile ally, now retired somewhere, writing his memoirs, and probably not paying very much attention to the debate that's happening here today. Perhaps members on the other side of this chamber will reflect on that, when they lambast those of us who are in this chamber doing our best to make this place work and make our post-Brexit arrangements work. I will give way in just 1 minute. In fact, I'll give way now. Go ahead, yeah.
Thank the member for giving way, and I know that he would know the inside of 10 Downing Street a lot better than most of us, given the fact that he worked there for a Tory Prime Minister. But could I ask the member this? If he was always in the best interest of Northern Ireland, does he regret passing a motion that called for the rigorous implementation of an original protocol which was in a sense even far worse than the variation that we have today? Was that a mistake? A signed declaration.
It wasn't a motion, first of all, it was a letter. The rigorous implementation, what would some of the anti-protocol crowd have to talk about were it not for the phrase rigorous implementation? Let me be clear, I'm going to come on and talk about our view of the protocol and our ambitions for our future relationship with the European Union. I do want to see, well, I wasn't a politician then, but do I regret us wanting to have the protocol implemented? No, I don't. No, I don't. Do you regret? Does Mr Buckley regret hard Brexit? Do you regret?
Order.
Do you
Order, please. Now, you had loads of time. In fact, you had an hour and 7 minutes, Mr Buckley. And this is a serious debate, so can we be a bit respectful and not to be shouting from the benches from Saturday position, please?
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And he brings me back to my former career, and I was going to talk about that because there have been many consequences from hard Brexit that the DUP don't like. I will give way to the Alliance leader in just a little while. There have been many consequences of hard Brexit the DUP don't like. One of them is the protocol, the Irish Sea border, something they talk about. I don't call it that. Another consequence that they don't like is me, because I wouldn't be in this chamber were it not for hard Brexit. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be a politician in Northern Ireland had the UK decided not to leave the EU. I was, as the member indicated, in Downing Street. I was a civil servant. I didn't agree with the government I worked for, but like lots of civil servants, you work for the government that you work for. I was a civil servant back in 2016. I spent the night of the 23rd of June in number 10 Downing Street. I tried my best as a civil servant working on that campaign to stop the UK leaving the EU because I thought it would be a disaster. I thought it would be a disaster for the UK economy, and I'm a nationalist. I believe Northern Ireland should leave the UK and form a new Ireland inside the EU. But I also didn't want to see the UK economy destroyed. I cared about what happened to the UK. I worked there at the time as a UK civil servant. I'm being honest with him about that. He wants Northern Ireland to stay in the UK. I presume he has the best interests of the UK and its economy at heart. I would draw his attention to the repeated findings of the Office for Budget Responsibility and every other serious, credible economic forecaster and analyst who has said that Brexit has fundamentally damaged the UK economy. Philip McGuigan mentioned earlier on the finding that it had cost the UK 4% in long-run productivity. That's the finding after the referendum. That was the forecast before the referendum, when I was working on all of this inside Whitehall, that the UK leaving the EU on the terms that it did would cost long-run productivity of 4.2%. Okay? That means tens of billions of pounds of lost economic output every single year. That means less money for public services. That means fewer jobs. That means fewer opportunities. That's Brexit. That's Brexit. So don't, members of the DUP, come in here and carpet me or others in this chamber who will vote aye to this motion today when the consequences that we are dealing with are hard Brexit. And when people shake their head on the other side of the chamber, but it's true. It is true. There are none so blind as those who will not see. I'm happy to give way to any member of the DUP, TUV, or anyone else who would like to intervene on me and tell me one single economic analyst who can find a benefit of Brexit, or who thinks that Brexit has not cost the UK economically. The Education Minister's here. He was not happy with me earlier on. Happy to give way to him. Happy to give way to 2 former economy ministers, I think, from the DUP are here. Three, actually. I think we have 3 former economy ministers from the DUP. If any of them can give me a single economic analyst who thinks Brexit has had any benefits, I'm happy to give way to them. No, there haven't been any. I think I've made my point. Brexit has been a disaster. Northern Ireland has had some protections from Brexit. If you want some evidence of it, let's look at the numbers. Let's look at our overall economic performance. The Northern Ireland Economic Composite Index, which is produced on a regular basis by NISRA, the statisticians find that our economy versus that of the UK writ large has, since Q4 2019, we go back to Q4 2019, that's when Boris Johnson, formerly beloved of certain members in this chamber, that's when Boris Johnson signed the protocol. If you compare economic output, Q4 2019, compare economic output then in Northern Ireland and the UK writ large, the UK is about 2% above where it was in Q4 2019, Northern Ireland's at over 8%. We have far outperformed in that sense, the rest of the UK. Now, I wouldn't claim, and I couldn't claim, that all of that is because of the protocol, or that the protocol has delivered all of that difference. But what I will say is that the idea that the protocol has ravaged our economy and that we're doing terribly as a result of the protocol is clearly and obviously, self-evidently, untrue. Because if it had been ravaging, damaging our economy in the way that some have claimed, then the numbers would bear it out. They don't, and they haven't. Now, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that isn't to say that the protocol is some perfect thing. It isn't. I would never say that. I've never said that. My party has never said that. Let me go back, first of all, to the economic question, some of the disruptions. The protocol, as a result of hard Brexit, has meant new processes on goods as they move from Britain into Northern Ireland. That has caused challenges that need to be worked on for businesses, particularly small businesses, who do not have the same level of capacity as, for example, large supermarkets to process some of those issues. Our party, and I think others in this chamber, have always said there needs to be a focus on ensuring those disruptions are as minimal as possible and dealing with them. At no point will you hear me say otherwise, or any member of my party. Would that other members in the chamber were as frank and honest about acknowledging the damages from Brexit writ large, then we might get somewhere. And by the way, I would say, just in parenthesis, people talk about impacts on business. There are businesses on the island of Britain, in GB, who are dealing with huge damage, the damaging cost of all the trade barriers that have been erected between Dover and Calais. So please, let's not pretend that hard Brexit has not been economically ruinous, as I said, for businesses on the other side of the Irish Sea. It has. Members again are shaking their head on the other side of the chamber, but they're simply denying obvious, self-evident fact. But there are challenges around implementation. There were challenges around implementation. The EU has not got it all right. Certainly, the UK has mostly got it wrong. But we've been frank about the fact that there needs to be a focused effort on improving things. That's why in our paper, which I'm going to talk a fair bit about today, Our European Future, there are practical suggestions about how we grow our voice in Brussels, and also how we create better mechanisms to make representations to the EU-UK Joint Committee and the Specialised Committee. One of those opportunities is through, and I'd like to think that some of the members who talk today about all the challenges will get on board with this. One obvious step, and there are business representative groups who support this, one obvious way to do that would be to have the European Commission open an office in Belfast. They had an office on Bedford Street for many, many years. They could have an office in Belfast. They also have an office in London. It doesn't cause any major issues. If they had an office in Belfast, it would enable business trade bodies, would enable members of this assembly to go have meetings there, to make representations and to find out what was happening in terms of the application of EU law. any checks that are or aren't happening, and indeed future pieces of EU law. There's a reasonable proposal that I would hope members in this chamber would get behind, and there are lots of others. So yes, by all means, let's look at how we continue to ensure the smoothest possible implementation of the protocol. I also want to challenge one of the points that was made by Mr Aiken, who said in his remarks that, that if we didn't vote against the motion today, and the motion specifically relates to Articles 5 to 10, if we didn't vote against this motion, then there'd be no review and nothing would happen. Well, that's not actually true, because the law has been changed now. The Northern Ireland Act, Schedule 6A, I believe, now makes clear that if there is a vote today by simple majority, then the protocol, the relevant sections of this protocol will extend by 4 years, but the UK government will deliver an independent review. So, there's a review. That was something the UK government put in law. It wasn't something we demanded or insisted upon. It wasn't something we particularly supported. But it's not true to say that there's no review process if there's a simple majority vote to continue the application of the thing. I will give way in 1 second, but it is also important to say that that very differentiation between a simple majority and what is called a cross-community majority gives the lie to all the nonsense that has been talked about cross-community versus simple majority. There is actually a differentiation in our vote today between a cross-community vote and a simple majority vote, because if there's a simple majority vote, there'll be a review. If there's a cross-community majority, it'll be extended by 8 years. What it doesn't give is what the DUP want, which is the ability to operate a veto and to ensure and to insist that everyone in this community who, yes, did vote Remain, and I don't care if that bothers people in the DUP, that I'm pointing out that people in the North voted Remain. They want a veto. They want a veto. That's what they demanded from the UK government during the safeguarding the union process. They didn't get it. But let me remind them again, we do not have cross-community voting, as it is called, does not apply to every single motion in this Assembly. It never has. And pointedly, it didn't apply to Brexit. There was no cross-community consent required for Brexit. And of course, the point has to be made, there's no cross-community consent by definition for the constitutional status quo. So it's a bit absurd to post facto superimpose it on some of the things they don't like about hard Brexit. I'll give way to Mr Aiken. Dr Aiken, sorry.
And I thank you for your remarks so far. I think the key point we need to do is, this is the question of what would be our stronger negotiating hand with the European and the British governments. Wouldn't it be much stronger if we all rejected it and said, this will... Well, sir, allow me to finish without interrupting, please. You've asked me, you've given me an opportunity to speak, so I'm trying to answer your point. The question has to be, what would give us a stronger negotiating hand? If this Assembly as a whole said, with this we will not put up, would that not be a much stronger message in Brussels and London than half of us have decided, or slightly less than half of us, regrettably, have decided we're not going to support this for these retentions? Over to you, please.
The answer is no, because I fundamentally don't agree with the proposition that you put to me, but I respect you and I give you the opportunity. I think the member of the leader of the Alliance Party wanted to come in. Okay, that's fine. I will make some progress. I don't want anyone to feel that I'm being miserly when it comes to interventions, although I will speak more briefly than Mr Buckley. We only are here in relation to the protocol now called the Windsor Framework because, as I said, of hard Brexit. It creates a corpus of EU law that applies in Northern Ireland, specifically in relation to the movement of goods. It is imperfect, but it offers critical protections. The idea that it has fundamentally damaged our economy is wrong, but there are specific challenges that specific businesses need to have resolved. I have no difficulty with that. I also want to acknowledge there are real, genuine, sincere difficulties that people have on the basis of their identity and their sense of belonging as a result of the protocol. I would never diminish or dismiss those concerns. I go back to my own personal experience Mr Buckley referred to. I felt on the 23rd of June 2016, and I felt subsequently, it's part of the reason I changed my career and became a politician here, that the terms of my citizenship had changed. I'm a European. I'm an Irish citizen and I'm a European. And it's because of my European identity that I believe profoundly in the values of mutual respect, pluralism and diversity. Those are the values that fundamentally animate my party. Those are the values that made John Hume believe and say that the European Union was the greatest peace project in human history. Our party stands firmly behind that aspiration. On the 23rd of June 2016, in the years subsequently, many of us felt that that sense of our identity, our sense of belonging, had been fundamentally taken away from us. So I understand that for many unionists, the protocol does present difficulties. I wouldn't diminish them and I wouldn't dismiss them. The way to approach them is not to tear down political institutions, it's not to boycott things, it's not to threaten collapse or actually collapse institutions. It's to work to make things better. So, to that end, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the SDLP has published its paper for what happens next. After today's vote, assuming there is a simple majority, there will be a review called, and there will be a process in which we look at how we improve the operation of the protocol, and in my view, certainly our party hopes, we get the absolute best from the opportunities that lie in front of us from the protocol. Let me say this. We are a proudly pro-European party. We're the most pro-European party in this chamber. We make no apology for wanting Northern Ireland to rejoin the EU in a new Ireland. We make no apology for believing that's the best future for all our people. But even for those who don't believe in that future, we think there are huge opportunities from a future with a special relationship between Northern Ireland and the European Union. Let's bear in mind, not only is Northern Ireland bound by certain EU rules under the protocol, we have EU citizenship. Our people have EU citizenship by birthright. Our people also have the opportunity to rejoin the EU automatically at some point in the future. But as I said, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, even if they don't want to exercise that right at some point in the future, though I do, there's a huge, vast universe of opportunity awaiting us if we embrace our position at the crossroads, first of all, of two markets, but also uniquely positioned to take advantage of a position that people, frankly, all over the continent would be envious of. Let me explain some of it. We, first of all, have dual market access. That's a phrase that's been bandied about today. I think I might have been one of the first people to use it in this chamber. Mr. Buckley dismissed it. He said the head of Invest NI had said that there hadn't been any specific investments. While it's true to say that he had said there hadn't been a specific FDI investment on that basis, he didn't say there was no potential, he didn't say there was no proposition, he didn't say that at all. And it would be mad for us to throw away our dual market access proposition. There are regions across the world who would love to have the proposition that we have, the seamless ability to move goods into both the UK and EU markets. I'll take just one example, and that's the area of decarbonisation and the green economy. Both the UK and EU are moving towards net zero. That will mean a huge project and transition that will involve huge amounts of low-carbon manufacturing, the manufacturing of, for example, wind turbines. We have in Mr. Brooks' constituency, Mr. Brooks was animated earlier on, a manufacturer, a very historic manufacturer, including of the kinds of machinery that can be used in renewable technology. Why not ensure that Harland and Wolff are able to move their goods for the purposes of renewable technology into both the UK and EU market, so that we can take economic advantage and the workers of East Belfast can take economic advantage of our position by manufacturing and moving goods into the UK and the EU single market. Why not? Why wouldn't we take those opportunities? Why wouldn't we? But let's move on. I'll give way briefly.
I'm well aware there are businesses in East Belfast that, in terms of looking at wind turbines and so on, I don't think Harland Wolff's last venture into that space was particularly successful, but nevertheless, I think there's far more businesses within East Belfast that rely on what is our biggest market in GB, and unfortunately when you talk of dual market access, you do not recognise that it is not seamless with Northern Ireland and GB in both directions. That's just the reality.
He's made his point. I think there's been huge progress in terms of smoothing out the issues. And what I would say to the DUP, and I say this honestly, a party that wants to pursue and protect the status quo, that's not my lookout. I want Northern Ireland to rejoin the EU via a new Ireland. But it's some prospectus for young people here who are thinking about their future, their economic future, their professional future, their own constitutional future, to talk down the big opportunity that awaits us from access to both markets. If I was defending the constitutional status quo, and believe me, I'm not, I'd like us to leave the UK and rejoin the EU. That's my project. But if I was defending the status quo, I'd be a little less negative about the possibilities in front of this place. But that's for the DUP. That's their lookout. That's for them to pursue and make that argument. I don't think that constantly dragging us back into arguments about some of these matters is necessarily the way to make a positive offer. I'm positive, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, about our European future. I'm positive about the opportunities that await our young people. That's what we are pursuing. That's why our party was in Brussels last week to have meetings with members of our European group and the Socialists and Democrats to talk about what we'd like to see. And I'll say in brief what we'd like. Yes, we'd like to capitalise on Northern Ireland's dual market access. We want opportunities for our young people, not just Erasmus, but yes, Erasmus at the minute. Young people from Northern Ireland can participate in Erasmus, but they need a sponsoring body in the Republic to help them. I want our institutions back fully in Erasmus, but not just for university students. I want all of our young people to benefit from mobility, youth mobility programmes. I want us to have a voice in the European Parliament. People in this chamber who are complaining about the way the protocol's being implemented or EU law, why not take advantage of our unique position and have our voice right at the heart of where those decisions are made via observer status in the European Parliament? Why not take advantage of our unique position and give our young people all of those opportunities? Why not look to see whether the European Investment Bank is willing to partner with the Shared Island Unit to underwrite infrastructure investment in Northern Ireland? Why not look to see whether we can push to get more EU funding using the Peace Plus initiative as a model? Why not look for every single opportunity that awaits us? I'm totally positive about our future. I'm passionate about the opportunities that await us. Yes, we are the most pro-European party here, but these are practical, pragmatic ideas too. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, our party has already written to the UK Government, to the Secretary of State, about our ideas. After today, we will be writing to the chairs of the Joint Committee, Maros Šefčovič and Nick Thomas-Symonds, to make clear to them that we want to see any future initiatives on the protocol not just focused on East-West or the interests of a narrow part of unionism, but on the interests of everybody here in Northern Ireland. And we also want to focus on North-South, because for all the talk of disruptions across the Irish Sea, and there have been some, and they do need to be managed, there's been a huge range of other disruptions to the all-island economy, to cross-border life that we need to see examined. Under the protocol, both Article 11, which talks about the North-South context, and Article 14, which allows for the NSMC to make representations to improve the operation of the protocol, there's a real opportunity for us to start to deal with those challenges. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, there are some in this chamber who only want to focus on the negative. There are some in this chamber who want us all to forget their responsibility for delivering hard Brexit. There are some in this chamber who want to drag us back to the division, dysfunction of the last few years and the Brexit debacle that they helped deliver. Not us. We are hugely positive about a European future for this place. Let's harness our unique position. Let's take advantage of the unique position that Northern Ireland is in. Let's claim the rights and privileges we have as people entitled to European citizenship and with unique rights under EU law. Let's take advantage of those opportunities. Let's harness dual market access. Let's claim our voice in the European Parliament. Let's give our young people the opportunity to travel, live, work across this continent. Let's not be dragged down by negativity and pointless stunts. Let's choose a European future, and I commend this motion to the Assembly.
Thank you. I call Caoimhe Archibald.
And I think it's always worth reminding ourselves that the majority of people here in the North voted against Brexit and to remain as part of the EU. People here in the North that we represent did not consent to Brexit, and certainly not to the hard Brexit that has transpired. People understood the threat posed by Brexit, the detrimental impact on our economy, our communities, including our rural communities and farmers, and most importantly on our peace agreement and the delicate balance of relationships. We highlighted the lost opportunities for our people, including our young people, loss of funding through the various EU programmes, including for our farmers and community and voluntary sector, funding that has not been replaced despite promises from the British government that none of us believed in the first place, the loss of trading relationships and the creation of barriers where barriers did not exist, including on this island. Others, however, were content to plough on regardless of all of that, on the basis of ideology and fantasies of the halcyon days of an empire long gone that is not returning. And after the referendum, those of us who wanted to protect the balance of relationships and our communities and economy understood the importance of negotiating arrangements that took account of our special status. Those were painstakingly negotiated over 4 years in the face of ardent Brexiteers in England who cared and care nothing for our people or our place. The result was the protocol and ultimately the Windsor Framework. It's worth reminding ourselves, as Mr Aiken did, that the democratic consent mechanism here that we are debating today only applies to Articles 5 to 10, the bit referring mostly to trade, and has no impact on the rest. And it's worth emphasising the important protections in relation to no diminution of rights contained within the protocol and the Windsor Framework. And when it comes to trade, I think the vast majority of us do recognise that we need to maintain both our north-south and east-west trade, and that has not been easy to achieve. It has required difficult compromise and imaginative solutions. As Matthew says, we have had some protections as a result of the protocol. But speaking of trade, and the impact of Brexit on trade in Britain has been nothing but negative. In this current year until June 2024, England, Scotland and Wales all experienced a decrease in the value of their exports. The North, however, where the protocol does apply, has experienced an increase in its exports. Businesses here have applied creativity and innovation and been stretched to achieve what at times seemed impossible. The outworking of the implementation of the protocol has been significant increases in all-island trade. Trade north to south and south to north has increased by billions over the past 5 years. The all-island economy is going from strength to strength and has continued over the first 7 months of this year in 2024. I think it is, of course, important to acknowledge the resilience of our business community. Their willingness to work with officials and politicians to find ways forward has been admirable, and we need to put on record our gratitude for that willingness to work to find solutions. That does not mean that there are not or won't be challenges in the future, but the arrangements in place are better than the alternative of a land border and checks on this island. That would have had a catastrophic impact on our integrated supply chains, not to mention our integrated economies and communities. It is long past time that this issue was settled, that certainty is provided to those who are looking for investment opportunities, and that we can truly focus on taking advantage of the potential of our access to both the British and EU markets, to develop our economy, to support our businesses to grow and create jobs, and to attract further investment. So it is important that the protocol is maintained and the stability that it provides is upheld, with support for the consent motion being debated today.
Thank you. I call Emma Little-Pengelly.
Deputy Speaker, I am glad to have the opportunity to speak today from the backbenches on this important debate. The matter that we discuss is of fundamental import. It is a serious matter. It is something that has an impact on many, many thousands of businesses, in particular right throughout Northern Ireland. It is one that affects trade, our economy, but also the very democratic and constitutional underpinnings of Northern Ireland and our sovereign United Kingdom. I know across the chamber today there will be people from different perspectives. For some, this will have ideological and constitutional issues, but for all others, we ought to listen to the real and practical trade and economic issues facing businesses in each and every one of your constituencies in relation to Articles 5 to 10. It is, of course, important to remember that this vote today does not and will not revoke the protocol. What we are debating is in relation to Articles 5 to 10, and we've had some exploration of that already. And the reality is that those provisions are causing serious issues. The DUP's commitment is clear, and is clear across all three of those issues: ideological, constitutional, and in relation to the practical trade implications. Building on the progress to date, the DUP will continue to fight to fully restore Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom. This means removing the application of EU law and any internal barrier it creates. The DUP will continue to argue the case for full primacy of the United Kingdom internal market, and the DUP will continue to reject the undermining of its integrity. That is why we have no hesitation today in voting against their continued application, and therefore triggering the review. The tale of this matter is both a long and a sad one, and it is not possible to talk to the matter that we are considering today without some consideration of how we got here. There have been disappointments and letdowns. There have been theatrics and dramatics. There has been buffoonery and blustering, but of course more about Boris later on. But also the continuous, and I have to say, I have seen it repeated here today, the continuous dismissing and demeaning of serious concerns. We cannot and ought not to sneer at each other across this chamber when we are raising constitutional and ideological and real concerns that we genuinely feel. That has been the hallmark of the last 8 years. And the lessons of the last 8 years must be learned. It cannot be repeated. Issues must be addressed and promises kept. I'm just going to make a little bit more progress before. But make no mistake, the mishandling of Brexit and the subsequent protocol was an unparalleled act of constitutional self-harm by the UK government. No government should have ever signed up to such terms. An agreement that damaged the very fabric of our constitutional settlement and shattered the integrity of the UK internal market. The strength of an internal market matters. The integrity of a single market is protected for good reason. Reasons of fairness, of strength, of creating optimal trading and internal relationships. And this is precisely why the integrity of the EU single market would never have been on the negotiating table during the Brexit negotiations. The integrity of the UK's should not have been, yet it was. And we are still dealing today in 2024 because of the botched nature of those discussions, because the very integrity of our internal market, our single market in this United Kingdom, was placed on the negotiated table and negotiated away and damaged. From the ineptitude of Theresa May and her team to the blundering of blustering Boris, this has been a catalogue of mistakes and errors and own goals. This was a botched Brexit. Let us be very clear, this was not the inevitable result of Brexit. This is the result of a botched Brexit. And they were warned. We warned them. I was there in Parliament raising my voice against what was proposed time and time again. There were many different ways to bring about the result of a democratic referendum across this United Kingdom. And no matter what you think about this, what people think about this across this chamber, it was a democratic vote. And I can tell you this, if it came to a vote around the reunification of Ireland, and that vote passed but was ignored, the very same people fighting against the democratic outcome of the Brexit referendum would be howling if that was even a suggestion of that being ignored. So therefore, whenever the referendum happened, the DUP rightly in my view, regardless of the view on Brexit, and there were a range of views on Brexit within unionism, within the DUP, but regardless of your view on Brexit, the DUP took a position which is, and was, that the result of the democratic referendum should rightly be implemented. But we also made clear that it ought to be implemented in a way which reduced and produced a good Brexit deal. That did not happen. It was a botched Brexit that started with key mistakes. of timetable agreements for negotiations, creating pinch points to pressure the UK, to early concessions removing important negotiation flexibilities by Theresa May and her team. At every stage, we have heard the same thing, time and time again. This is the best deal you're going to get. And when Theresa May came up with her backstop, the very same thing was said. But we said the backstop was never a backup, yet too many did not want to see. The deal, the backstop deal, which would have kept Northern Ireland formally and officially within the EU customs union, was always going to be the final outcome. It was never going to be the backup. A blind man on a galloping horse could have seen that. And yet there was collective gaslighting going on. Oh, no, the backstop is never going to come in. Something else will be negotiated. But of course, the backstop deal meant that nothing to replace it could be put in place unilaterally. The replacement of the backstop had to be agreed by the EU in the terms of that agreement. It was always going to be the outcome. Wall to wall, all declared that the negotiation was completed. As we raised concerns about the backstop provisions, we were told it was not going to change. Wails from Remainers at all sides of the House of Commons, from party leaders in Northern Ireland, the SDLP, Alliance, Sinn Féin, the Lib Dems and Labour, from the backbenchers of the Conservative Party, from worthy academics to practically all media commentators. They said the backstop is not going to change. And then came Boris. And boom, the backstop is reopened. Great news, or it should have been. Boris blew it. The UK government, the negotiators, the Prime Minister's team were, it would appear, woefully unprepared. And what we are dealing with today, what we are trying to deal with on a week-by-week, what the committee looks like in terms of all of these unexpected, unforeseen, unpredicted issues, having real issues for businesses in every single constituency, that is what we are dealing with today because of that original backstop leading to the protocol, that original agreement that was made. What we are dealing with today leads directly from Boris's botched Brexit deal. And it isn't working. A wee wander through the garden with Leo Varadkar, and Boris signed up to the protocol and caused immeasurable damage. A protocol that created a hard border down the Irish Sea and shattered our UK internal market. We warned Boris Johnson about this, but he would not heed the warnings. And I have to say, I am absolutely sick of the revisionism, the scoffing. Why did the DUP negotiate with Boris Johnson? Well, because he was the Prime Minister. He was the person leading the negotiations with the EU. He was the person with the ability to put onto the table what needed to be done. He was the person that was going to sign his name to the bottom of that document and that agreement. That is why we did our best. That is why we endeavoured to ensure a good Brexit. I will give way.
Member for giving way. We all had to engage with Boris Johnson when he was Prime Minister. I think that was the inevitable consequence of his position. We didn't all, though, champion him when he was running for Prime Minister. We didn't all invite him to our party conferences and cosy up to him. So I think some responsibility in all of this needs to be taken for the choices that the DUP made.
Thank the member for her contribution. I would point out that actually we don't have, the Conservative Party is not a sister party of the DUP, but the Lib Dems are a sister party of the Alliance Party, Labour are a sister party of the SDLP. At various times over the last number of years, you have cosied up to many different people who have then went on to take part in votes and issues and make decisions that you disagree with. And ditto in terms of what is happening with the Labour government at the moment. That is the reality. But the truth is, we were doing our best for the people of Northern Ireland by making our point at every opportunity to the Prime Minister. We invited the Prime Minister to our party conference because it was a great opportunity to make the points directly to the Prime Minister. Did he listen? No. Did he listen to the warnings? No. But that is a shame on him. It is not a shame on us for doing what we could do to fight for the people of Northern Ireland to get the best deal and the best Brexit outcome. As I said, we warned Boris Johnson about this and he did not heed. And I think everyone in this chamber could tell I am no fan of Boris Johnson. But the protocol also brought us this vote. It meant, and does mean, for the very first time since 1998, for the very first time since the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, a key decision, a key vote in this House that will affect everyone in Northern Ireland will not require cross-community support within the Assembly. Now, the reality is that is a fundamental change. And the only reason that any of you across this chamber are not howling about this is because it is not in your interest on this particular issue. Because I would reiterate, this is the first and only key decision that this House will be voting on that absolutely tears asunder the key values and principles that other parties in this chamber championed around the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. I will give way.
I mean, I think I've and others have dealt with the point around cross-community voting, but she acknowledged that prior to this debate, we voted on carbon budgets, which most people would say are a pretty big deal. They're such a big deal that your party forced a division and voted against them. That's I might disagree with that, but that's entirely the perspective and right of the DUP. That was not decided by a cross-community vote, and that's it was significant enough for there to be a division. So would she accept that cross-community voting is not a commonplace thing that happens on every single important vote in this chamber?
I hesitate to get into the detail of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and the Northern Ireland Act of 1998, but I'm sure the member is fully aware that all decisions indeed, of this House are subject to a petition of concern, and ergo a cross-community vote could have been triggered in relation to that vote, as it does with every single vote. And I'm afraid if the member from the SDLP does not recall that, I would suggest to him that he goes back and reads again the Northern Ireland Act of 1998, because this is the only vote, the only key vote in this House since 1998, since the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, that will not be subject to the ability to trigger a cross-community vote. And the values of that agreement, we were told by those who wrote it and put it together, was about consensus and inclusion. But it's only consensus and inclusion if it is a matter that is important to you, but not if it's a matter that is important to unionism. It is absolutely appalling. This, quite frankly, is a rigged vote. The message being sent from this chamber today is of a vote that does not and has not gone through the normal procedures which underpin these very institutions. The protections promised in early October of 2019 by Boris Johnson, off by the way, in the proposal that he had in early October 2019, was of a cross-community vote in the Assembly. And that disappeared after his little chat with Leo Varadkar. It fundamentally changed what was on the table. And immediately the DUP pointed it out, highlighted it and opposed it. We have opposed these provisions from the very start. And over the years since, we have worked tirelessly to undo the incredible harm caused by that protocol agreement. The DUP has fought against the damaging protocol at every stage. We opposed it to the Prime Minister. We voted against it in the House of Commons. We voted against it in the House of Lords. We publicly and legally challenged the provision. Our opposition could not be more clear. We could see the damage it would cause, even if others, including many in this place today, refused to see it. But this is the reality. It wasn't just the harm done by the then Prime Minister, but by an impatient House of Commons eager to just get it all done with, to vote it all through. And yes, our UK Parliament voted for it. And we can't get away from that. And it is something that day in and day out grieves me, because that is where this is based. I can criticise the European Union, I can criticise the Irish government for interventions, I could criticise, and I will in due course, criticise others for rigorous implementation. But I also criticise my own sovereign parliament for not caring about the constitutional implications of this. And when we got to court, why was this defeated? This was defeated in terms of the challenge because the sovereign parliament voted for it. And I would appeal once again for that parliament to have a rethink. And that is why I agree absolutely with many that have already spoken from this side of the House today to say, wouldn't it be so good for us to send that message to the UK government, to the EU, that these provisions set down in Articles 5 to 10 are causing real difficulties for businesses. It's creating a limited choice for consumers. It is causing issues for supplies and suppliers. There is no way of getting around that. And while there is always on the promises and promises of a possible benefit down the line in terms of so-called dual market access, we have confirmation that that has not yet been realised, if it ever will. So we have compromised real practical issues for our economy and for our businesses on the promise of something that is simply not materialised. This is and remains unacceptable. And while others once again pontificated that the negotiations were over, because of course the protocol was only a certain point in all of this, and we were told once again there will be no changes on the protocol. Forget all about it. The negotiation is over. By so many of you sitting in this House today, once again you said, don't waste any time in relation to that. But we could see the danger in it. We could see the many, many, many issues. Even access to human medicines had not been resolved. The literally thousands of products that were going to be stopped coming into Northern Ireland. And the only reason that citizens right throughout Northern Ireland did not see it themselves was because of the grace periods. But the rigorous implementation of the protocol would have ended those grace periods. It would have brought all of that in. It would have caused huge disruption for every supermarket, for every corner shop, for every takeaway, every restaurant, every small business owner. And that had to be dealt with. And we went to the UK government, and we went to the EU, and we tried to renegotiate what was the damage done in that terrible protocol. And when we were trying to do that, there was restoration of the Assembly. We were going through COVID. Every time we made a little bit of progress, what happened? We were undermined. And I'm absolutely unashamed by saying very clearly to this House, we were undermined by some of you sitting around here in the SDLP, in the Alliance Party, in Sinn Féin, running while we were under live negotiations to try to get the worst parts of the protocol changed. You were running to the European Union. You were running down the road to Dublin, and you were asking them to rigorously implement something that would have caused huge, huge harm to Northern Ireland. That is shameful. That is shameful. And it led directly to the point where we had no other choice but to step forward and to stand up and to force people back around the table. Did we want to do it? No. Were we reluctant to do it? Absolutely. But we had to force people back towards that negotiating table, and what was produced from that process? The Windsor Framework. And the reality is that the DUP took the abuse, we were attacked by our actions, but it is undeniable that the Windsor Framework is a significant move forward. Thousands and thousands of goods being removed from being impacted by the protocol. The internal movement around supermarkets, restaurants, takeaways, cafes, all being able to access supplies from GB. It gave the UK a unilateral veto on amended and new EU legislation for the first time. Something we had asked for during the protocol, something we had highlighted as a concern to both Theresa May and Boris Johnson. But that was achieved by Rishi Sunak. It addressed a number of issues, but there was more to be done. And that is why we did not go back in on the basis of that. It did not resolve everything, and we made that clear at the time. It is an improvement. But unfortunately for unionism, we had to take a hard decision. The DUP, as leaders of unionism, had to take a hard decision. We care about the people of Northern Ireland. We care about health. We care about education. And yes, we care about the economy. We want the Northern Ireland economy to do well, and that must mean getting the best deal that we could get. And that's why we didn't accept the Windsor Framework. We recognise the progress made. But as we moved on, we still fought on. We fought for the best possible deal that we could get. And in safeguarding the Union, it was and represented steps forward. But again, it is not perfect. And we said that very clearly at the time. And I so rarely get the opportunity to speak about it right now. But my goodness, I've had to sit there and listen time and time and time again of people telling us what we said about safeguarding the Union. What we said was that it was progress. It was progress, but there was more to be done. There were still problems with it. There were still issues with it, but it represented real progress, building on the progress of the Windsor Framework. And that is why we are where we are. There have been improvements. I speak to businesses all of the time, and I know that many of you do too. But there's also been so many unexpected problems. We might as well rename the committee, the Windsor Framework Scrutiny Committee, the Whack-a-Mole Committee. Because quite frankly, you're dealing with issues as they keep popping up, left, right and centre, unexpected, unpredicted. Suddenly they come from nowhere. The UK government didn't see it, the EU didn't see it. And I would only appeal to everyone in this chamber today that under these provisions, because its origin is back in a deeply flawed protocol document botched by Boris Johnson and his government, that these issues will continue to flow. And they continue to flow because of Articles 5 to 10. And the issue that we have always said, because I've heard this already in the chamber today, is in what's the alternative? Well, I'll tell you what the alternative is. It's a logical system based on the assessment of risk, on proportionality, looking at issues such as mutual enforcement, looking at a mutual recognition of standards. Because I'll tell you this, yeah, I will indeed.
For place of guidance for the member, you can see our particular thing. It's still on our website, the Ulster Unionist Party, that mentions all those things. But I'd be delighted if everybody could read it, because that is the method of going ahead. Thank you.
Contribution. I do believe that the Ulster Unionist Party were, of course, talking to the same people about the mutual enforcement concept at the same time. It's an issue that we made representations to the UK government about at the same time. And you will have seen many contributions of our members in the House of Lords and in the House of Commons on this issue as well. Because, of course, there are many, many different ways to do the same thing. And we must not forget that at this moment in time, the UK is fully aligned and signed up to the same EU standards as the EU. We are checking from one area with the same standards into another area with exactly the same standards. It is absolutely ridiculous. It is totally disproportionate. It is not based on risk, and it is bureaucracy gone mad. I'm going to give way to John first.
Thank you for giving way and a very passionate articulation of facts. But would the members agree with me that whilst there is sneers in relation to mutual enforcement from some of the benches, the genesis of the suggestion actually came from the EU itself?
I thank the member for his contribution, but of course it comes back to the very fundamental issue of Brexit. The UK voluntarily joined a club, and that club was the European Union. And the terms of joining voluntarily, of course, was that you could voluntarily leave at any time. And yet, my goodness, the wails of outrage whenever the people of the United Kingdom democratically decided to leave. But the absolutely mature thing to do, the thing that you would have expected from sovereign governments and international bodies, was to accept the result and the outcome of a democratic vote and try mutually to work together for the best possible deal. And my goodness, I don't think it is beyond the wit of man and woman to be able to have two sovereign places working together side by side as good neighbours that can trade with each other. Both of them wanting high standards of food product and manufactured goods for their people on the basis of an assessment of risk, proportionality and mutual recognition of our high standards. That's what ought to have happened, but it did not. But Northern Ireland is paying the price of a botched Brexit. We'll give way.
I think it's a sign that she's willing to have a serious debate, but could she give me an example of any other jurisdictions in the world that operate the kind of mutual enforcement she would like to see operate on the island of Ireland?
Look, there are numerous relationships between trading partners that it does not look or feel like the European Union situation. And we always need to get away from this fundamental point. At the moment, EU goods can flow freely into Great Britain because Great Britain is not exercising a protectionist system. The reason GB goods cannot flow freely into the European Union is because the European Union notoriously, globally, operates a protectionist system. These are political choices. It is the choice of the European Union, a political choice if they want to lift customs in terms of Northern Ireland. It is a political choice if they want to do checks or not checks. They have broken the mould, so they keep telling us, in terms of the Windsor framework, and they can continue to break the mould. But they will only do so if we send a clear message to say we need to strive for better. We need to strive for something that will work. It is a crazy system if we are to look for the next 4 years of constantly trying to fight against issues as they keep popping up and popping up. And yes, we do in the short term need that reactivity, the reaction of both the UK government and the EU, that as these issues emerge, for them to be dealt with. But better still if we have a system that doesn't result in these types of issues continuously coming up unexpectedly and without prediction. But I do want to move on to the outstanding commitments of the Safeguarding the Union agreement and policy. And I would appeal to the Labour Party that there are a number of outstanding commitments. The Labour Party voted for and supported both the Windsor Framework and the Safeguarding the Union paper. They undertook to fulfil the promises, acknowledging that the then government who did the deal was in its dying days. This was the basis for restoration. The Labour government must step up and deliver what was promised, what they voted for, what they said they would do. Where are we with the implementation and delivery today? What is the government's position on eradicating routine checks within the UK's internal market system? Something they promised to do. That is what Labour voted for. And we're facing into this Friday in terms of the general products regulations coming in. But that's going to have a real impact. I'm getting contacted by people all of the time who are going to have issues with supplies. The Labour government promised, along with the then government, that they would ensure the free flow of internal UK goods across the United Kingdom without checks. Let's see that happen. On partials and customs, another commitment made back in February and supported by Labour. And let's make very clear, we would not have moved forward only these were supported and voted on by Labour, because it was inevitable there was going to be an election. And therefore it was going to be a Labour government that had to stand by those agreements in terms of what needed to be done. It was to be implemented by October of this year, but they have delayed it. Now, they have promised that they will do it, but those are promises that need to be fulfilled. UK-wide labelling has been ditched. And again, there was a good reason for that. It was to prevent the withdrawal of suppliers to the NI market. And it wouldn't have brought with it any significant cost, but it would have helped protect the UK internal market. More must be done. We also need urgent action and response when things emerge. I've already mentioned the GPSR. I took the opportunity to raise this directly with the Prime Minister, with the CDL, with the ministers responsible for EU relationships. But make no mistake, it is an excellent example of something that emerges despite the fact that in February of 2023, the UK extended agreement to alignment with EU standards. So EU standards continue, and despite of that, this coming in under regulations agreed prior to the protocol and Windsor Framework arrangements will have a real impact on the UK internal market, and particularly for Northern Ireland. The reality is, negotiations will take years in relation to SPS. Negotiations are not going to produce the answers to any of these issues in the next number of months. And therefore, we should be sending a clear message from this place. Do better. Go back and try to achieve more. You have said and made a promise to the people of Northern Ireland, and indeed to the people of the United Kingdom, that there would be a free flow of trade across our United Kingdom. The integrity of our single market matters. It matters to us, but it it should always matter to businesses, to you, regardless of your ideological and constitutional background. In summary, the Northern Ireland Protocol has been imposed upon us without any support from unionist representatives. It is doing harm. And we stand here today even though that this process has been delegitimised, because we are not willing to complete this disenfranchisement of our constituents by not participating in today's debate and vote. However, by participating and by voting against it, we ensure that no one, whether they are in Westminster or within the European Union, can claim that we are disinterested or absent. Today, we are making it clear that we oppose the ongoing application of the framework, which is causing so much difficulty to businesses. I believe today provides that opportunity for unionism to unite and to send a very clear message to London and to the EU. We will vote against the continued application of the current arrangements, and we would encourage all members of the Assembly to do so, and those who value democratic decision-making in this place to join us. Thank you.
I call Andrew Moore.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak today on the motion that is before us. In speaking to this motion, I know that a number of the issues being raised both inside and outside of this chamber today and previously will soon hopefully be addressed by an ambitious and hopefully comprehensive UK-EU SPS veterinary agreement, which I now refer to as an Agri-Food and Drink Agreement, which Alliance has long and consistently argued for. I cannot stress enough that the sooner we have such an agreement in place, the better it will be for Northern Ireland, the rest of the UK, and indeed for the European Union. It is therefore disappointing that we do not seem to have quickly moved on from what seems to be mere mood music. We are stuck in what I would describe as the Spice Girls problem. What is the Spice Girls problem, some of you may ask? Well, as the hit song Wannabe goes, I tell you what I want, what I really, really want, so tell me what you want, what you really, really want. And so it continues on repeat. If we really, really want to get with the EU on our Agri-Food and Drink Agreement, then, as the Spice Girls would say, we need to get our act together and make it fast, then it could be just fine. Because the reality is that the EU and the 27 member states have many other matters to focus upon. The planned UK-EU summit in spring next year must be the moment when we change the tune and the negotiations get serious. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, David, Minister, for looking at one of the substantial issues, particularly we look at the agriculture piece. And the Minister will be aware that, admittedly, it's under the Hungarian presidency, but the European Commission has recently looked at its negotiating position in reference to trade and cooperation agreement in 2026. And one of the key things it said is that there will be no cherry picking and there will be no move towards an SBS agreement unless there's an in-depth fisheries agreement. Now, as the Minister whose responsibility for Northern Ireland fisheries, could you perhaps address that in your remarks about how a comprehensive SBS agreement can actually be achieved without giving away substantial issues on our fisheries?
Excuse me, sorry, can I just... Two things I just want to remind members of. Although there's no... God bless you. Although there's no time limit on the debate, intervention should be short. And the second point is that Andrew Moore isn't speaking as a minister. Okay, so it's just to remind him of that, okay?
It's a matter of endearment. Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I do appreciate the endearment. And it will continue in the spirit of brevity, and hopefully others will follow. The issue in terms of Agri-Food and Drink Agreement, we all know the issues out there, and that's why the UK need to face up to those and be able to progress this at pace, because people of Northern Ireland, the UK and the EU would benefit from this, and that's why the planned UK-EU summit in spring of next year must be the moment where we change the tune and the negotiations do get serious. Until an Agri-Food and Drink Agreement is in place, many aspects of the Windsor framework will remain. Indeed, Even the most ambitious deal would not negate all the aspects of the Windsor framework. Significant aspects will always be needed, such as those relating to the single electricity market. It would, however, make a big difference, and it will continue to push for a comprehensive deal to be concluded without delay. As a party alliance, it has always been clear that Brexit was going to pose considerable challenges for Northern Ireland. The direction pursued by the Tories and driven by Brexit purists has massively exacerbated those challenges. I make no secret of the fact that I am passionately pro-European. I believe in the EU and the principles upon which it is founded. I want the benefits of being part of the world's largest trading bloc, as did Northern Ireland when we voted to remain as part of the EU alongside Scotland. But regrettably, we were removed, and the rest is history. Let me be clear, no one has ever said that the Windsor framework is perfect, but it does reflect the best possible outcome in the context of a hard Brexit negotiated by the previous UK government. We should not also forget that many of our colleagues in the rest of the UK, such as, for example, in Scotland, would jump at the chance to have dual market access afforded to us by the Windsor framework. To grasp this opportunity for Northern Ireland, we must move forward with stability and certainty. Nonsense like the protocol bill put forward by Liz Truss and others was not the answer for many of the problems. When you make international agreements, you need to stick to them. You must act in good faith. Otherwise, how can you expect the EU to agree an agri-food and drink agreement when it relies on mutual trust? How else can you provide the certainty needed to businesses to thrive and to attract investment? That's why I remain firmly committed to full, timely and faithful implementation of the Windsor framework. It is key. I understand that implementation is not without its challenges, most especially, and I am speaking as MLA, but also in my dealings outside this place in terms of with the UK government and the issues thrown up by the Windsor framework implementation regulations. There is challenges there, and I want to put on my record that I will continue to seek a positive, productive and, very importantly, respectful working relationship with the UK government. But it takes two to tango. Recent attitudes from the UK government are very disappointing and rather adrift from the reset in relations promised by the Prime Minister. Perhaps, indeed, we need a reset of the reset. I want to reassure members that, as Minister, I remain true to the commitment I gave at my first question time when I stated my approach would be very different than as went before. I think it's important to implement the law. I think it's important to focus on solutions, not deliberately enlarging problems. As I said on the 19th of February, the task at hand, and this is what I intend to do, is to make the job of managing EU exit exceedingly boring. We have had far too much drama. Since I took up office in February, I have carried out substantial work in this manner, without fanfare or drama. I have twice been to Brussels, engaging and building alliances to the benefit of Northern Ireland, at the highest levels in the European Parliament, the Commission and also with permanent representatives. My engagement with the UK's Minister for EU Relations, Nick Thomas-Symonds, has been significant. I will continue to make representations to the UK Government on addressing the issue of veterinary medicines and notice that positive progress that is now being made. It is not concluded, but negotiations and engagement are where we should go. I successfully made the case for negotiated derogation and resolution of issues around dental amalgams, and pardon the pun, proven that jaw-jaw is much better than standoff and stalemate. With the needs of farmers in mind, I've been pushing for better promotion of available workarounds to secure plant protection products. I'm also urging UK-EU alignment on a range of matters, including on ETS and CBAM, as well as a joint approach on the welfare of cats and dogs. This is just a taster of the areas where I am putting delivery and solutions ahead of drama and deadlock. As I've already said, the Windsor framework is not perfect, far from it. But those who want to withdraw us from the Windsor framework ought to be honest about the consequences. because we'd be in a different place today if they had thought more about the fallout of Brexit when they missold it in 2016. Let us consider what would happen if we voted today to walk away from the Windsor Framework on Articles 5 to 10. If we plunge people and businesses in Northern Ireland into another long period of uncertainty and chaos. If we turned our backs on years of negotiations and agreements reached without any viable solution. That would be a disaster, particularly for our agri-food sector, and many of you know it. Our dairy industry would be devastated. Many representatives of the food industry in Northern Ireland put on record their clear and serious concerns if Liz Truss had succeeded in scrapping the protocol in 2022. One stated, and I quote, "Simply scrapping the protocol would only set us back. We must not forget that Brexit itself presented Northern Ireland food and drink companies with major challenges, most of which have been resolved by the protocol whilst offering new opportunities." Another stated, and I quote, "Our members have adapted well to these checks, and once they are complete, our members benefit from unfettered trade back to the GB and also onwards to the EU. This provides significant benefits relative to other UK and EU regions for our members, and our members are anxious that those benefits are protected." Whilst the previous DUP leader said he could live with 40,000 jobs being lost as a result of Brexit, I cannot. I'm not in this job to play politics with people's jobs and people's livelihoods. It is for the sake of our agri-food sector and for all those other reasons I have outlined that I will be voting yes later and will encourage others to do likewise. For those determined to strike up old, worn Brexit tunes which fell out of the charts a long time ago, in closing, I would like to quote another Spice Girls song. Stop right now. Thank you very much.
I call David Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the comprehensiveness of my two previous colleagues. I suspect my contribution might only be about 2/3 of that of Johnny Buckley's. Madam Deputy Speaker, and there will also be, I suspect, a level of going over some of the same stuff again, whilst I have the list of issues that were read out earlier, I'm not going to repeat that. The Chamber can be thankful. But the mechanism that brings us to the House today, Madam Deputy Speaker, represents a corruption of the most fundamental principles of the Good Friday Agreement that we were told during the Brexit process by those very rigorous implementers who bring it before us today, no less, that must have every jot and tittle respected and upheld. It is more concrete proof of that which unionists have known and saw to be true in the last 8 years, that those who speak in those lofty terms about the peace process, who often hang much of their modern identity on it since 1998, that referendums are to be respected only when they suit. That majoritarianism is to be discouraged and safeguarded against, but only when it is not in their favour. The so-called ugly scaffolding referred to earlier was necessary, but it is dispensable when it becomes advantageous to their cause. The upholding of the Good Friday Agreement in all its parts, not only in letter, as I had said previously, but in spirit, was vital during the negotiation of Brexit, but apparently optional thereafter. Madam Deputy Speaker, this of course applies to the opposition, Sinn Féin and Alliance, but it also applies to the other key players of that time who ravelled such clichés, be they the UK government of the time, Irish caucus voices in Washington, EU negotiators, and I agree with my colleague earlier who I would join in sending heartiest commiserations to France's shortest serving Prime Minister after the events of last week, or the many members of the European Parliament who I can assure you during my time working for my colleague now from Upper Ban, I listened to declare their undying devotion and protection of a document which I'm quite sure many of them had never set eyes upon. All have been shown to be hypocrites on this issue in their support for the corruption of the principle of consent and of cross-community consensus that, for all its fundamental flaws, lay at the very heart of the Good Friday Agreement. Indeed, Article 18.2 of the Protocol decrees that any vote on the continuation of arrangements should be held in a manner consistent with the Good Friday Agreement. Yet Boris Johnson and subsequent UK governments, and indeed the parties opposite, are content to casually dispense with that fundamental consent principle. Not one unionist in this place supported the protocol, yet when it came to the democratic consent mechanism, the regular implementers, as others, were very content to deliberately and by design to dump the protections that they baked into what was their agreement, not ours. That selective approach may win them the day, but they should know that it is not only noted by the DUP, but by unionist communities across Northern Ireland that see those parties value safeguards for nationalists only. The nature of the democratic consent mechanism by which we are brought here today is like much of the protocol and Windsor framework. It has been imposed without consent, and certainly without cross-community consent, that we have long been told was essential to maintaining the confidence of both communities and legitimacy of government here. And on that point, the leader of the Alliance Party said earlier that she was not sure whether we were serious in opposing this today, and I think my colleagues have outlined precisely the reasons why we are very serious about the position we are taking here today. But yes?
Thank you very much, Mr Brooks, for giving way. Just to pull you up on a point there, you talked about both communities. In this House, there's recognition that there are unionists, there are nationalists, and there are others. I would ask that you could consider changing your language to actually be inclusive in this House.
Well, I'm happy to look at how what language I use, but I would say that the Good Friday Agreement, which was agreed on the Good Friday Agreement, which was agreed on those terms, was agreed by your own party and the parties opposite, not by this party. It's not a party. It's not an agreement that holds any particular weight for me in that regard. It is something that some of the parties opposite have hung their identity on since 1998. So no, I'll continue on this issue to articulate on the basis of what it means for the unionists in this country, as well, and the people that I represent, to have the Constitution of the United Kingdom impinged upon and the protocol imposed in the way it has been. I would say that the leader of the Alliance Party had said also, and Minister Muir referred to it during his contribution as well, that the lack of other options that have been put forward. But as colleagues have already referred to, we have had alternative arrangements, we have and mutual enforcement put forward. There were a wealth of other options put forward during the Brexit process. They were merely options that the members opposite and indeed the EU, not just the moment, thank you, and the EU did not like. But as was pointed out, the EU themselves commissioned what was at the time Smart Borders 2.0. Lars Carlson involved in the drafting of that document. They launched 3 documents on the very day. I was there. I was in the room when they launched it, and we're quite happy to cast it aside because the report that they commissioned did not say what they wished it to do. And I'm not saying that it was perfect. I'm not saying that there was no issue with it, but it has been built on since. And I think to pretend that there has been no other options put forward that were workable is just untrue. I'll not give way. I want to make progress at the moment. In recent weeks, I have said, and I will say again, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when we are regaled with sanctimonious interventions and preambles that point to the damage of this place being down, and we've heard some of them here today. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, as I see he's been replaced. Of this place being down for the first period of its mandate, those members and their parties might reflect on the corrosive effect that their utter contempt for unionist concerns and the enthusiastic dismantling of settled government norms here and how that led us to this place. And whilst he's not in his place, I think Mr. O'Toole's the way in which Mr. O'Toole referred to the comments of my colleague Mr. Buckley was reflective of that, actually, because I understand that it was a lengthy contribution, but it's a contribution that reflects the dearly held feelings of a significant portion of the community here in Northern Ireland, and how they feel that the Windsor Framework and the Protocol has impinged upon their identity and their place in Northern Ireland and within the United Kingdom. Today, we as MLAs will be compelled to vote on this on a major and controversial issue for the first time in decades that will be decided on the basis of a simple majority. My colleagues have already outlined that the DUP has a steady record of opposition to these measures and to the protocol which imposed it. This party voted and worked against that protocol in our national parliament, in the European Parliament, and in the European Parliament before it was forced through by the Johnson government in 2019. We believe now, as then, the continued barriers to trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland are unacceptable. Its impact continues to be significant and detrimental to the economic, constitutional, social and political life of this place. We are on record as saying that the Windsor Framework, even with the progress that has been made through safeguarding the Union, did not fix all of those issues or secure all of our negotiating objectives. And again, I have to say the leader of the Alliance Party said earlier on that we, in terms of Brexit, had won and we should smile about it. I think that's a corruption of the truth, actually. I think that the Alliance Party and others on the benches opposite should actually recognise that they had some success themselves in campaigning to thwart democracy, to thwart the result of a referendum, and that is how we have landed in this place. It was never always going to be the case that we landed here in terms of Brexit. It was as a result of people putting up quite a campaign to ensure that we did land in this place, that Northern Ireland was not granted Brexit on the same basis as ever. I will not give way on the basis that the same privilege was not given to my colleague Mr Buckley, despite him being very generous with his time during his contributions. The protocol remains an unacceptable incursion upon our sovereignty and the full integration into the UK single market. Northern Ireland should have left the EU on the same basis as the rest of the UK, as both campaigns says it would, even if with opposing motivations, and we will continue to work towards that aim. Today's vote is flawed, and as I have said, it is corruption of all that has been proclaimed by those peace processors that have projected it as essential until now. Nevertheless, it remains an opportunity to practically demonstrate and give voice to the commitment to opposing that which has been imposed upon us in cooperation with other unionists. In voting against the continuation of current arrangements, nobody on these benches is deluded about the likely outcome, thanks to the design of the mechanism, which represented a further capitulation by the Johnson government. Brexit was never about making an enemy of Europe. It was about freedom, the freedom to set one's own course in the world. Acrimony with the EU, which includes some of her longest-standing allies and friends, was never the aim. We too would welcome a reset in relations, but not at the expense of ignoring the continuing thorn in our national flesh. The vision of the Labour government has been laying in recent days will no doubt be given due consideration by my Westminster colleagues in view of the current circumstances and the impact upon Northern Ireland. But any moves forward by the government must honour and advance commitments already made to the people of Northern Ireland, particularly those which form part of the basis for the restoration of these institutions. On that basis, I would say to the government that they too should reflect on the corrosive effect failure to honour such commitment will have on trust and confidence in government, in politics and in these institutions. Such failure would be the sowing of instability of the future. This party secured in law the commitment to an independent review of the framework where there is not a cross-community consent, including completion of this review within 6 months rather than the 2 years under the government's original unilateral declaration. We have said that a strengthened independent review should be the basis for Labour to honour their stated commitment to protecting the UK internal market. Again, the full suite of the government's statutory duties should be delivered upon in good faith. I imagine, in common with a number of the contributors today, sit on the Democratic Scrutiny Committee. Each week, and increasingly, we are sitting through sessions on complex pieces of EU legislation upon which officials are have invited us to lean on only upon the presumption that the UK government will probably approximately align with regulations being brought eventually. We are compelled within a short time frame to make decisions without complete and necessary information. The levers available to us, either as a committee or to the Assembly, are time limited, but we often cannot possibly know if or when an impact will be felt by our own constituents or local businesses. Still, some members, generally speaking, and I appreciate they will point to examples in recent weeks, which I do hope will be a sustained change in approach. But up to now, those members have been exceptionally trusting of the idea that what's good for the EU at large will also be in our interests. That is an idealistic approach not even member states take when considering regulations. We have little ability as yet to consider regulations in light of their cumulative effect when combined with other regulations over the course of time, and the chilling effect, which has been referred to today, of divergence increasing over time, that is seeing and will increasingly see Great British businesses choosing not to sell into Northern Ireland. In the last 2 weeks, we have discussed provisions that pertain to the ability of consumers to hold a company within the EU's customs area, ultimately legally responsible for product defects, even where they are not responsible not the responsible manufacturer. In circumstances where that manufacturer is outside of the particularly in circumstances where that manufacturer is outside of the EU, that itself means that local companies who sell products from GB suppliers, or those suppliers themselves, if they have a presence here, face increased risk and potentially increased cost. It is one example relevant to the work of the committee, and colleagues who have spoken have presented many examples of the damage of the current system in action, and I suspect colleagues who are yet to speak after me will also draw upon similar examples. But while others will and have the ability to couch their arguments in the positive element of anything that the EU is bringing forward and wishing to achieve with such regulations, in this case consumer protection, it does not take a genius to draw the lines and see how such red tape and additional burden will make GB suppliers, whether direct to consumer or for parts for other parts of our manufacturing base, will simply decide that Northern Ireland, with its 1.8 million people, is not a big enough market on its own to warrant the additional risk and expense. And as we are seeing, and as we will see increasingly with the issues around Amazon and eBay, others too will stop supplying. To this end, we have welcomed the appointments that have been made to Intertrade UK and the Independent Monitoring Panel. The command paper clearly envisaged a role for both in feeding into the work of the independent review, particularly with respect to the implementation of the internal market guarantee. We must see further work to progress the work of both so that they can help prevent the kind of disengagement we are seeing from key businesses, and indeed even to assist the information available to those of us serving on the Democratic Scrutiny Committee. The Government must maximise the veil of any review, and there are aspects of agreed arrangements that must be taken forward in the round. With that, Mr. Speaker, I conclude my comments. Thank you.
Today's democratic consent motion is one of the most significant issues that this Assembly has and will ever debate. At one level, it is a complex and complicated matter, but at another, it comes down to a very simple question. Does this Assembly wish to give away powers and responsibilities entrusted to us by those who sent us here, or are we prepared to do the job for which we have been elected? Let us be clear that democratic consent is not merely a theoretical concept. It is a fundamental pillar of freedom, of justice and the rule of law. It ensures that governments, institutions and leaders remain answerable to the people that they serve. In many ways, this is a unique moment in history. Down through the centuries, many have fought and died for the franchise and the right to participate in democratic institutions. From the Chartists to the suffragettes to the civil rights movements in the United States, the direction of travel has been clear. Today, this Assembly is likely to reverse that tide of progress. Today, this Assembly is likely to vote to place more trust in those who vote for Viktor Orban in Hungary than in the people of Northern Ireland who vote for the members of this Assembly. So much for government of the people, by the people, for the people. If only we had known a generation ago that Sinn Féin would prioritise the rules of Mrs Thatcher's landmark achievement of a European single market over the rights and sovereignty of Irish people, even Northern Irish people, to determine the laws that govern them, we might have been saved much anguish. Such a proposition would surely have been greeted by the mocking laughter of our children. It is even more shocking that Sinn Féin rushed to hand over our rights to an institution which, to quote Gerry Adams, has failed the people of Ireland, north and south. But 12 years ago, Sinn Féin and the same Gerry Adams told us that they were committed to ensuring that the Irish people are not subjected to the anti-democratic processes being driven by the European Union. Mary Lou MacDonald echoed her party colleague advising, "We need a Europe of equals, not a Europe that dictates to the people." How times have changed, Mr. Speaker. You might rightly ask how it can be a Europe of equals for the people of Northern Ireland. Much ground has already been covered in this debate, and I do not wish to rehearse arguments that have already been made. But in the time available, I want to look at a few of the key issues. I'll leave others to more fully develop the arguments around some of the practical implications of the operation of the present arrangements. But let me touch on issues of fundamental concern. This motion is both a denial of the fundamental principles of democracy, but also a clear abrogation of our responsibilities to the people of Northern Ireland. If passed, it represents a repudiation of the role to which we were elected as a legislature and by which we govern as an executive. Effectively, we are saying to our constituents that others in foreign lands are better placed to do the job to which we have been elected. We are passing the responsibility for hundreds of key elements of law in Northern Ireland, set out in Annex 2 to the Ireland-Northern Ireland Protocol, to those who are neither elected by nor accountable to the people of Northern Ireland. And we're here because on the 31st of October, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn, formally launched the so-called democratic consent process. But it's not our present Secretary of State, but his father, that I wish to invoke today. His father, the Right Honourable Tony Benn, MP, famously posed 5 questions to assess the democratic credentials of any institution. They were: what power have you got? Where did you get it from? In whose interests do you exercise it? To whom are you accountable? And how can we get rid of you? If you cannot get rid of the people who govern you, you do not live in a democratic system. By that very basic yardstick, this motion must fail. We are giving away powers entrusted to us by those who elect us. Mr. Speaker, the rights that are entrusted to us are not for us to give away. They are not our personal property to relinquish or trade away. It is instead our primary duty to preserve and protect those rights. As citizens, we must continue to value and protect the systems of accountability that underpin our democracy. To quote Andrew Jackson, the 7th President of the United States, "The people are the only sure reliance of our liberty." This motion is also a repudiation of the cross-community concept at the heart of the Belfast Agreement. One does not need to analyse the issue through a constitutional law perspective to know that in everyday understanding, important decisions at an assembly level often require a cross-community vote. Indeed, the petition of concern arrangements were specifically included in the Belfast Agreement and legislated for in the Northern Ireland Act of 1998. This key safeguard is for both the main communities in Northern Ireland. It is an essential mechanism that ensures stability, fairness and shared government in this country marked by its complex history and divided communities. Indeed, the cross-community concept underpins power sharing, ensuring both nationalists and unionists are represented at every level of governance. These provisions were specifically disapplied by the Protocol on Ireland-Northern Ireland Democratic Consent Process EU Exit Regulations 2020, which specifically rewrote the cross-community protections in the Northern Ireland Act. Not only is this consent mechanism inconsistent with the underlying approach of the cross-community protections embedded in the Belfast Agreement, its creation was a deeply cynical exercise. The Irish Government and ultimately the European Union only agreed for a consent mechanism by simple majority in the Northern Ireland Assembly because the electoral arithmetic made it unlikely it could be used to extract Northern Ireland from Article 5 to 10 of the Protocol. Notably, the then Taoiseach Leo Varadkar rejected the notion of a referendum to determine the issue, as this was, and I quote, just too dangerous. Northern Ireland was trusted with the vehicle by which it could escape the protocol only after the petrol was taken out of the engine. Rewriting the rules in the middle of the game sends out a very dangerous message. Throughout the Brexit negotiations, the EU sought to justify its approach on the basis of the Belfast Agreement. This was always at best a partial and selective reading of the agreement, and at worst a deeply disingenuous approach. From 2017, the Irish government was prepared to weaponise the Belfast Agreement to get what they wanted from negotiations. Whether that was clever politics or recklessness on their part is a matter of debate. The foolishness of the then UK government to largely accept that analysis is not. It was, of course, not the Belfast Agreement, but the EU single market that was the concern of the European Commission. From the start of the Brexit process, the EU was prepared to play fast and loose with the peace process in Northern Ireland and showed scant concern for the unionist tradition here. But equally, unionists should not lose sight of the fact that it was not the European Union, but the last Conservative government that was prepared in 2019 to prioritise the purity of Brexit for Great Britain over the quality of the Union. It was Boris Johnson who did the deal with the EU to leave Northern Ireland subject to EU law. And this deal was done over the heads and in complete defiance of every unionist in Northern Ireland, and despite DUP opposition from the outset. That subsequent Conservative Prime Ministers sought to ameliorate the damage that had been done should not be dismissed or underestimated, but the original protocol did much of the damage. So the question is, what is to be done? Mr. Speaker, all is not lost. Crucially, today is not the end of the story. Arising out of this vote today, there will be an independent review of the arrangements to help restore cross-community support. I cannot guarantee what progress the promised review will make, but I do note that real and tangible progress has been made since the Northern Ireland Protocol was negotiated in 2019. However we measure or describe the progress that has been made, there can be no serious doubt that the Windsor Framework and then safeguarding the Union do represent real progress since the Northern Ireland Protocol. And assuming this motion passes today, there will be a further consent vote in 4 years' time. That means there will be a further Assembly election before MLAs will be asked to vote again. That is an opportunity for those of us who oppose these arrangements to take our case to the country on the basis of the experience of the operation of the new arrangements. To those of us who oppose the present arrangements, this should represent both a challenge and an opportunity. But I have one message for unionists who oppose the present arrangements, and it is this: we must not make a difficult situation worse. We must think and act rationally and strategically. Those of us who believe in the Union and the integrity of the United Kingdom, and therefore oppose this motion, do so because they believe it undermines the economic and constitutional fabric of our country. But that will not be remedied through damaging the democratic institutions in Northern Ireland. Put simply, alternative options offer neither a prospect of removing the Windsor Framework, nor do they provide any strategy for a better future for Northern Ireland. That is the fundamental weakness of those who would burn this House down with no credible path to rebuilding support for the Union. There are those who believe that if the Executive had not been re-established, we would have the leverage to deliver a better result now. This is a delusion. Leverage is not a constant. It is dictated by and affected by circumstances. Those circumstances were favourable in the autumn of 2021 and in the early part of 2022. They are not so today. The leverage that we created in 2021 in a different political environment allowed progress to be made, but this leverage has delivered all that is possible. The idea that this Labour government would provoke a confrontation with the EU to deliver a form of Brexit which is cleaner and purer than that delivered by Boris Johnson, Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak is not one that could be sustained in any serious discussion. We must choose between the alternatives that are realistically available to us, not fantasy options which have no prospect of success and would lead us down a constitutional cul-de-sac. We must not be fooled by the simple solutions that some would suggest. I read in this morning's newsletter a lengthy and a thoughtful piece from my friend Dan Boucher. Unfortunately, though, there is much to agree with in his article. It's long on analysis and history, but short on solutions. That too often characterises the approach of those who point out the problems, but have no credible way to resolve them. We must not risk the broad support that exists for Northern Ireland's place in the Union on tactics that are doomed to fail. History has taught us lessons that we would do well to remember. The events at Thornton Manor in the Wirral in October of 2019, where Boris Johnson cut a deal to effectively leave Northern Ireland behind, was a crucial moment in the process. We now know what many suspected at the time. Boris Johnson was never serious about a no-deal Brexit. In his memoirs, he admitted that it was a bluff, that the EU had assumed as much, hold his strategy below the waterline. Stéphane Durennik, a close aide to Michel Barnier during the negotiations, correctly identified that during the negotiations, the UK played a game of chicken with itself due to its erroneous assessment of the negotiations. His bluff did not end well for Northern Ireland or the Union. Those who would now threaten political stability in Northern Ireland are inviting Unionists to repeat this failed strategy. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad day for democracy and for the economic integrity of this great United Kingdom. There's no point in hiding or disguising that fact. But this must not become a council of despair. We must not talk ourselves into a downward spiral where we make an already difficult situation worse. Real progress has been made since the Northern Ireland Protocol was published, and I'm confident that further progress is possible. Not through articles in newspapers or interviews on the media, but through long and hard work where inch by inch progress, the only progress there has been, is being made. We have proven progress is possible in the past, and we can do so again. Our future lies in our own hands, not just in terms of the democratic consent vote, which will be repeated in 4 years' time, but also in terms of support for the Union. I continue to believe that devolution can and will deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. That's why I oppose handing over powers in a wide range of areas to those who are not accountable to a single citizen of Northern Ireland. But we must not retreat into a narrower vision of unionism, where an unobtainable purity of idea is elevated over wider community support. Mr. Speaker, in all likelihood, because the government has rewritten the rules of the game, I will not be on the winning side today. But in whatever role I have in this chamber or elsewhere, I will do all in my power to ensure that the benefits of Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom are enjoyed. I make no apology for echoing the sentiments of perhaps the greatest of all Unionist leaders, Sir Edward Carson, who said, "From the day I first entered this Parliament up to the present, devotion to the Union has been the guiding star of my political life." The benefits of Northern Ireland remaining fully within the United Kingdom are clear and undeniable. We have access to economic prosperity, political stability and global influence. Our future is brighter as part of the UK, and we must continue to embrace this union with pride and determination. Mr. Speaker, the Democratic Unionist Party remains committed to our manifesto commitment to argue the case for the full primacy of the United Kingdom internal market and to continue to reject the undermining of its integrity. However, we do so without jeopardising wider support for the Union or these institutions in a way that has already and continued to pay real dividends. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I, like all Democrats, believe that we who make laws should be accountable to those who elect us. I believe this Assembly should not casually dispense with those powers that have been given to us by the people who sent us here. Articles 5 to 10 of the Northern Ireland Protocol have given rise to significant concerns impacting on the economic, political and constitutional relationship of Northern Ireland with the rest of the United Kingdom. They create unnecessary divisions, they hamper trade and undermine democratic accountability, creating serious challenges for our economy, our sovereignty and our political stability. We must instead seek a solution that preserves the economic integrity of Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom. We will continue to work to that end. Mr. Speaker, I therefore must oppose this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to add my voice to those who have said that Brexit has been a disaster for the whole of the United Kingdom, but in very particular ways for Northern Ireland. The Protocol and the Windsor Framework are attempts to manage, to mitigate and to soften the blow of Brexit on our part of the world. We live in a complex place and there are significant sensitivities that must be managed. It's likely that nobody will ever fully get what they want in a post-Brexit landscape. And maybe that's just life. And I keep thinking about the words of Senator Mitchell during the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, who warned against the 100%ers in politics. In Northern Ireland, of all places, we should know that reasoned, principled compromise is the only pathway to progress. I actually enjoyed parts of Jonathan Buckley's speeches. I personally think that words like quisling and skullduggery don't feature in Hansard nearly enough, much like Spice Girls analogies. But the Alliance Party will not take any lectures from those on benches who championed this outcome. When I was growing up, there was a town that had a shop, and in the shop it had a sign, you break it, you buy it. And I always quite like that idea that you're accountable for your actions, something that I think the cheerleaders of Brexit doesn't seem to fly with. They won, but are not willing to be held accountable for the consequences of their actions, running through the shop, breaking everything, and then not accepting the consequences. They broke it, we all had to buy it, and it has not been cheap. Cambridge Econometrics found that this year that Brexit has already cost the British economy £140 billion. £2,000 per person. It's staggering. Philip McGuigan and Matthew O'Toole both reference the Office of Budget Responsibility Statistics. Their forecast suggests that the volume of UK imports and exports will both be 15% lower than if we had remained in the EU, and that it could lead to a 4% reduction in the potential productivity of the UK with a full effect felt after 15 years. However, we are where we are, and moving forward, there is a clear opportunity on the horizon if we have the courage and the humility to grasp it. A reset in relations between the UK and the EU is very welcome, and combined with our competitive proposition as being the only jurisdiction in the world where businesses can sell goods into GB and the EU free of customs and regulatory barriers, we are well positioned to build a more prosperous Northern Ireland, which is something I think we all want. Yes, there are issues. We need to implement an ambitious SPS agreement, manage our way through the incoming parcels regime and the GSPR regulations. But that is only possible through engagement. And the NI Chamber have been very clear. Over 70% of their members surveyed before the general election see dual market access as a key driver for sales growth. And it's why I reject the argument that voting against this motion today sends a clear message. To reiterate what my party leader said, the message it sends is that we're not pragmatic, that we're not forward-thinking, that we're not solution-focused. We need to get there with one voice from our executive, business community and civic society, and shine a spotlight on the immense opportunities of investing in Northern Ireland. That is what will deliver the progress our communities are crying out for. As Northern Ireland's cross-community party, Alliance have always sought to build positive relationships with those outside of this region to deliver the maximum opportunity and prosperity for our communities here. Brexit has undoubtedly made that task so much more difficult, but it's also made it more urgent. We will continue to proudly engage internationally and build positive relationships that can deliver for everyone here. I want to pick up on one point because we've heard it a lot and we keep being accused of being rigorous implementers. And I don't know if it's because I'm 6 months pregnant and I'm a bit more angry generally, but it's so disingenuous. That line was used in 2020 in a letter signed by party leaders in relation to the Internal Markets Bill about breaking international law in a limited and specific way. So accusing us of upholding international agreements in international law is really not the accusation that you think it is. No. No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give way because actually I wasn't given the same courtesy when I asked earlier on and you didn't give it to me, and I don't think it's fair. Mr. Speaker, Alliance is in the business of solutions. Our economy requires certainty and a clear way forward. A vote against the continuation of these articles will deliver the opposite. I hope that members voting against this motion today are fully cognizant of the impact this would have if their vote was actually carried. And it's an insult to describe this as this motion as an assault on democracy, a democratic deficit, from people who held these institutions down for so long. It's time to rebuild and not to tear down. Our businesses need stability, not greater uncertainty. Our communities need hope, not constant negativity. My party leader said earlier on that we have a choice, how we want to be seen as in the world, as innovative, as solution-focused, as forward-thinking, or as people who are constantly defined by chaos and negativity and instability. And I know what I choose, and I know what our constituents want us to choose. Our job in this House is to make this place better, to deliver, and that starts with voting for this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My goodness, today really has triggered me. It's like rolling back the years. It's arguing over spilt milk. The Brexit band has reformed and are playing many of the old tunes. And now I will rehash some of my old tunes as well. So, like many people in this chamber, the decision to leave the EU was one of the reasons I too entered politics. As the former Vice Chair of the Remain campaign here in Northern Ireland, I saw how little our issues featured in the UK's decision. I, with others, worked really hard with people from all corners of our society to make the case for remaining as part of Europe. The Remain campaign won that argument in our region, but as we all know, we were still dragged out against our will. Brexit was a bad idea then, and it's still a bad idea now. But it wasn't just a bad idea, it was the most profound act of economic and social self-sabotage that any government has ever undertaken. Looking at the purely economic impact, we know that the Office of Budget Responsibility has stated that both exports and imports will be around 15% lower than if the UK had remained in the EU, and that new trade deals with non-EU countries will not have a material impact. In the North, thanks to the protocol, we have been shielded by some of Brexit's worst effects, not all of them. But we now have something that we can work with, and a unique opportunity and a position. The uniqueness of the unfettered and flexible access to both markets on the island of Ireland is an opportunity that we can't afford to pass up, and which we must now grasp with both our hands. We all know that that is the mood of business as well. For example, research carried out by the Chartered Accountants of Ireland, Ulster Society, found that 87% of its members view dual market access as the biggest opportunity for growth over the next decade. And I know some members across the way indicated there hasn't been one investment in relation to dual market access. My colleague Matthew Toole and I spoke to the Chief Executive of Invest NI, and he has indicated a few days back it's because they hadn't an opportunity to promote it and sell it, and they are now doing so across the world on the trade missions that they have been on. And there will be a trail here, and hopefully we will maximise that opportunity in the not-so-distant future. And Intertrade Ireland has seen an increase of £7 billion in cross-border trades since 2015. Of course, we can appreciate the concern of members on the opposite side of the House when it comes to East-West trade, and a smoothing of processes would be really welcome. Let's work together on that common ground while exploiting the opportunity we have in our hands. Northern Ireland now has an opportunity to be a bridge between two major markets, opening the door to major possibilities which we all now must leverage. Up until now, the focus has been on the UK's internal market. Now that we've dealt with many of those concerned, let's stop overlooking the prospects that we have with our new arrangements. Last week, the SDLP launched our own proposals on our European future. That included our call for an independent review to be initiated to explore how sectors of strategic economic importance can capitalise on the opportunities resulting from Northern Ireland's unique position. That review should evaluate the costs and benefits of establishing a new office for the European Commission in Northern Ireland. And I would gently suggest to my colleague that office could be in Derry if we're looking for regional balance, while fostering cooperation and trust between Northern Ireland and the EU institutions. It could play a crucial role in maximising dual market access, provide advice on trade, investment and regulation compliance. It could build on our ability to leverage the unique position we now find ourselves and engage meaningfully with Europe. New mechanisms such as these would have real-world consequences and opportunities for high-value manufacturing and supply chains, offering specific advantages for sectors like pharmaceuticals, agri-food, precision engineering and many, many more. We could explore the role of the integration of regulations in key sectors by securing closer alignment with European agencies, the creation of initiatives to strengthen Northern Ireland and EU supply chains, and exploiting the potential of the dual market incentives such as tax credits. Those benefits mean more places like Derry, which sits as an urban capital of a cross-border region, uniquely positioned to take advantage of these opportunities and reverse decades of economic neglect.
Member give way?
Yes.
Just in relation to Derry and the opportunity to Derry in the North West region, would she acknowledge some of the members opposite talk about this fantasy idea of mutual enforcement? They may want to go back to a period when some of the people who were calling for that, the Prosperity Commission, I think they were called, they went to the North West region and they said, they acknowledged themselves, some of the hardest Brexiteers around, that you couldn't impose full customs controls and a hard border, which is the inevitable consequence of hard Brexit on the North West. You couldn't impose a situation where you had full-blown customs controls between Cosh Quinn and Bridgend. That was madness. But now there's a real opportunity for the North West to be at the meeting point of those two markets.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it is the most porous border in Europe. It would be impossible to contemplate anything resembling a hard border. And again, we're talking spilt milk at this particular stage. It's done. The deal is done. And now we need to make it work for everyone. And thank goodness we have open borders on our island. Our desire for closer alignment with the EU has also begun to match that with the British government. Across the water, we have begun to see the Labour government pursue a so-called economic reset with the EU. Yesterday, Rachel Reeves became the first Chancellor since Brexit to meet the EU finance ministers, whilst the Prime Minister is due to meet EU leaders in the new year. I welcome this, and it does signal, albeit in a small capacity, a political will to put the disaster of Brexit behind us. But we must act with urgency. It is clear the Labour government has realised that Brexit has left us with new problems, not new opportunities. New EU regulations and an ever-changing geopolitical landscape, which is changing by the hour, never mind the minute, or by the minute, never mind the hour, has only increased the challenges we face post-Brexit. I would therefore suggest that it would be in the interests of members opposite that a reset of relations with the EU is a success, and you should be pushing it with your members of Parliament. If not, the argument to revisit Brexit itself only grows stronger. That is why we must consider an interim strategy which brings us closer to the single market and to the customs union. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, people here in the North have multiple identities. Identities that have been pushed, have been prodded and have been stretched by Brexit and the resultant crisis. As we enter this new period of relationships, let's now be confident and let's be optimistic about those identities and the potential of trading, collaborating and working as two islands, securing the opportunity we have in front of us for our economy through dual market access, and securing the opportunity that we have in the future through developing our European ties closer still in the future. Thank you.
Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, can I say that given the hour and the length of the debate, I've reduced my speech from a chunky 45 minutes down to a mere concise 30. Cheers from around the Assembly chamber. So look, I don't want to go into the technical details of these articles, as they have already been well rehearsed and covered by colleagues so far in the course of this debate. And of course, it will be a surprise to no one in this chamber that there was a level of disparity of opinion as to how we approach these aspects. I would simply point out, and I've heard this from speakers today, that this is not about Brexit. This debate is not about Brexit. It's about, and it's certainly not a rehash of Brexit, it is rather about the continuation and application of Articles 5 to 10 of the Protocol. But in my remarks, I want to actually focus on consumer choice and some of the impacts that these articles have within Northern Ireland. A recent report by the Consumer Council in July of 2024, entitled Consumer Experiences of Retailers Not Delivering to Northern Ireland, cites a couple of interesting points, and I want to highlight these to the House this evening. It states that where retailers do deliver to Northern Ireland, many consumers report certain conditions are applied, such as weight restrictions, additional delivery times, delivery fees, and whilst these are problematic, clearly, for consumers in Northern Ireland, in all conscience, I could not necessarily tie these with the operation of the Protocol. However, it also stated that 86% of consumers who shop online said that they had found items that they were looking for, but they could not be delivered to an address in Northern Ireland. And I would clearly contend that these articles are responsible for some of these items not being available to purchasers in Northern Ireland. And this is limiting consumer choice. I will, certainly.
We thank the member for giving way. Within the Safeguarding the Union, there was a promise and a commitment to the establishment of Intertrade UK. That body was to be established to not only address real and practical issues, but also some of that misinformation that may lie with companies in Great Britain that believe that they cannot send goods here, or may be confused about what the law is and ergo withdraw voluntarily. Would he agree with me that the UK government needs to get on with establishing that in full and ensuring that that work can be carried out?
I want to thank the member for her comments, and I would concur fully. I think it is crucial, not only informationally for businesses in GB, but also for, simply as I was saying there, consumer choice for people in Northern Ireland, that Intertrade starts its work. Finally, the report highlights a very worrying figure, that over 75% of consumers who had experienced difficulties with GB retailers delivering to Northern Ireland said they now shop a lot less from these retailers. And I'm sure this is something that no one in this House wants to see. It is crystal clear to me that the public want consumer choice when making a purchase, and in my view, the findings of this report provide evidence of the damage that these articles are causing to it. And we have heard from other speakers in the debate about some of the products affected by this legislation, and I'm not going to rehearse them again. But even some of the most mundane items have been affected by what I might call protocol mission creep. As an example, I looked up the DAERA regulations if you want to purchase and bring across hay from Scotland to Northern Ireland. Not a particularly dangerous substance, it doesn't have any corrosive acids, it can't explode, and it's certainly not poisonous. The regulations are, however, significant. And this from the DAERA website. You need to be registered on Traces NT, which is the EU's trade control and export system. You need to pre-notify DAERA of the arrival of this consignment by creating a common health entry document for products of animal origin known as CHED-P, which is quite a catchy title, on traces at least 24 hours before this hay enters Northern Ireland. And when you've completed that, you have to input a further code to tell you whether it's straw or hay. Now, I know the difference because I married a farmer's daughter. But these are significant. And, Mr. Speaker, when I finally went to the DAERA website and tried to click on the guidance to see the additional guidance, because that's not at all, I was told this morning that my access was denied. I wasn't authorised to view that page. Perhaps DAERA know that I'm not a farmer, or perhaps the information is just way above my security clearance. My salient point stands. All this to move hay from Scotland to Northern Ireland. And in my view, that's not good enough. But what I'm also concerned about is the chilling effect on businesses, and the Deputy First Minister reflected on this, on businesses in GB wanting to sell into Northern Ireland. These are decisions that firms are forced into make, commercial decisions, when they are assessing whether to make their goods available here in Northern Ireland. And an example of this occurs this Friday, and DFM referenced this in her speech, the 13th of December, Friday the 13th. Following this date, General Product Safety Regulations, or GPSR, applies to goods sold into Northern Ireland from GB. And I will quote directly from the government advice. For products regulated by GPSR to be placed on the market, there must be a responsible economic operator, or an REO, to be in place to ensure compliance regulations are fulfilled. These regulations also introduce certain requirements with respect to product labelling, traceability and documentation, as well as clarifying that online marketplaces are also within the scope of these regs. And I don't have to tell members in this Assembly that this means further costs for sellers from GB to Northern Ireland. The Federation of Small Businesses stated the following with regard to these regs. We continue to be very concerned about difficulties faced by SMEs exporting into the EU under the terms of the UK-EU Trade and Cooperation Agreement. SMEs are particularly vulnerable to any additional costs incurred in the course of doing business. One advisor on eBay said rather succinctly on the seller's forums, seems like a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But I would also assume you'd be okay if you remove Northern Ireland from your delivery locations. And I think that's the last thing that we would want to see. In Northern Ireland since 1998, in the Safeguards and Equality section of the Belfast Agreement, every individual has a right to pursue democratically national and political aspirations, and we do that in this chamber. However, tonight, MLAs are voting on a highly contentious issue using a simple majority, and my colleagues have already reflected on that. There is a mechanism to provide for such votes in the Belfast Agreement, which is being ignored today. And I would simply point out the irony that unionists were told about, in fact, throughout the Brexit negotiations, about the importance of the Belfast Agreement in all its parts. Yet the requirement for cross-community consent in today's vote was unilaterally removed by the last government. The blame for that falls, and we've talked a lot about blame in this Assembly this afternoon and this evening, falls, in my eyes, on one person, Boris Johnson. The aftermath of him saying one thing and then doing the complete opposite finally caught up with the Conservative Party in the last election. They seamlessly, with Johnson's help, managed to turn a very large Tory majority into the largest wipeout of the party in modern history. My colleague, the Education Minister, actually mentioned the World deal, where he signed off much of the democratic responsibility for Northern Ireland. Ironically, this was because people didn't particularly like Labour, but they just couldn't trust the Conservative Party anymore. But, as the former Prime Minister finally realised, to his chagrin, those who live by the sword often die by the sword. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this party has been working consistently and diligently to right the wrongs caused by the damage of the imposition of these articles. As has been mentioned, we voted against the imposition of the Northern Ireland Protocol in our national parliament in Westminster and in the European Parliament. Tonight, we will vote against this motion because it is our firm belief it is contrary to the best interests of Northern Ireland, and we would urge others to join us. I see the dear Minister is not in his place, but in honour of him, and I'm not a Spice Girls fan. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm more of a Pink Floyd guy. So I would perhaps suggest that some members of the Chamber are comfortably numb to the operation of the protocol in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Down, Dodds. Down, Dodds.
I'm not quite sure how you follow that at the end. Before I get to the substance of my speech, I just want to put on the record some of my concerns about the tone of the debate today, and particularly what I think of as a bit of the sneering from some of the members opposite. I don't think that this does this chamber any good at all. And I think that if we cannot acknowledge the concerns of those on this side of the House without the laughing, and I see the member for South Belfast has not remained in her chair, but actually the labelling of people who don't agree with the protocol as backward and not progressive and not wanting Northern Ireland to go forward, I think that is deeply, deeply regrettable. And I want that on the record today, because I think it is important. No, I want to make some progress, and I will give way. I will give way, you know I do. I am glad to be able to contribute to this debate today. I think it is a travesty to call it a democratic consent motion, but nevertheless, I've contributed to many European debates during my time in the European Parliament. I was directly and democratically elected to that Parliament. I held a mandate from the people of Northern Ireland to speak on their behalf. And we should remember that the democratic process is a precious instrument, and the right to influence and to vote on the law that governs a society is a fundamental tenet of our democracy. However, in Northern Ireland today, in this chamber this afternoon, thanks to the protocol, we have the utterly bizarre situation where there are people in this directly elected chamber, members who hold a mandate to make laws on behalf of citizens here, who are cheerleading for that basic democratic right to be held by a parliament where they have no representation, no voice, and are simply content to take the laws that the European Union see fit to hand down. I will when I finish this section. Members in this chamber who are so enamoured with the European Union that they are content to preside over the disenfranchisement of their farmers and their manufacturing companies. Members who see no harm in setting up barriers to trade with our biggest market and creating an internal customs barrier within the United Kingdom, all to please and be subservient to their European masters. Members who cannot bear to question the European Union through the Democratic Scrutiny Committee process. It is truly through the looking glass stuff and shameful to behold. The member of South Belfast wanted to give.
I appreciate the member giving way. I am interested in some of what she says, to the extent that she was an MEP and served, even though I obviously don't share her politics in large part. She was a very diligent MEP and did a lot of work there and had a mandate. Would she agree with our call to return Northern Ireland's representation to the European Parliament via observer status? She may even seek some form of mandate to return there, given she would be the most experienced former MEP in this chamber. So I would invite Mrs Dodds to would she be interested in that, in such a role in the future?
I do thank the member for his kind words. They are appreciated. Being a member of the European Parliament and representing Northern Ireland, one of 3 members, is an enormous job and a great honour. However, the member well knows that having MEPs that do nothing is not something that I am going to condone. The member well knows that I am a proud I am proud that we're part of the United Kingdom, and as long as the United Kingdom has that democratic mandate to remain outside the European Union, then I don't think that there is a place for that in Northern Ireland. I did promise the member that I would give way.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Just on your first comments, you were talking about what you regarded as sneering from other members. Now, there was quite a bit of sneering and chuntering and shouting from place coming from those benches as well. And during one of the first speeches, we were referred to as quizzlings. There was several references about this vote has been rigged, and one of my colleagues, there was a jibe thrown at him about the EU identifying as a plug and him accepting it. Do you think these comments were out of tone with the rest of the debate?
Can I just say that, first of all, I am not against really robust debate. And you know that you and I have engaged in that on many times. But what I am against is the labelling of a community as backward because they do not support something. And I will not, and I will always call it out. We see that, and we are very, very annoyed by that. I will, of course, give way.
For giving way, I'm sick, so that's why I left my seat, and I'm sorry for that. But I never said that you were backward. I never said that. And the Hansard, I don't think anyone heard me say that. The Hansard will reflect it. I never said you were backward.
I accept entirely that you didn't say that I was personally backward. What you did say that people who didn't support the motion were backward in their outlook for Northern Ireland. That's the way I read it. Can I just say also as well, when I'm on the intervention from the member for South Belfast, the SDLP member for South Belfast, I see that he also would like to have an EU office in Belfast. And since I'm on the subject of EU law, how impotent does the political process in Northern Ireland have to be, where laws are set in a place where we have no input into those laws, but we can go and ask and beg for an explanation of them in an EU office in Belfast? How ridiculous would we and have we become? Thanks to Annex 2 of the protocol, there are over 300 areas of law where Northern Ireland is governed by the EU. That's thousands of regulations. Not this Assembly, not our sovereign Parliament in Westminster. Areas of law where no citizen of Northern Ireland can vote for change because no one that they vote for can affect that change. They are areas of law which create a competitive disadvantage for our manufacturing companies and farmers. Areas of law which mean that certain trees and seeds cannot come into Northern Ireland from the rest of the United Kingdom. Laws which mean that Northern Ireland must apply the EU customs code for goods, meaning that Great Britain must be treated as a third country or a foreign country within the United Kingdom. Laws which create that border in the Irish Sea, a border which is hardening through time despite agreements and repeated assurances by Conservative politicians and a Labour Secretary of State who says that the only way to please Europe is to implement everything faithfully. Oh, how the rigorous implementers are applauding. And I noticed today, interestingly, a lot of rowing back from that rigorous implementation phrase. You own it, it's yours, it's yours. Yes, I will. Yes.
Giving way because it saves me having to do a point of order, but I'm sure that the Alliance member for South Belfast
would not want to mislead the House. But earlier on, she responded to the allegation of rigorous implementing by saying it was in reference to the Internal Market Act, very specifically. I have refreshed my mind by looking again at that letter, and I am happy to put that letter into the library so everybody can see exactly what you wanted to be rigorously implemented. But do you agree with me that, of course, this letter was much wider than the Internal Market Act and a specific point, and indeed was calling for the rigorous implementation of the entire protocol?
I do think that the reaction that we've just seen means that we do and are protesting too much, and that we've hit a very sore spot. But rigorous implementation was called for, and no matter what anyone is wanting to dress it up or make it look like in this way. So I'll continue. However, it isn't the only affront to democracy that we're dealing with today. And let me be clear that disapplying the cross-community consent mechanism violates the Belfast Agreement. All through the Brexit years in the European Parliament, I endured many long contributions from Michel Barnier, the former Brexit negotiator and now former Prime Minister of France, on his version of the Belfast Agreement. Doesn't matter what the Belfast Agreement actually says, they've all had their version of the Belfast Agreement in the European Union. And he was very fond of telling us that he must implement the Belfast Agreement, quote, in all its parts. Indeed, there was an awful lot of kerfuffle to get it inserted into motions in the European Parliament and so on at the time. Very, very important, in all its parts. But Article 18.2 of the protocol actually decrees that any vote on the continuation of the arrangements should be held in a manner consistent with the Belfast Agreement. How European to forget it all once you decide that something else is in your interests. Here we are today, and we are compelled to vote on the basis of a simple majority vote. Yes, that vote is significant and contentious. Yes, under the Belfast Agreement principle of laws, having to have both support from both sides of the community that should trigger that cross-community consent mechanism. That is not going to happen today. And we are going to vote for the first time since 1998 on a simple majority vote. That was removed by the Conservative government under Boris Johnson. British governments and the European Union purporting to uphold the Belfast Agreement in all its parts, now happily riding roughshod over that agreement by the abandonment of the cross-community mechanism. Today, I expect all shades of unionism on this side of the House to unite and show their contempt for the protocol and the way in which this vote is conducted. There is no consent from unionism for this separation of the United Kingdom, and there is no consent for the way in which the Belfast Agreement is disapplied in relation to the voting mechanism. This is designed to placate nationalism and marginalise unionism, and it is an appalling state of affairs. Northern Ireland works better when everyone is represented in the democratic process. And if you care about building a better Northern Ireland, then you should be courageous and vote against the motion today. If you're going to make the same point about the vote, we've had that on about 3 occasions today. So, having outlined general objections around the issues of democracy and the legitimacy of the vote, I want to turn to some of the specifics around the motion. Today we are voting...
Point of order,
on...
Ms.
Oh,
Lowe.
right, sorry.
Order. A number of members have now called this vote some kind of a fix, and it's now been referred to about the legitimacy of this vote. Can you confirm to the House that this vote is entirely legitimate and is in order in terms of how it is about to proceed?
The vote will proceed as set out by the mandate from the Westminster Parliament. It is not the normal vote in this House, but it is a vote that has been set out by the Westminster Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just return to the point about the legitimacy of the vote? And the member can protest all she wants, but in the eyes of my constituents, in the eyes of the unionists that I represent, in the eyes of the general people that I represent, a vote in a parliament...
Point of order, Ms. Long.
Is it in order when the Chair has ruled on a matter and the Speaker has ruled that this is a legitimate vote that has taken place this evening for a member to continue to challenge the ruling of the Chair in this way?
I didn't hear a challenge to the ruling of the Speaker. I hear a member making a point which many may disagree with, but nonetheless there will be lots of people who will make points today that many others will disagree with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm allowed to develop the point, which is very important, and the point is this, that in the eyes of the people I talk to, in the eyes of the people who object to the protocol, in the eyes of people who do not want to be ruled by Brussels, who do not want to apply European law on everything that they do, there is no legitimacy to a vote that actually does that. So, you know, the technicalities of one thing, how it's viewed in the eyes of the unionist community is an entirely different one. Today we are voting on Articles 5 to 10 of the Protocol. These apply the EU Customs Code and EU Single Market rules for goods in Northern Ireland. We were told this was necessary to protect the EU single market and to avoid a hard border. We had people, probably including the First Minister, out knocking down walls. We had Leo Varadkar waving pieces of paper threatening what would happen if we had any kind of border. But what they have created, what these rules have created, is an Irish sea border which pervades all aspects of our life. It necessitates declarations, checks, and reporting of data on goods crossing from one part of the United Kingdom to the other. Article 7 relates to the technical provisions and standards of goods placed on the Northern Ireland market, and my colleague, the previous speaker, articulated that more than I could. Article 8 means that EU VAT rules continue to apply in Northern Ireland, and Article 10 means that EU state aid rules apply to subsidies related to the trade in goods. We are totally under EU law in relation to SPS rules. These might appear dry enough legal points, but they impact our businesses, our pets, our agri-food industry. The onerous nature of these laws means that we now have a significant trade diversion, and many companies within GB are no longer willing to put up with the bureaucracy and expense of servicing the Northern Ireland market. And the biggest manifestation of this is the installation of border checkpoints in Larne, Belfast and Warrenpoint harbours. Great Britain, despite all the talk, remains our most important market by far. This is true for the goods that we sell into that market, as well as the goods that we buy from it, for both manufacturing and retail. A growing number of GB retailers no longer sell into Northern Ireland, citing the cost of bureaucracy and labelling as reasons. The issues are diverse. They cover many sectors, including the supply of veterinary medicines, consumer sales of seeds, bans on plants, divergence in type approval for vehicles. I know that my colleague Mr. Buckley entertained you with the full list of them, but I will not do that at this point of the evening. However, this border is not being simplified. It's getting harder. And on Friday, the 13th of December, the introduction of the EU General Product Safety Regulations will take this to another level. And already many small retailers will not be able to comply and will simply cease to service the Northern Ireland market. Just this weekend, one of my young constituents sent me a message from a leisurewear company that she orders from in another part of the United Kingdom. The message from the company read, and I quote, it's on their website, "We are so sad to have to stop selling to Northern Ireland and the EU. It's unfortunately something that is out of our control right now, and there's not much information out there on how to navigate this, especially as a small business." This is only one example of the many businesses who can no longer supply the Northern Ireland market. It is a direct result of the divergence in law for goods between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. It is destroying consumer choice and increasing costs. And it is an appalling situation. And it is one which I suspect the Alliance, SDLP and Sinn Féin will endorse in this chamber tonight to the detriment of their constituents. Now, we've all heard the cry, but we've access to two markets. We're uniquely placed. The Prime Minister said it. Joe Biden said it. Lots of people in this House said it. But when my colleague asked the Chief Executive of InvestNI, could he give an example of a company which had set up in Northern Ireland because of that dual market access, he was unable to do so. And yet again, we have tonight the SDLP opposition leader and the member for Foyle trying to soften his words and say, well, you know, I talked to him afterwards and it's because they don't know about it and so on. They either have or they haven't. They've had now 4 coming on 5 years to actually use this provision, and the Chief Executive of InvestNI says he can't find a company that actually has. I will, of course.
In her 10X strategy, could you remind me how many times she mentioned the potential of dual market access as a strategy that Northern Ireland could leverage in order to grow our economy?
I personally wasn't mentioned in the 10X strategy because, like the Chief Executive of InvestNI, I don't see that there is a value yet in it. And if we all explode in relation to that, then that's just part of the problem. While the consent motion is applicable to limited parts of the protocol, we should not be blind to the far-reaching impact of Article 2. The courts and the rights industry have taken an expansive approach to this article and the interpretation of the no diminution of rights phrase. And this has constrained the government in legislating for Northern Ireland in such fundamental issues as immigration. It is an area of influence of the protocol that is set to grow and grow in its impact on our daily lives. I just want to address, in finishing, a couple of issues that were brought up in relation to the benefits of the EU that was brought up by the Leader of the Opposition. And he cited the issue of Peace Plus. Now, it is amazing that there is £1 billion that is going to be actually invested in communities in Northern Ireland. But what the Leader of the Opposition didn't tell us is that the contribution from the UK government to that £1 billion is £730 million, and that the other contributors are the European Union and, to a much lesser extent, the Republic of Ireland. Yes, of course.
I appreciate the member being generous in taking interventions. She has pointed out that the UK government are a significant contributor towards Peace Plus. I acknowledge that. I welcome it. Could she direct me to the line item in the budget where the UK government have replaced the lost EU funding in terms of the European Social Fund and all the other lost funds that social enterprise community groups are dealing with?
I do, and I hope that was an acknowledgement of my point on the issue of Peace Plus, because I do think it is important to be accurate that if we're saying the European Union largesse is so amazing, that we acknowledge that 75% of the Peace Plus funding is actually coming from our own government, and that's an important thing to acknowledge. In relation to both levelling up and the other funds, I do agree with you. I don't think the government have actually made a great job of actually making sure that communities here and communities in Northern Ireland are well served. And I'll say something more, maybe a little bit more controversial in relation to this. Always the dangers of speaking off the cuff. It is really, I think, really difficult for the executive, because in many ways some of those funds don't align with executive policy, and therefore it is hard and much less coherent to implement it. And I think that those are issues that do need to be addressed from it. We also heard in this debate that there was no alternative. Now, during my time in the European Parliament, I was a member of the Constitutional Affairs Committee. And I went to the Constitutional Affairs Committee with my colleague, as usual, to take part in the debate. And they had commissioned a report on how to manage borders. And they had brought a very distinguished expert to the committee with his report on how to manage the border. He had a lot of experience in managing the border with Norway and so on. And that expert, Lars Carlson, actually talked about mutual enforcement and the actual management of a border without actually having a physical presence on the ground. Guess what the Constitutional Affairs Committee did? Quickly got it out of the road and swept it under the carpet as quick as they could and dismissed it as magical thinking. Yet this is one of the most foremost experts in this that we have in the world. Can I also just address the issue around the fact that the protocol protects us from the excesses of everything and the problems of Brexit. What we have with the protocol is an issue where we are setting up barriers between our most important market, both for goods coming into Northern Ireland for manufacturing and retail. And that is seen by the fact that the value of the sale of goods from GB, and again I'm using and I think one of the Sinn Féin members, I can't remember who, actually quoted the Northern Ireland Composite Economic Index. So let's look at what it does say about this. And it says the value of goods sales from GB to Northern Ireland dropped by 2.4% in 2022. That's a reflection of the complex issues that there are in actually managing to bring goods, either for retail or manufacturing, across to Northern Ireland. Can we also say that the same report also tells us that manufacturing input was down by 1.1%. The issues of goods, the issues of competitiveness of our companies. And that is that was for the second quarter of this year, and that's 8 consecutive quarters in a row where we've suffered a decline in manufacturing output. I don't think the protocol really protects us from an awful lot. Yet the service sector, which is not managed by the protocol, grew by 0.4%. And it's important to get the reality of those statistics. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members who care about Northern Ireland, members who care about Northern Ireland going forward, members who will realise that there is a large block of unionists who do not consent to the protocol and who do not consent to the way in which this vote is taking place. And if there is a care or a thought for that, then I would urge members to be courageous and to vote against this motion today and send a very strong message, as my colleague from South Antrim indicated, that there is a collective message that we should do better and that we can manage things in Northern Ireland better together. Thank you.
much, Mr. Speaker. Before making my own remarks here tonight, I want to begin by reading an email which I received last night, which articulates the sentiments which are seldom heard in this chamber and even more seldom heard on the airwaves. It came from a number of young, articulate unionists concerned how the protocol is negatively impacting them. We write to you as young people who are dismayed to find that because of the Windsor framework, we are being denied the right that until recently our parents enjoyed. The right to stand for election, to make all the laws to which they were subject. In asking MLAs to vote for the motion that Articles 5 to 10 of the Protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland to the EU Withdrawal Agreement should continue to apply during the new continuation period within the meaning of Schedule 6A to the Northern Ireland Act 1998, that the UK Government is asking you to vote in a way that has the effect of renouncing our rights to be represented in the making of the laws to which we will be subject, not just in relation to 300 laws, but 300 areas of law for a period of between 4 to 8 years. If MLAs vote for the motion, they will be voting to approve that we suffer unique humiliation, both in comparison to the dignity until recently afforded to our parents, and in relation to young people in England, Wales and Scotland, who along with their parents can still stand for election to make all the laws to which they are subject. MLAs will be voting to approve that while the citizens of the rest of the UK and the Republic of Ireland have the right to stand for election to make all the laws to which they are subject, is it right that we should have been denied this dignity since 2021 and that they should continue to deny it going forward? MLAs will be voting that it is appropriate for the law governing these islands to state that while the people of Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland are worthy of the right to stand for election, to make all the laws to which they are subject, that we are only worthy of the right to stand for election to make some of the laws to which they are subject. MLAs will also be voting in violation of international law as set out in the Good Friday Agreement, which bestowed upon the people of Northern Ireland the right to pursue democratically national and political aspirations. That right was conferred in 1998-99 when the people of Northern Ireland had the right to pursue national and political aspirations in relation to the development of all the laws to which they were subject. And so it is only possible to uphold the right from that point. If MLAs vote for this motion, they will be voting to approve the radical diminishment of that right from 2021, in violation of international law, and further for the next 4 to 8 years. MLAs further do not have the right to vote for the motion and thereby renounce our rights to be represented in the making of the laws to which we are subject, because elected representatives only represent the rights of their constituents that are bestowed in them by trust. They have no right to actually renounce our rights for a period of 4 to 8 years. This is something that logically only we, the holders of the rights, can do, which would require a referendum. However, no progressive society should countenance such a step, because asking people to renounce their democratic rights is not something that any democracy worth the name should contemplate. I'm reading out the email. I will give way at the end of it. Least anyone should seek to argue that the Stormont break and the applicability motion mechanisms resolve the difficulty such that MLAs who are Democrats can vote for the motion. They do not address the fundamental democratic problem for 2 reasons. First, there are some laws in the 300 areas to which neither the Stormont break nor the Stormont applicability motion apply. Second, whether the break and applicability motion apply, they do not change the fact that we, the people of Northern Ireland, are both disenfranchised and discriminated against when compared both to the people in England, Wales and Scotland and the Republic of Ireland. Because Northern Ireland becomes the one part of these islands where people do not have the right to stand for election to the legislator making the laws to which we are subject. In this context, even if the break and applicability motion mechanisms applied to all the relevant legislation voting to approve these regulations would still involve MLAs voting to approve that we should be uniquely discriminated against in not having the right to stand for election to make the laws to which we are subject. Democracy is non-negotiable. Any solution to any problem that involves the mass disenfranchisement of people is completely unacceptable, especially in a context where they have been fully enfranchised in relation to central government for the last 100 years. We would consequently call on you to vote on Tuesday against our disenfranchisement and to vote against the motion. A solution that involves our disenfranchisement is in one area of law, let alone 300, is not a solution at all. We trust that as Democrats you will vote against the motion or at the very least abstain. Democracy must be a non-negotiable, and we would not be able to vote for any MLA at a future election who voted for our disenfranchisement. It is a vote you have no right to cast. It is extraordinary that we are told repeatedly how important it is that young people engage in politics, only to be confronted with the bizarre spectacle of having the value of our vote significantly reduced. Please seize this debate to be the voice of young people and to wake up our Assembly out of the strange stupor into which it has fallen, and agreeing to even contemplate this extraordinary demeaning proposition. Members, I think that email rather eloquently expresses the sentiments on which colleagues would do well to reflect upon here tonight. Before moving on to make some points in the substance of what we have before us, I want to note that Article 18.2 of the Protocol says that the consent vote was to be reached strictly in accordance with the unilateral declaration made by the United Kingdom. Members, that unilateral declaration of October 2019 published a public consultation before this vote. It is there in black and white. In the words of the declaration, there has been no consultation. So why is this vote taking place tonight? If there was an issue which trampled on the rights of any community other than the Unionist community, I have no doubt the Alliance Party would be up in arms about it. But today, absolutely.
Well, I thank the member for giving way. There are many votes in this House where my vote counts for less than his vote, and indeed other members of this House. And you're right, yes, of course we're up in arms. Treating every member of this House equally is the very definition of democracy.
I thank the member for her repeated intervention, for making her point. I don't know if they have a game in the Alliance Party to see who can make that point tonight the most, but there you go, Miss Long, there's a point for yourself. The member for South Belfast wanted an intervention.
Giving way again. He, and particularly when he read out the correspondence he had, majored on what he saw as the anomalous and democratic deficit situation around people not having a say in the European Parliament. There is, of course, an answer, which is Northern Ireland having MEPs. I presume, given that would answer part of his point, he would support our call for Northern Ireland to have its own MEPs. Perhaps he, or even his colleague, who is now tragically left us and gone to London, another former MEP, could return to the European Parliament.
And I will pass your comments to Jim that you miss him dearly, and also give you a point for once again promoting your European fantasy document and having it as your prop in the chamber. Members, but today the Alliance Party are happy to propose a motion which should have been seen a long consultation, robust consultation with members of the public, but indeed that hasn't taken place. And because it doesn't affect nationalism, the Alliance Party are quite happily to go along and do what they're told to do. When it comes to unionist rights in this chamber, Alliance, you don't see them speaking out, but certainly when it comes to nationalism, they're there front and centre leading the charge. Due process has went out the window. We have consultations about minor changes of domestic law, but today we are voting to surrender lawmaking powers to a foreign power, giving them a blank cheque to legislate over the heads of the people of Northern Ireland on a plethora of issues that no one in this House or even in the EU has even thought of yet. That is an obscenity. We meet today to debate the most important motion in the history of Northern Ireland, and shockingly, it is also the first time in half a century when this House will make a significant decision on a simple majority basis. The UK Government sought to justify removing cross-community consent in relation to this vote by arguing that it did not apply because this decision pertains to non-devolved matters. This argument, however, is plainly absurd because the Belfast Agreement does not make provision for cross-community consent to a subset of Stormont decisions but to all key Stormont decisions. It requires arrangements to ensure key decisions are taken on a cross-community basis, not arrangements to ensure key decisions of a particular kind are taken on a cross-community basis. It covers all key decisions, and this is plainly the most far-reaching decision to ever be put before us. Moreover, and in confirmation of this, had their initial argument been correct, it would have been completely unnecessary for them to then intervene to change the law to disapply cross-community consent to this decision. But this regrettable legislation was passed to disapply Section 42 of the 1998 Act. Indeed, and as if there was not enough, we must remember that the basis upon which the government sought to justify the non-application of cross-community consent was a definition of devolved matters, which kept from Stormont really controversial questions about the constitutional foundation for the relationship between the Republic of Ireland and the UK. Far from lessening the need for cross-community consent, widening the scope of decision-making into this much more controversial subject Matterley plainly increases the need for cross-community consent rather than lessen it. So on this very basis, the suggestion that there is a justification to remove cross-community consent fails, other than for the purpose of denying Unionists the protection afforded to nationalists for over 50 years, the banning of majority voting at Stormont on matters of controversy. Indeed, this is the most controversial proposition to ever come before Stormont in its 103-year history. Put simply, the vote has been gerrymandered by the government with the assistance of political parties, namely Sinn Féin, the SDLP and the Alliance, who have spent the last quarter of a century telling us how wrong, how unjust it would be to have a vote on a simple majority basis. Today I find myself in what some here may argue is an odd position. I find myself part of a minority arguing for the fundamentals of the Belfast Agreement, arguing that its protections for minorities should continue to apply. But in another sense, I find myself validated because I and my party have always argued that the supposed guarantees of the Belfast Agreement were always a sham. The supposed... Yes, go on ahead.
I worked quite closely with his colleague, Mr Allister, on the Assembly and Executive Review Committee. And on that committee, others will be able to testify to this. Me and Mr Allister were the only two who actually agreed that getting rid of designations would actually be progress in this place. Is this a change now to TUV policy?
I thank the member for intervention, but I'm struggling to understand what the input was. There's certainly no change in TUV policy, but you've made your point. It's on Hansard, and congratulations. The supposed protections in the Belfast Agreement only ever applied for as long as they suited nationalism. Once unionism was in the minority in this place, the protections no longer apply. Why is that? Because the protections sold to unionists to justify throwing the prison doors open and agreeing to share power with those sworn to destroy the state were a sham. That isn't just the position of the anti-Belfast Agreement zealots. The Member of Parliament for South Antrim, Robin Swan, reminded the Commons on Friday what the chief unionist architect of the Belfast Agreement, Lord Trimble, had to say about the protocol. And indeed we heard it earlier from Mr Buckley, but for the record, for Hansard's benefit, I'll read it in once again. Lord Trimble, the late Lord Trimble, said, "I feel betrayed personally by the Northern Ireland Protocol, and it is also why the Unionist population is so incensed at its imposition." That seems to be something the SDLP cannot get to grips with. That is our problem with the protocol, with the Windsor framework. Yet today, we have Sinn Féin, the SDLP and Alliance who are quite happy to play their part in betraying Lord Trimble's legacy. Today is a seminal day, particularly for the Alliance, who have come off the fence and decided to aid nationalism and doing what 30 years of terror failed to do in Northern Ireland, move the border to the Irish Sea. No wonder many refer to the Alliance as Sinn Féin's little helpers. As for the self-styled Social Democratic and Labour Party, we already know how far their leader told us people were prepared to go on this issue. She told us there would be civil disobedience at the very minimum if there was so much as a CCTV camera where the international border is. Perhaps the SDLP could clarify what did their leader mean? What is the next level up from social or civil disobedience? Mr. Speaker, I contend that we only got to where we are today because of what Sean O'Casey would describe as the shadow of a gunman. But let me move on to what we are actually being asked to vote on today. I noted last week the SDLP travelled to Brussels to press for representation. Of course, such a route would disregard the Belfast Agreement as well. When the Belfast Agreement told Unionists in its opening paragraph that our position within the UK was accepted and respected, implicit in that was recognition of the right to take part in national debates. Debates like whether the UK should leave the EU. No ballot paper in any part of the UK asked people if they wanted GB to leave the EU and leave Northern Ireland behind. Sinn Féin, the SDLP and Alliance are telling their constituents that they aren't up to the job, that they are happy to surrender control in 300 areas of law to which no one in Northern Ireland is elected. 70 pages containing not the text of the law but merely the titles. How can any Democrat claim that is correct? Importantly, these laws are not incidental. EU Regulation 952/2013 puts us under the EU's Customs Code. That means that the rest of our country, the United Kingdom, is in terms a third country. To put it another way in which people will be familiar, a foreign country. So in terms of customs, we are now known as a foreign country. How absurd. All of that is because of the border with an EU member state. In 2020, the value of goods entering the EU single market via Northern Ireland was a mere 0.003% of EU GDP. The border posts aren't being built at Larne because of a threat to the EU's single market, but because the EU decided that Northern Ireland would be the price the UK paid for Brexit. One only has to look at recent court judgments, where it has been decided that, to all intents and purposes, Northern Ireland is to be treated as EU territory. Indeed, let me quote from Mr. Justice Colton, who has ruled that the UK is not to be treated as a unitary state for the purposes of OCR checks coming from GB into Northern Ireland. Today, we are being asked to vote to accept colony status, to become a territory governed by someone else's laws from a foreign jurisdiction. How democratic, how republican is that? I want to move on to consider the economic case. Before the protocol, Northern Ireland's economy was very intertwined with the rest of the UK. Since then, we have seen a severing of links and businesses swamped with red tape. InvestNI has had to admit that they cannot point to a single job created in Northern Ireland because of the protocol. Why? Because businesses work on the basis of facts, not spin, regardless of what the SDLP tell us here tonight. It won't take them long to work out that the idea of dual market access is a nonsense, and that the protocol creates massive obstacles in bringing in raw materials from GB. I will remind the House that the one area of growth, and Mrs Dodds has already pointed this out, in Northern Ireland economy, where there has been an increase, where there has been growth, but doesn't fall under the protocol, and that's in our services sector. On Friday, my party leader brought a bill before the Commons which spelt out a solution to the problem: mutual enforcement, where each sovereign power undertakes to respect and enforce the standards of the other. I credit Jim Allister with the bill, but I cannot credit him with the idea. The proposal for mutual enforcement as a solution came from inside the EU. On Friday, Jim made public a statement from the three gentlemen involved, and let me read it into the record. On Friday of this week, the House of Commons will be debating a bill which attempts to address some of the difficulties resulting from the Brexit divorce agreements between the EU and the UK, which might be of interest to readers. In 2019, we proposed a solution which would have obviated any need for these complicated and divisive legal manoeuvres. The UK and the EU could have respected each other's positions and saved everyone a great deal of time and effort. The Financial Times characterised the proposal as a win-win solution. Regrettably, it was not followed because, as I have said, the EU and the Republic of Ireland sought to use Brexit as an opportunity for a land grab. Given that this debate could have happened as late as the 17th of December, it is striking to me that there was obviously a desire to get over with before the EU General Product Safety Regulations come into force on Friday, and possibly before the new NISRA trade data comes out tomorrow. I want to conclude by making an appeal to unionists in this House. I will begin by referring to the High Court action brought by Jamie Bryson yesterday. I note that yesterday the Secretary of State sent in a team of 9 lawyers and that they threatened that they were going to seek costs. The judge in the case rightly dismissed that out of hand, all part of a desperate attempt to scare off any challenge. But let me quote from what Justice McAlinden said yesterday in respect of the so-called constitutional legislation and safeguarding the Union. This is just an example of the government throwing breadcrumbs, trying to presentationally keep everyone happy, but in reality without any legal effect. He added, why did the government pass legislation saying the Windsor Framework was without prejudice to the Acts of Union, when plainly the same Windsor Framework does have effects on the Acts of Union, placing Northern Ireland in a different place than the rest of the UK, which many people in our community do feel diminishes the Union. In reality, that legislation does not undo the holding in Allister, but restates it. Whatever you think of me and my party leader, it is indisputable that we have been proven to be correct when it comes to the impact and reality of the sea border and the Windsor Framework. No one can claim the Acts of Union have not been trashed. A judgment just yesterday reiterated the fact that they have been. No one in this chamber would repeat either today or at any other time the outlandish claims made by Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, which resulted in the restoration of these institutions. We all know what the results of this vote is going to be because of the Nationalist and Republican alliance. And for the benefit of Hansard, alliance is a capital A in the phrase I mentioned. The question is, what are you going to do about it? The assurances unionists were given, whether they were in the Belfast Agreement or the Windsor Framework, clearly aren't worth the paper they are written on.
Order, Mr. Tennyson.
In order for Mr Gaston to refer to the Alliance Party as Nationalist and Republican when it is clear that we designate in this Assembly as United Community.
Well, we all know how the Alliance Party has designated itself. Mr Gaston has made a different assertion to that. People are entitled to say things in this House. I'm not here as Speaker to be some speech watchdog. It's the debating chamber. I haven't finished, Ms Long. I am not here to tell everybody what they're supposed to say. People can say things which are wrong. That doesn't mean that they can't say it. Ms Long.
It is correct, of course, that people are entitled to hold their opinions, but are people entitled to state on the record things that are counterfactual?
In terms of what the member has said, he referred to nationalists, he referred to Republicans, he referred to the Alliance. That is for the member. How you vote tonight may reflect that. I don't know. It's up to yourselves how you vote. How you vote tonight may reflect that there is nationalists, Republicans and Alliance go through one lobby. That is something you are perfectly entitled to do. That is not a political statement. That is something you are perfectly entitled to do. If the member wishes to point that out, that is something that he is entitled to do. This is a debating chamber where people are allowed to have a go at each other, as they do in other debating chambers across the world. And I wish to goodness that members would be a little less sensitive to being attacked. If you're attacked, get up and make your case against the other individual. I will facilitate anybody to do that, but I'm not going to stand here and say you're not allowed to say this and you're not allowed to say that across this chamber. It is a debating chamber. Take it on as a debating chamber. It is not a student debating chamber.
Much, Mr Speaker, and we have appeared to touch your own nerve where the Nationalist and Republican Alliance, certainly there's a bone of contention there. Yes, you might not be designated at that, but certainly within unionist circles that's the perception, and I certainly believe that. And I restate my comment I made earlier about you being Sinn Féin's little helpers, and on this basis you'll trip through the lobbies with them later on, I'm quite sure. So moving back to what I was saying. Oh, I will give way because you look cross.
The lobby that I vote through tonight will be based on what I believe and what I stand for. You are no more the DUP's little helper than I am anybody else's little helper, and the member would do well. The member would do well to extend to other people the courtesy that he would expect to be extended to him. I find it outrageous that I have been accused of being a nationalist or a Republican here tonight, just as I would find it outrageous to be accused of being a unionist or a loyalist.
Point of order, Mr Buckley.
Mr Speaker, could you please confirm for clarity of the House that Mrs Long is not the Speaker of this House?
I don't think that's a point of order. Order. I don't think it's a point of order. Mrs Long made her defence, and that's what I encouraged her to do, and she was quite right to do that. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, offence is a choice. So as when we talk about courtesy, I'll let the member in. I thought that was me being courtesy. Oh, but she obviously disagrees with that, chuntering in her sedentary position there. But listen, I'm sure we'll have many a dispute in the months to come and years to come, whether you like it or not. But just getting back to where I was, to put it to you that this House operates on a sham basis, we have seen that here tonight. Minority protections clearly only apply to non-unionists. Why, therefore, do unionists continue to prop up this sham? And to pick up on a couple of points that were made earlier on, the Deputy First Minister, yes, in her capacity as an MLA, had mentioned about sending the strong message to Westminster. I would say that the strong message that we could have sent to Westminster was only returning to this House to vote against this motion in front of us tonight. The position of unionism has been weakened by a return to this House and operating the very mechanisms which are ushering us out of the UK. So I would ask the member and the party to reflect on that position, because I believe, yes, I want to go forward strong with a united voice in opposition to the protocol, but certainly we need to grow a backbone and we need to use the leverage that's at our disposal, and on that basis, when our rights have been trampled, when unionism is in the minority, it's disregarded by this side of the House, we need to question the very existence of the institutions that we are sitting in here tonight. I will go away.
Particular words that you used when you said that your rights have been trampled. But surely, both yesterday and indeed today, the Lord Chief Justice upheld the decision to allow this House to take part in a democratic vote. How have your rights been trampled when the highest court in Northern Ireland has made that decision?
I thank the member for his intervention. What was being tested in the courts was this document here, the Safeguarding the Union, that what was sold to unionism in Northern Ireland is to bring back the institutions, to test what was in it and what we were told. And it turned out the safeguards that are in Safeguarding the Union aren't worth the paper they wrote on. But when I go back to rights, when we talk about rights, I'm talking about the Belfast Agreement. I'm talking about the cross-community consent. I'm talking about that the government took action to remove that, to ensure that this vote here tonight was being gerrymandered in a way that they got what they want. That is exactly what has happened. When unionism has been in the minority in this House, our rights have been diminished, our rights have been trampled on. And if this vote was going the other way, the Alliance Party, Nationalism, Republican Alliance Party as they are, Sinn Féin's little helpers would be the first ones to stand up and be calling it out. But because it's going against unionism, the Alliance Party and Bloc are saying nothing about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Ms. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to Standing Order 65, and I would ask that you take a ruling on this matter, please. In Standing Order 65, it says the Speaker may, if any member wilfully assaults, molests, obstructs or acts in a disorderly manner towards the Speaker or any other member. Tonight, in the fact that Alliance Party and those who do not designate as nationalists or unionists have had our designation besmirched, called out, disrespected, I would like the Minister, if possible, Speaker, if you could make a ruling on that.
I thought I made it clear to Mrs. Long. We are not here, and if this desk had to correct everything that everybody said in this chamber as being wrong, we would do nothing else, because there's an awful lot said that's wrong in this chamber. So, for example, there was a debate yesterday about Mr. Carroll's comments, for example, about a company that uses this, that provides services at this facility, as to whether that should have been ruled in or ruled out. And it was allowed because it was part of the debate. So you can fundamentally disagree with what the person says. What the person says may well be inaccurate. Ms. Long took the opportunity to correct it. That's done. The Alliance Party has stated their position. They have sought to correct what Mr. Gaston said. As far as I'm concerned, that is the matter finished. And that is what happens in a debating chamber. If someone says something that's wrong, in your view, you get up and you challenge it and you make your case and you allow the public to make their decision thereafter. Moving on, point of order, Mr. Gaston.
That this indeed is a political chamber, because we seem to be getting very offended that everything that has been said, if maybe they don't like the member. My goodness, I had to apologise to get speaking here tonight, so I'm glad that I was given the opportunity, apart from the interventions from the Alliance Party, but remind them this is a political chamber.
I think that you having to apologise, Mr. Gaston, was a demonstration of me treating the entire chamber fairly, because you were wrong in what you done yesterday. But in turn, sorry now, but very good, Mr. Durkin. In terms of what's going on tonight, it is debate, and I will tolerate debate, and I will give everyone the opportunity to clarify their issues through points of order on occasions, even though they're not points of order, and through interventions, if that's how it can be done. It is a debate in chamber. Make your case and stop appealing to me to be some big watchdog who's going to be policing every word that every person says, because we will get nowhere if I have to do that. Mr. Carl, it's your turn, and I'm sure you'll not say anything controversial whatsoever. Mr. Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Gaston said he had to apologise to you in order to speak here this evening. Yes. That sounds to me to be the most insincere apology that you have ever received in this chamber, and I would ask you to rule on the sincerity of that apology.
You may well be correct, Mr. Dixon, but I can't rule on the sincerity of Mr. Gaston's apology. He did make an apology, that's what he was asked to do, and we are moving on. Let's not disrupt. You might want to stay here all night. I'm happy to stay all night. I thought actually you were all wilting there some time ago, but you may want to stay here all night. But perhaps we'll not disrupt Mr. Carroll's flow and let him get out of here.
Third time lucky. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like yesterday, everything I'm saying is connected to the issue we're discussing this evening, and I found it almost, and I have to say, almost humorous hearing some unionists talking about minority rights and being trampled on during this debate. I mean, you couldn't really make it up. How many times have they trampled on minority rights? Irish language speakers, LGBT people, women, workers. There's a long list of minority rights being trampled on by the party to my right. Mr. Speaker, people obviously living in border communities have enjoyed nearly 20 years free from customs posts and a security presence, and I think we can't go back to this. And I would say nobody wants the restoration of physical borders, but I think some do and have wanted the restoration of physical borders throughout this debate. We should continue to allow the free movement of goods across the border. And throughout this debate, from some to my right, we heard more about pet food and other animal products than we did hear about poverty, freedom of movement of people, or any other issues of that nature. I'm happy to give away, yeah.
Things like pet food is because that is the business of this issue. That is what the Democratic Scrutiny Committee is having to look at and deal with on a week-to-week basis. So this is the issues that this throws up. And I thought maybe as a fellow Brexiteer you would want to see the full realisation of all that was promised to you.
Definitely not a fellow Brexiteer, and don't agree with you on many issues. And Viktor Orban was mentioned earlier on, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you should be probably glad to welcome him into your political party. And when it comes to the opportunities for reshaping the economy on this island, I think we'll have to say that, Mr. Speaker, the neoliberal orthodoxy of the European economic policy has sought to liberalise and privatise services, increase competition, and deepen the power of the private market and weaken workers' rights and social protections. And that's the last thing we need to continue at this period. Whilst we obviously in my party agree that existing trade agreements should continue to apply in the north, there's also an opportunity to develop a new political economy outside the neoliberal orthodoxy of the European Union. A new political economy for the north should prioritise public ownership of services to combat inequality, poverty and environmental destruction. A new political economy, Mr. Speaker, could also reverse industrial decline by redeploying existing infrastructure and greening jobs, giving support to workers to buy up manufacturing facilities and keep them running under worker or community ownership. Procurement could be leveraged for social good and building community wealth and stabilising jobs, but it hasn't been done. On the question of migration, instead of addressing the root causes in the European Union of displacement, like war and genocide, the EU, Mr. Speaker, is using deterrence techniques to stop migration, which is relevant to this debate and the protocol. Since September of this year, they've spent £11 billion on deportations, probably music to the ears of the party to my right. Increased controls and deterrence techniques have only fueled a booming smuggling industry that's led to at least 29,000 deaths. These are the only documented deaths of people travelling to Europe between 2014 and 2021. There's been a lot of renewed talk about Syrians after the fall of Assad, but how many How many have drowned in the Mediterranean Sea because of EU policy of racism and dehumanising of their right to move into Europe or wherever they want to? The protocol is obviously a trade deal, but I think what we also should mention in this debate briefly, Mr. Speaker, is the EU-Israel Association Agreement trade deal that the EU obviously has with Israel. The ongoing genocide in Gaza perpetrated by Israel has resulted in multiple clear and well-documented violations of the human rights of Palestinians. Hospitals have been bombed and destroyed, a population facing famine and death by contagious disease in the course of their war on Gaza, and the establishment of Israel has blocked food, water, fuel, medicine and humanitarian aid, all backed by von der Leyen and the EU. Sanctions for some states who intervene in occupied countries, but not for Israel, is sickening and needs to be called out. But in spite of these well-documented human rights violations, Mr. Speaker, and to put it more clearly, genocide, its economy, its economy continues to enjoy privileged access to the EU market via the EU-Israel Association Agreement. And in fact, trade between the EU and Israel has increased since the signing of the agreement in 2000. The EU is Israel's biggest trade partner, let that sink in, accounting for almost 30% of its trade in goods in 2022. The EU says it continues to consider respect for human rights an essential element of EU association agreements with partner countries, yet it refuses to suspend the EU-Israel Association Agreement. I'm calling on them today to do so. Serious breaches of the agreement, Mr. Speaker, means that the EU can suspend it at any time. There is no denying that Israel's treatment of Palestinians constitutes a serious breach of the human rights clauses in the EU-Israel Association Agreement, yet the EU can't bring itself to suspend the agreement and stop rewarding Israel for its war crimes. Yeah, I'll go away.
He's in danger of nearly convincing me to vote for this. Obviously, in terms of the arguments though, that he's made against the EU based on its support for Israel, we know from what people before profit stand for, it's against globalisation, all of these kind of elitist corporates who rule the world. On that basis, will Jerry Carroll be joining with the DUP in voting against this motion, or will he now go and vote for these globalists?
Yeah, the members need to be careful about his language, globalists, because I mean that can mean very different and strange things. So you maybe check the meaning of that. But in terms of elitists, if you want to answer, listen. In terms of elitist corporations, I mean the DUP is the party that backs elitist corporations in the north. So I think you need to check your facts on that as well. And what he should remember, and what everybody should remember, Mr. Speaker, is that when we're talking about the EU, would you mention the role of von der Leyen and those people who have backed Israel at every single step of the way in the last year? And members should remember that when they're up to their necks in backing, supporting Israel and its horrible crimes. Thank you.
Claire Sugden.
Mr. Speaker, as an independent and constitutional unionist, I like to think that I approach issues from the perspective of practical governance. Governance that works for everyone in Northern Ireland. My unionism isn't abstract ideals or rigid ideology. It's about ensuring that Northern Ireland remains a prosperous, stable and equal part of the United Kingdom. It's about creating the best possible context for delivering public services, supporting businesses and serving all communities, unionists, nationalists and those who identify as neither. I voted to remain in the European Union because I believed that it offered economic, social and political stability for Northern Ireland. However, we are long past the point of criticising the outcome of Brexit without any real effect. We must now focus on solutions that protect Northern Ireland's interests without losing sight of fairness, inclusion and practicality. I know how important it is to avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland. Indeed, I know how important it is to avoid a hard border in the Irish Sea. It's not just a political issue. It's about safeguarding peace, ensuring cooperation and enabling a two-way market in Northern Ireland that is as seamless within the jurisdiction of East-West and outside of that jurisdiction North-South. Indeed, I was prepared to accept the arrangements under the protocol in good faith that the practical issues would be resolved, but it seems day by day, week by week, more issues are arising. I was also prepared to accept the arrangements under the protocol, on the promises that the benefits would be realised. How many years are we in? What are those benefits? And happy to take interventions. But the current arrangements under Articles 5 to 10 of the Protocol have created as many problems as they have solved, and I believe it does fall significantly short of serving the people of Northern Ireland, all of them. Sure.
The benefits, I mean, we go back to some of the points that were made around, I've listed lots of benefits on the dual market access piece. I think it's important to correct what was said earlier on. The Chief Executive Investor and I did not say what he was quoted as saying, that there was no possible benefits. He said there hadn't been a specific singular investment purely on that basis. That's a different thing. But I just want to raise the point on the economic point. Would you accept that Northern Ireland has outperformed the rest of the UK since the protocol came into force? So the argument that it is damaging in a GDP sense simply isn't borne out by the statistics.
I can't say that it has been improved, because from a constituency perspective, every day I'm hearing from constituents and businesses who are realising the issues, and genuinely I haven't heard of any benefits, and I would be keen to hear of those benefits. And I think the reality is, after the vote tonight, this arrangement is going to continue at least for 4 years. So we need to be assured that within that 4 years that we are getting the progress that has been promised, because we're a number of years into this now, and it doesn't feel that it's providing the balance that unionists like myself were prepared to accept in the hope that we could actually improve things for Northern Ireland. So under Articles 5 to 10, Northern Ireland is required to align with the EU rules on goods trade and state aid, and these rules affect every aspect of our economy and daily life, yet they are made in Brussels, where we have no representation. Northern Ireland's elected representatives have no seat at the table, no voice in the discussions, and no opportunity to influence or amend these regulations to reflect the realities on the ground here. This lack of representation has significant consequences. Without the ability to scrutinise these rules or challenge their suitability, Northern Ireland is left in a reactive position, simply implementing decisions that have been made elsewhere. This makes it harder to refine or improve policies to better serve our businesses and communities, because when those constituents do contact me as an MLA, I struggle to understand how I can address their concerns, as I expect every MLA in this chamber feels the same way if you're contacted. Without representation, we cannot engage constructively to propose practical adjustments or ensure that our unique circumstances are considered. And unfortunately, this isn't the first time Northern Ireland has experienced a democratic deficit. We've been here before, and the outcomes were not positive. During periods of direct rule, and more recently when the executive was suspended, Northern Ireland's ability to govern itself and address local needs were severely hampered. Decisions about health, education, infrastructure were made by Westminster, if at all, and often by ministers who lacked the deep understanding of our unique challenges, resulting in policies that were disconnected from the realities on the ground, and we're seeing the outworkings of that, leaving public services under strain, and we're seeing the outworkings of that, and citizens underserved, and they tell us that every day. Most in this House will agree that we are better served by a local representation. Yet those who are expected to vote in favour of this motion tonight will overlook a similar democratic deficit that applies through this arrangement. The lesson from direct rule and an absent executive should be clear. When decisions are made remotely, without local input, the people of Northern Ireland suffer. Public services stagnate, policies fail to reflect local needs, and citizens lose trust in governance. And those same risks apply under the current arrangements. By continuing Articles 5 to 10 without addressing the democratic deficit, and let's be clear, there is one, we leave Northern Ireland vulnerable to policies that are ill-suited to our needs and unable to advocate for the changes that would make a real difference to our people and services. We've heard a lot about the supposed benefits of the dual market access, and again, I'm willing to entertain those and embrace those. But let's not ignore the difficulties that this protocol has created for trade between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. Take the example of food producers in Northern Ireland sourcing ingredients from Great Britain. They now face additional customs checks, higher transport costs, and delays that make it harder to run their business. And in some cases, many cases, if constituency casework is anything to go by, Great British suppliers have stopped delivering to Northern Ireland. because the paperwork is just too complicated or costly and it's not worth it. And Northern Ireland is suffering. The Windsor Framework maybe has made some improvements, like the green lane for trusted traders, but it's not the magic fix. Goods deemed at risk of entering the EU single market still face checks, and even the green lane requires labelling not for EU products. This might seem like a small thing, but they do add complexity, uncertainty, and costs that weigh heavily on businesses. What this means is that Northern Ireland is being asked to choose between access to the EU market and seamless trade with Great Britain. And that is not a choice we should have to make in our own jurisdiction. East-West trade is vital to our economy, and these barriers should not be allowed to become permanent. The protocol and the Windsor Framework were supposed to bring clarity and calm, but they have done the opposite. Unionists, those who would vote to stay within the union, and that extends beyond the political parties, beyond loyalism. It extends to people like me whose constitutional preference is based on the best context in which to provide public services. We are all concerned about the current arrangements, which weaken our place within the UK jurisdiction. So let's not dismiss this as an orange and green issue, as it might seem at the end of this vote, because it is perfectly fine and our right to have a constitutional preference, either unionism or nationalism. And indeed, sure, yeah.
You mentioned two constitutional preferences there. There's another group in this chamber that have no constitutional preference and designate as other, although they have been branded by other people in this chamber as having one.
Look, I appreciate the intervention, and I appreciate there are people who haven't made up their mind yet. But if a border poll ever happens in Northern Ireland, it's not going to be yes, no, or other. It's going to be yes or no. And indeed, if we look at opinion polls and if we look at elections, most people, significantly most people in Northern Ireland, want to have an opinion. And the Good Friday Agreement upholds that and encourages it. It was a means towards reconciliation. And cross-community consent, it wasn't just a nice idea in 1998. It was introduced under the Good Friday Agreement to ensure that major decisions in Northern Ireland reflect the support of both unionist and nationalist communities. And this is a necessary safeguard for a deeply divided society, one recovering from years of conflict. The Good Friday Agreement did not conclude the constitutional question, and while people are rightly entitled to aspire, it is an important consideration in our politics. Therefore, cross-community consent ensures fairness, partnership and stability, giving both sides the confidence that their voices matter. Nowhere is this principle more... Sure.
The member has said that it ensures fairness. Could she explain how it's fair to those of us who don't designate as unionist or nationalist? She said that it ensures stability. Could she explain how the veto mechanism has ever ensured the stability of this place, given that it has been closed down almost as often as it's been functional?
I appreciate the member for her intervention. It ensured peace. It ensured an opportunity that, however many years after the Good Friday Agreement, that we are still able to sit in this chamber and talk about these issues. Sometimes it feels difficult that we have moved on in Northern Ireland, but we have. And tonight we're talking about issues that matter to people on the ground, and I think that's important. And I think the provision of cross-community consent enabled that. And again, I do think it's important that we have a constitutional opinion. It's the fundamental basis of our politics here, as is in Scotland, for example. Yeah, sure.
I respect the fact that for the member it's a fundamental basis on which her politics are built. It may be for a majority in this House. But can she equally respect that those of us who do not take a position on the constitutional question are not just undecided, but have taken a conscious choice not to do so? And can she respect us in the same way that we respect her?
Let me respond to the member and then I will. I entirely respect those who have not made a choice on the constitutional opinion, but it's undeniably a fundamental part of our political basis in Northern Ireland, and certainly for me, and this is my opinion, that I think it's responsible, I think it's important that I do take a position on it, because it's not just about whether we want to be within one jurisdiction or other, it's the basis in which we provide public services, and certainly for me as an elected representative, good public services are better within the UK context.
Has listened to a bit of a Pontius Pilate approach from the Alliance in terms of not my problem, I don't designate. But would the member agree that there was a time in which the Alliance Party did designate as nationalists, therefore gaming the system and working the arrangements set out in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement? So whilst they may wash their hands today, their own history proves that they were quite willing to use the systems when it suited themselves.
Order, Ms. Long.
I know that Mr. Buckley. I know that Mr. Buckley.
Order, Mrs. Long.
I know that Mr. Buckley is perhaps not as long in the tooth as I am, and he's very grateful for that, I'm sure. But I would just remind him that we actually designated as unionist, not as nationalist.
I think Mr. Buckley is corrected.
I'm happy to correct the record in that regard, and it's great to see how, at a time whenever Ms. Long was able to designate as a unionist, I doubt she would be able to do so today.
Point of order, Ms. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member has just asserted that I designated as a unionist. That is factually incorrect. I have never designated as a unionist in this House. So for clarity, my party, a few members of my party designated as unionists for 24 hours. I never have.
As someone longer in the tooth than both the members, and Mrs. Long made a lot of that, I can say that she's correct in that. Now, Ms. Silton.
Interventions from the members, which just goes to demonstrate that people are very passionate about these issues, and I think to disregard them in this context would be foolish, and certainly it gives rise to a reason as why we need to continue to have these conversations. I do believe that cross-community consent is an important mechanism to ensure that decisions are fair, balanced and inclusive, and if we abandon it on issues as sensitive as these, I do think we set a dangerous precedent for future constitutional debates. Maybe in the spirit of Christmas, I actually find it quite interesting that the mechanism that we're employing here tonight, by not achieving cross-community consensus, actually provides an opportunity for greater scrutiny and engagement under these arrangements. So if this motion passes with a simple majority as it's expected, but without cross-community support, the consent mechanism requires a review after 4 years instead of 8. It also triggers the Secretary of State to begin an independent review process. So it actually enables the House to have a more regular opportunity to revisit these issues and apply a form of scrutiny. So crudely, unionism and nationalism disagreeing in this scenario is not necessarily a bad thing in this context. It increases democracy, albeit in a limited way. So to conclude, I want to touch on specific issues that are causing problems for my constituents. The regulatory divergence. As GB develops its own rules and regulations, Northern Ireland risks being left behind, stuck following EU rules. And this divergence could make trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland even more complicated, and I think we've seen examples of that up to this point. Costs for consumers. We are all very much taken by the everyday costs of life. And shoppers in Northern Ireland, they're feeling the effects because changes in supply chains have driven up prices for some goods, particularly in food and retail sectors. Products that used to flow seamlessly, so why not now, from Great Britain now face delays and additional costs. These ultimately will fall back to the consumers. It seems to be easier to be able to purchase goods from China than from across the Irish Sea. Many businesses still don't fully understand how the system works because it's just another burden that in a difficult market they find difficult to bear. They worry how future changes might impact them, and this uncertainty makes it harder to invest, expand or even plan ahead. Mr. Speaker, we cannot keep papering over the cracks with temporary fixes. Northern Ireland, everyone within it, deserves a system that genuinely works for the people and their businesses. I don't believe that rejecting this motion doesn't mean rejecting the need for solutions. We need solutions. Indeed, I think voting for this motion is causing complacency. I think we've been complacent up until now in terms of the issues that we're seeing on the ground. We need to fight for better. The story should not be over. I know we all suffer from Brexit fatigue. I wish it didn't happen in the first place, but we are where we are, and we need to ensure that businesses can operate seamlessly across the British Isles. I firmly support the principle of avoiding a hard border on the island of Ireland and indeed in the Irish Sea. That's non-negotiable. But the current arrangements have created other problems that are just as damaging in their own way. We need to push for better arrangements that respects Northern Ireland's unique position, protects East-West trade and addresses the democratic deficit. A deal that unites communities rather than dividing them further. And most importantly, a deal that ensures Northern Ireland's voice is heard. Thank you.
I call Mr Tennyson to wind.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And in closing the debate, I want to return to the facts, because they've been sadly absent from many of the contributions over the course of this afternoon and this evening. And the fact is, Mr Speaker, that when you come outside of the European Union, and particularly when you pursue the kind of hard Brexit pursued by the DUP and the Conservative Party, you create a border. It then becomes a question of where that border can be best managed and its impact mitigated. Alliance warned during the referendum that those checks would inevitably happen at ports and airports where they could be controlled and contained, rather than at a porous land border which stretches over hundreds of miles, which people cross daily for their lives and livelihoods. I say that not to relitigate old arguments, but because until members in this chamber ground themselves in that basic fact, rather than entertaining what we've seen in terms of the politics of delusion and fantasy, we will never be able to make meaningful progress on this issue. The Windsor Framework is the product of 8 long years of painstaking negotiation between the UK and the EU, aimed at squaring what is an impossible circle of the frictions and tensions that were created by Brexit, and an attempt to mitigate the worst impacts on Northern Ireland. It is imperfect. I concede that. That's why when the original protocol was proposed, Alliance voted against it, both at the European Parliament and at Westminster, when other better alternatives were still on the table. Its continued operation today, however, is absolutely critical as the only viable means by which to protect the Good Friday Agreement, to maintain an open border on this island and to protect our dual market access. And whilst, Mr Speaker, there are no circumstances in which Northern Ireland would be better off than if Brexit had not happened at all, dual market access does present a unique economic opportunity and a competitive advantage. We do enjoy privileged and unique access both to the GB and EU markets. These markets combined have almost 500 million consumers and produce over £17.5 trillion in GDP. Whilst Brexit has cost the UK economy, as my colleague Kate Nicholl outlined, a staggering £140 billion, according to independent analysis, the one silver lining is that Northern Ireland has had the fastest rate of growth in the UK in recent years. A number of members over the course of the debate referenced the comments of the Invest NI Chief Executive. It's no coincidence, perhaps, that those comments were selectively misquoted. Because if members look at the export statistics which were read into the record earlier by Philip McGuigan, they will see that whilst exports are down in other constituent parts of the UK, they are up in Northern Ireland. That is no coincidence. And I note as well that when DUP members want to talk about the impact on our economy and business and trade, they only talk about one set of imports. When anyone, you don't have to be an economist to know, and I'm surprised that the former economy minister didn't know this in her remarks, that you grow your economy through growing your exports. The European Union is a project in cooperation, in collaboration, and in easing trade friction. It can't be a surprise to anyone in this chamber, therefore, that withdrawing from those institutions would create new barriers. That friction has, yes, been felt most acutely by some of our smallest businesses, and at no time have I been glib about the consequences on them. However, I am equally clear that those issues will not be solved by rejecting this motion today. Far from it. To do so would be foolhardy, reopening Pandora's box and creating even further chaos, instability and uncertainty for those very businesses. Andrew Muir spoke as a private member today and made reference to the potential impact on agriculture. Our dairy industry is deeply integrated on a cross-border basis on this island. Milk is produced in Northern Ireland, it's transported across the border for processing in the Republic of Ireland, and then comes back to Northern Ireland for onward sale. Without the protections of the Windsor Framework, that industry would be decimated. And I think members owe it to the public to be honest about the trade-offs and choices that exist and that are available to us. I will indeed.
Would the member there's importance to learn the lessons from 2016, and when I'm out and about Northern Ireland, I speak to farmers and fishermen who come up privately to me afterwards and say we were lied to. But what we want you to do is focus on practical solutions and be honest with the people of Northern Ireland.
Absolutely. I concur more. Alliance, like the majority of people and businesses in Northern Ireland, is focused on pragmatic solutions, not more chaos and instability. I think the people of Northern Ireland have had enough of that, whether they are nationalist, whether they are unionist, or whether they don't fit into either of those boxes. And it is that in that vein that a number of my colleagues, Mr O'Toole and members from Sinn Féin, actually pointed to some pragmatic solutions around, for example, a veterinary agreement, which would significantly ease the level of friction and the number of checks in the IRC. And that's an outcome that I want to see, because I don't want to see borders or barriers anywhere in these islands. Indeed, recent history shows us that when we act in good faith in a spirit of cooperation, flexibilities are available. And Mr Aiken, I believe, referred to the specific example in respect of dental amalgam. We've heard comments from the DUP that unionist concerns have been derided and dismissed. I want to make a number of comments on that particular point. First is that part of the reason why we're now in this mess is because the only concerns that were heard at Westminster from Northern Ireland between 2017 and 2019, when the protocol was initially being negotiated, were theirs. They held the balance of power at Westminster. They propped up Boris Johnson and Theresa May and those governments at that time. And they can decry now the consequences of their actions, but that will be cold comfort when the people of Northern Ireland know when they had influence at Westminster, they squandered it. But more than that, Mr Speaker, I have heard a number of contemptuous remarks about the Alliance Party and our designation on the constitutional question. I am proud to be a united community politician. It is at the core of my political identity. I would never dismiss or deride the political identity of a unionist or nationalist in this chamber, and if I did, there would rightly be outcry. And all we ask is that same respect be afforded to those of us on these benches, who, by the way, represent an increasing number of people in Northern Ireland. We heard from Mr Buckley about shattered trust, and trust has been shattered on many fronts, between political parties, between governments, between the UK and the EU, between the electorate and the people they elect. But what I did not hear from a single member of the DUP was any introspection in their hand in that process, because they told the public in 2016 that they could leave the EU, maintain all of the benefits and deal with none of the consequences. They told voters earlier this year, in February actually, that the IRC border was gone, that they had solved all of the issues. Mr Buckley was very quiet, as was the Deputy First Minister at that stage, in correcting their leader at the time. And I see shaking heads now, but that is the reality. Well, I wasn't afforded any opportunity to intervene from DUP members when I attempted, and yes, Deputy First Minister, I did attempt to intervene during your comments. We've heard a lecture from the DUP today in respect of the Good Friday Agreement. Thankfully, the DUP did not speak for a majority of people in Northern Ireland in 1998. They did not speak for a majority of people in Northern Ireland in 2016, and they certainly do not speak for a majority of people in Northern Ireland today. We have heard about a democratic deficit, but there is no recognition from those on the benches to my right that people in Northern Ireland not only voted to remain in 2016, but have voted in increasing numbers in 8 elections since for pro-Remain parties who are pragmatic and want to see solutions on these issues. And I would caution members about their attitude towards the Alliance Party. Because if you reflect on the size of the Unionist bloc in 2016 versus where it is now, and the size of the Alliance bloc in 2016 and where we are now with 17 MLAs, that might be instructive in where many Unionists now lie. I am proud to represent people who are nationalist, people who are unionist, and people who fit into neither of those boxes. And there are many unionists who are pro-union, but also pro-European Union, and choose to express that through voting for the Alliance Party. So those on the unionist benches do not have a monopoly on unionist opinion. In terms of cross-community voting in this place, we have been on record about the need for reform. Cross-community votes in this Assembly are the least cross-community votes that can happen, because they ignore the voices of those genuinely cross-community parties. Again, it would be an outrage if the vote of a unionist politician or a nationalist politician was discounted. Why should we stand for that today? Well, I've heard many references to the Belfast Agreement. The member who chunters from a sedentary position wasn't worried about the Good Friday Agreement when they collapsed its institutions, so I will take no lectures from those members in respect of those issues. But they also fail to recognise that Northern Ireland has changed, and changed utterly, since 1998. There is no majority in Northern Ireland anymore. We are all minorities. And our political institutions need to start reflecting that reality. We've heard about the rights of young people in a number of the contributions, and the rights to equal citizenship. I believe Mr Gaston, Mr Buckley and a number of others made noises about equal citizenship. Again, I find that galling, because I did not hear any vociferous cries from those parties about equal citizenship when LGBT people in our society couldn't access marriage on the same basis as those across the water. I didn't hear any vociferous opposition when women in our society didn't have the same access to reproductive rights. But I heard loud noises the minute there was a problem getting sausages from Stranraer into Belfast. And I think that says it all. I think that says it all about the priorities of those on the benches opposite. I will indeed, yes.
I thank the member. You also agree with me there's been a unionist health minister who's happy to have divergence in pay for health workers from here compared to people in Britain for many years also.
I mean, there's a border in the IRC for a whole host of issues. Some of that is a product of devolution, and some of it is a sad consequence of failures of devolution. Pay is one example of that. There's also a border in the IRC in respect of the rate support that a number of our businesses receive. Yep. Those are the real challenges. Those are the real borders in the IRC that we ought to be dealing with. In respect of Steve Aiken's comment on the Mercosur agreement, Mr O'Toole rightfully pointed out that since Brexit, the UK government has pursued a number of trade agreements which undercut GB farmers, which Northern Ireland farmers have been insulated from. But it is also the case that when we were a member of the European Union, the UK was a significant player with veto power on a number of issues. So I accept that we don't have as much democratic input now as we did pre-2016, but those are the consequences of your actions in pursuing Brexit. We've heard that it would send a strong message if we voted against this motion today. It would send a strong message. It would send a strong message that those of us— I will indeed. I'll give way to the member. Speaker, happy to apologise. I was referring to other members in the chamber. I understand Mr Aiken voted Remain, and he did outline that in his initial remarks. But we've heard that it would send a strong message for us to reject this motion today, and it would. It would send a strong message that politicians in Northern Ireland are willing to cut off their nose to spite their face, that we are untrustworthy, that we can't do business, and that our economic environment is unstable and febrile. I don't think that is the message that any of us in this chamber, irrespective of our constitutional outlook, should wish to send. We've heard, again, comments about sneering in the chamber today. I note that it's sneering when it's the Alliance Party, but it's robust debate when it's a unionist member chuntering from a sedentary position. But I want to take members back to members on unionist benches now accusing the Alliance Party of scaremongering when they outlined the inevitable disruption to supply chains that would arise as a result of Brexit. The fact that Sammy Wilson, the MP for East Antrim, told those warning of supply chain disruption that they could go to the chippy So let's not throw stones in glass houses when it comes to dismissing legitimate concerns or sneering in a debate. David Brooks made reference to potential alternative arrangements. I mean, that is fantasy politics of the highest order. We have spent 8 years in negotiation between the UK government and the EU. An Alternative Arrangements Commission was set up. They looked at the models that have been referred to over the course of the debate, and they were dismissed. So the idea that those are going to be reinvigorated now in 2024 is delusional. Diane Dodds made a number of comments that I deeply disagreed with. First of all, she accused my colleague to my left, Kate Nicholl, of stating that she or her colleagues were in some way backward. I think Kate is much too kind to make a comment of that nature. I will leave it to the public to draw their own conclusion in respect of the positions that the DUP take on social issues, climate change and other matters, as to whether they believe the DUP is progressive or regressive in that respect. She also, I think, didn't address the point, but I think it's clear that as Economy Minister, she refused to market the dual market access that Northern Ireland enjoys. So again, if we're not seeing the impact of dual market access as members on these benches claim, perhaps some introspection would be useful as to why there is not good global knowledge of the unique position that Northern Ireland is in, and perhaps we need to think about how we can take better advantage of that. I think today is an opportunity for us to finally bring this war of attrition on Brexit to an end. I think we have all had enough. I know I certainly have. Today, we can turn the page and actually work together to build upon the unique position that we are in, to market Northern Ireland as a place to live, work and do business, with privileged access both to the GB market and to the EU market. I think irrespective of your constitutional outlook or position, that is surely an ambition that we can all get behind. Good jobs, investment, a roof over people's head and a good quality of life. Because at the end of the day, is that not what we all care about? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Tennyson, and that draws to a conclusion all those who are down to debate. It seems a long time ago since we started this debate. In fact, I didn't even notice that Mr. Matheson had a beard before Mr. Buckley got up to speak. But nonetheless, I thank you for your contributions, and it was a good, robust debate, and people got their points made. So we now move to the question, and before I put the question, I remind members that this motion requires a simple majority to pass. However, because of the longer-term implications arising from the level of cross-community support for the resolution, should the motion be agreed, the announcement of the vote will include a breakdown of nationalist, unionist and other support. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Clear the lobbies. The House will divide. Order! Members will resume their seats. The question is that the motion stand when the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order! Order! Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Philip McGuigan and Andrew McMurray. Teller for the noes are Steve Aiken and Johnny Buckley. Clear the lobbies. The assemblies will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order! Order! Please resume your seats. Clerk, read the result.
84 members voted, of which 48 voted aye, 57.1%. 30 nationalists voted, of which 30 voted aye, 100%. 36 unionists voted, of which 0 voted aye, 0%. 18 others voted, of which 18 voted aye, 100%. The motion is carried by simple majority.
The motion is carried. The democratic resolution has been passed by a majority of members voting, but not with cross-community support. The Secretary of State must now commission an independent review into the functioning of the protocol in accordance with paragraphs 7 to 9 of the unilateral declaration, and the duration of the next continuation period is to be 4 years. Point of order.
I wanted to clarify whether your office on a point of order would be able to investigate with the Secretary of State as to whether he will be able to give this Assembly clarity on the terms of that independent review and when he will announce it, given the verdict of this Assembly is a critical part of that independent review being commissioned.
I would hope to have some information when we resume in the new year, but until that point, can I wish you all a very Merry Christmas, a very Happy New Year, and trust to see you all then. This Assembly stands adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.